2026 Nürburgring 24-hour race. That's right, I'm going to be discussing the race live. Now, thing you might want to know about this live stream is that I can't show you the race footage. I cannot show the race footage, and the reason I can't show you the race footage is, of course, copyright. What I can do is I can show you the timing, and the official timing screen actually also has some protections, but thanks to nring.info, I have been able to access a timing screen, which is very, very nice of them, and that's going to be the visuals for this stream, so you can watch the race whilst you listen to me talk about it. And at the moment, well, there's not really much happening, so I've got to come up with stuff to say, and that's certainly interesting because I'm not super experienced live streaming. When the race is on, I'm probably going to be a little bit better at talking, let's be honest. But yes, here we go. The race, these are the cars that I've got on this timing screen now, and interestingly, this wasn't made originally to be used as a traditional timing screen by nring.info. So the idea of this is it's a watch list where you can put all the cars, all your favorite cars, and the link to that URL I should put into the description. I can actually update the description of this video live, because that's one of the great things about live streaming is I can adjust things and do that. So you will see that I have put this app into the video description. I believe it should be there. Let's check that. That is indeed there, and you can have this open as well. Yes, it was designed to be a sort of a watch list, which means that the order of the cars on the list is not in their order of position. So you've got to see where it says position, what position that car is, because you've got P3 next to P26, and that is, of course, because it is well designed for a watch list, but I'm using it for a different purpose than it was original design. But it's a really great thing, and it's a really great website, and it was designed in the last couple of days, and this is really helpful for my stream to talk about the cars and give timing information, because it can be used as a timing screen. So that is the great thing about this system, this timing screen system that we have on here. So that's that. But what about the cars in this race? Who is going to win is the big question, of course. But we've got a lot of cars and we've got a lot of time, and I can go through this full grid to talk about each of the different cars, their driver lineups, because we've got some interesting driver lineups and some really interesting cars on the grid as well. We've got 100 and how many cars have we got? 161 cars this year. I think that's the absolute maximum allowed cars. I'm not entirely sure on that one. I'll have to look that one up. I believe 161 is the maximum allowable cars that you can have at the Nürburgring 24-hour race. But just we'll need to check that. So, pole position, absolutely brilliant lap yesterday by the Lamborghini Huracans, and it's the Red Bull team apt car starting from pole position. That is Luca Engstler, Mirko Bortolotti, and Patrick Niederhauser. That is a very stacked lineup. Mirko Bortolotti was in some very hot water last year over his driving standards when there was a red flag. He was rather too fast, but this year he's back and he hasn't made that mistake again, and at the Nürburgring they really take their safety very seriously because the track has some elevated risks, so they've got to put in their own additional safety procedures over the top of what you would usually find at a race. And of course Bortolotti fell foul of those last year, and I'm sure he has learnt his lesson and he's come back with pole position. That was set yesterday by, was it Luca Engstler? I believe, yes, it was Luca Engstler set that pole position time, and here they are going to be a very interesting driver lineup to watch. Of course, they have pole position, which gives them the advantage, but in 24 hours, you can get a win from a really terrible grid position, because 24 hours later, you can really move up the road, but it's a little bit harder to do that at the Nürburgring than at other tracks. Why is that? Well, because there's no safety cars. So there's no neutralization that's going to bring the field together. There's none of that. When a car goes off, it's just a code 60, and that means that this is sort of the last of the true endurance races where nothing is backed up by safety cars and pushed back together and kept in one piece. It's just the race splits apart and you get big gaps between the cars that you don't see in other endurance races, and that is one of the things that you get. It's going to be very interesting. So, other driver, Luca Engstler, rising star, very good. He's the son of another Engstler who was a touring driver for about 900 years and very, very good. So Engstler is a very, very familiar name in the world of motorsport. And we've also got Patrick Niederhauser from Switzerland, and he was an Audi factory driver for a very long time. So we like to see factory drivers, and he's over at Lamborghini now, which is very much the same car with an Italian restyle as the Audi R8 he's been driving for a very long time. And that is a stacked driver lineup. It really is the absolute best of the best in GT racing. Then we have car number 130, another Red Bull team apt car. Marco Mappelli, the Lamborghini factory driver. Very, very solid driver, very quick, and that time that he set in yesterday's qualifying session was just absolutely incredible, but it wasn't enough for pole. And just seeing that in qualifying yesterday, seeing those purple sectors come up and thinking, oh, this is going to be big, and he just missed out on it. It was like, but there must have been a little slide or something in that last sector because there was so many purple sectors, but still falling short. Then the first non-Lamborghini, but it's the same engine. It's the 5.2 litre V10 Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2 from Sport Team Phoenix. That team, the equal with Manthey Racing, most successful team at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Team Phoenix are a really incredible team with a great history at this track, and once again, despite the fact that the Audi R8, it's been unsupported by any factory. It hasn't been supported by the Audi factory since 2023. This car is ancient. So the first Audi R8, so the Mercedes and the Audi are both from 2015. These are Evo versions, but the Evo is just an update to the old platform. So there's some Audi R8 GT3 Evo 2s which started out in life as a standard R8 LMS, got upgraded to the Evo package when that came out 2019, got upgraded in 2022 to the Evo 2, and they've been, well, that's now in its 4th year. So the Evo 2 package itself is getting quite old, but the car is 11 years old, and you don't know how old all these chassis are because we don't have something like EWRC where it shows the chassis numbers and all that. You've just got... it's an Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2, but that car could have been built in 2015. It's entirely possible that that car is 11 years old, and this also applies to all the Mercedes as well, but Mercedes still has factory support for the AMG GT3, so that car, it is ancient, but it's still supported. The R8, wow, that's really incredible from Sport PHX, and look at the driver lineup. We've got Christopher Haase, the Rabbit himself, very solid, long-term Audi factory driver, and he's been at this for quite some time. Then we've got Alexander Sims. Very, very interesting seeing Alexander Sims in the Audi, and Ben Green as well. Very, very solid drivers. Oh, and I forgot to mention, in car number 130, we also have Nicky Katzberg and Nicholas Yellowly. Nicky Katzberg is really, really solid as a driver. He's sort of a free agent. He can drive for all sorts of different manufacturers. You often see him in Corvettes. You often see him in the General Motors stuff, but he drives for all sorts of teams. He won this race with Ferrari in the 296 in 2023, driving for Frickadelli Racing in that race, and Well, he's done Ferrari, he's done Corvette. He was at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year driving the Corvette, and he was incredible in that Corvette, up against, in that final hour, with that crazy battle with, there was with Matt Campbell and the BMW. I can't remember which one was it, the 32. I think it was against Van der Linde and Matt Campbell at Bathurst, and they were banging doors down Mountain Straight all the way up there, and that was really incredible stuff with Nicky Katzberg really getting the better of the drivers around him in that particular battle. So he is a really solid driver as well. So these Lambos and the Audi, really good. But in fourth place is the car that all the media is talking about and absolutely obsessed about, to the point where they really, really cannot stop talking about this car. In fact, they will put the driver of this car's name in the title of any article about the Nürburgring. They'll put this guy's name in the title, Max Verstappen, of course. And some of the media coverage I've seen about this event has been absolutely horrifically bad. When there was the tragedy, the fatal accident in the NLS races, there was people going, Verstappen race interrupted by fatal accident. I was like, why do you put Verstappen in the title of that? Like, come on. Yes, he is a big global star driver, and it's great to see Verstappen here in the GT racing, and I think we need to see more Formula One drivers come over to GT racing and try their luck. But the media need to know when Verstappen is relevant to the story and when he isn't, and some of that coverage was pretty awful, just shoving Verstappen's name into things that he has nothing to do with. But even without Verstappen in this lineup, this car number 3's lineup is crazy. I mean, you've got Verstappen, but then you've got Lucas Auer, Jules Gounon, and Danny Hunkedea. Now that is basically the Mercedes, the best of the best of Mercedes. It's not, you don't have Maro Engel, but that's pretty much all this car doesn't have is Maro Engel. Lucas Auer, he drove in DTM for ages in that Class 1 era with a super powerful high downforce cars with those amazing wheel arch flares and aero flicks and all those bits, and he was really good in DTM. Jules Gounon, one of the best GT racers in the world. He's very good in the Bathurst 12 Hour, one of the most successful races there. Very good at the Nürburgring 24. I don't think he has a Nürburgring 24 win yet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Jules Gounon has not won here before, but still he has won pretty much everything else. And he is an incredible driver, probably the best Mercedes has to offer. And Danny Hunkedea, another one from DTM, another DTM OG who's just been driving for Mercedes for so long and has been absolutely everywhere. Just really, really consistent, really, really fast, really, really solid driver. Danny Hunkedea is one driver you certainly want to have in your car. So that number 3, even if you ignore Max Verstappen, I would say number 3 would have one of the best driver lineups on the grid. And of course, Max Verstappen, I'm not a fan of him, but he is a great driver, and you cannot deny the fact that Verstappen is very, very good at getting a car around a track very, very quickly, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. So, will that car win? Who knows if that car's going to win. We know that that car is going to be fast. We know it's going to be competitive, but saying, oh, it's got Verstappen, so it's going to win, you are kind of doing a little bit of an injustice and a bit of an insult to all these other GT3 drivers who are incredible drivers. And just because Verstappen is very good, which that's true, that does not mean that the drivers around him aren't brilliant drivers themselves. And car 45 has some more brilliant drivers. We have David Perel, first driver on the grid that I haven't heard of. I should know who this guy is, but I haven't seen him around before. But that's the thing with endurance racing, is you get so many drivers on the grid that sometimes you just can't know who all the drivers are. So David Perel, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's a great driver because I have no idea who exactly he is. But we then have Dennis Marshall as well. Dennis Marshall he's driven the Porsches a fair bit, but in the Ferrari 296 this time. It's a blue Ferrari, which is a very weird sight. A Ferrari should never be blue, but in the world of sponsorship, they aren't really interested in what colour the car should be. But it's my belief that a Ferrari should always be red. You can call me a boomer for that one, but yes, I think a Ferrari should be red always. Then we have Thierry Vermeulen. He drove for Verstappen's GT team for a little while, but also has been driving the Ferrari for a couple years or so. I think he's fairly new to GT3 racing. I've heard the name before. I haven't seen him around that much, but I'm pretty sure he's fairly new. Thomas Neubauer is a guy who is not new to GT racing. He's been at this for quite some time. Very solid driver, but that Realize Condor racing car, quite high up the grid. It's solid driver lineup, good drivers. From what I've seen about Vermeulen, he's quite good. I think I saw him racing in Brands Hatch, and he was up the front then as well. So Vermeulen, solid driver. Do watch out for the 45. I'm not sure it's going to be the car that will win, but it's certainly going to be up there. Well, it is already up there because it's qualified in 5th place. Then we have another driver I haven't heard of. We've got Patricia Stalitsane, L-A-T. So that would be a Latvian name. So Stalitsane, I'm not sure exactly how you pronounce that. I don't speak any Latvian at all, nor do I know how their spelling works. So that's probably a mispronunciation. But anyway, we also have Maximilian Paul. Another one I haven't really heard of, Christian Engelhardt. He's someone who's been at this for a while, though. Very solid driver. I'm not sure this car is particularly going to be a front-running car, but it's a solid lineup nonetheless. And then we have Pavel Lefterov. So I'm sure these are all probably gold-rated drivers. It is a full pro car, so my guess is that these are all golds, but it doesn't look like any of these are platinums. Is Christian Engelhardt a platinum? I'll have to look that up maybe later. Engelhardt might be. Arjun Maini is in the number 64. It's the 7th place, 64 HRT Ford Racing Mustang, the Indian driver who's unfortunately he is most famous for the Formula 2 controversy where his teammate was a totally horrible person, Santino Ferrucci. Let's hope that Santino Ferrucci stays away from European racing for good after he intentionally ran into Arjun Maini in the Formula 2 series, and apparently Arjun Maini was having his car sabotaged and stuff like that. I can't remember the full story, but yeah, Arjun Maini got a pretty rough deal in Formula 2, but he's doing good in GT3 racing and driving for Ford at the moment with HRT, and Arjun Maini is definitely one to watch. He's been very fast. Fabio Scherer in the car as well. David Schumacher, he's got quite the famous name, but I'm not sure I rate him super highly. He's good, but I'm not sure he is going to be the kind of driver that you want to be taking to the final stint to the flag. But then we have the Nürburgring legend, Frank Stippler, who is the 4th driver of that car, and he's driving another car as well. And Stippler, he's a guy you definitely want in the car. One of the most successful drivers at the Nürburgring 24, possibly the most successful. He was an Audi driver for a very long time, but Audi doesn't do factory drivers anymore, so off to Ford he goes, and he knows this track so well. He's been at this forever, but he does have the fact he is in his 50s now. He is probably past his prime, but his prime was so high that even well past his prime, he's going to be a top driver. He can get that car challenging for the lead of the race, absolutely. Frank Stippler is a guy you want in your car, 100%. That is something you'd want. 8th place, car 911, well down the grid over where you'd think it'd be. You'd see car 911, it's Grello, Manthey Racing, the famous Grello car, and Kevin Estre, Ayhancan Guven, Thomas Preining, and Matt Campbell. So they've got 4 drivers, and, well, I mean, these are the best of Porsche, really. I mean, Kevin Estre, probably the fastest driver in GT3 racing. Like, the fastest, but I think that Kevin Estre is also a little bit more crash prone than some of the other GT3 drivers, and I would love to see Kevin Estre and Max Verstappen into a battle, because they are both quite similar in a way that they're very, very fast, but they like to play a little bit rough. But I would say Kevin Estre is a little bit cleaner than Verstappen in terms of, let's say, intentionally bad stuff, but perhaps more likely to unintentionally crash into you, but less likely to intentionally crash into you than Verstappen. Ayhancan Guven, he has been an incredible driver for Porsche from Turkey. He's really good in DTM. He's always up the front, driving for Manthey Racing in DTM as well. And Guven is very solid. I remember when he was driving in Porsche Carrera Cup, and he was an absolute star of Carrera Cup. Made his way up through all the Porsche junior driver program, and Porsche really, really supports junior drivers. And a lot of Porsche drivers, they will start their career in Porsche Cup, get a Porsche factory drive, and they will just drive for Porsche for 20, 30 years kind of thing. And that's exactly what we're seeing with Ayhancan Guven, and Matt Campbell. Kevin Estre, he did do Carrera Cup, I think, but he went through a couple of other manufacturers first. I can't remember which one. Maybe it was Audi, maybe it was Mercedes. I can't remember, but he spent 1 year with some other manufacturer before he went to Porsche. But Guven is one of these Porsche drivers who's just come up through the Porsche rankings, through the Porsche system, and that's where he is. It's his origin, and it's his destination, and it's everything in between for Kevin Estre. He's driven the prototype, the Le Mans Hypercar, as has Matt Campbell. Thomas Preining is somebody who is a newer driver to the Porsche factory program, also in DTM, very solid in DTM. He's gone very well there, and he's driven that Manthey car a few times here and there. Matt Campbell, again, most famous for being the driver you definitely want to have at the Bathurst 12 Hour. And I remember also his Porsche Carrera Cup career many, many years ago, over a decade ago, driving the Porsche 991. And he actually made his debut in endurance racing, driving a Fiat 500 in the Bathurst 12 Hour. And that is quite the interesting debut, having on a track like that, which is something we'll see also here. Is they've got rid of them at Bathurst, but the Nürburgring still has production cars on track, and they provide a whole lot of fun when the leaders try to get through. And a lot of people say, oh, GT3s shouldn't mix with them, but it's a whole lot of fun. Let's be honest, it's a lot of fun seeing GT3s having to weave their way past Dacia Logans, and Matt Campbell started out in one of those kinds of cars in Bathurst and won Porsche Carrera Cup Australia. And again, other than that little bit of time he spent driving a Fiat 500, he has been a Porsche driver through and through for many years, coming up through Carrera Cup to being a factory driver to just racing here, there, and everywhere in that. Then car number 1, and number 1 can only mean one thing in racing, and that means it's a winner. And last year it was the car that won the race: Augusto Farfus, Raffaele Marciello, Jordan Pepper, Kelvin van der Linde. That is really solid driver lineup for BMW. BMW has had to split their drivers because they've got that M3 Touring that they want that car to go reasonably well because of the publicity it'll get. So a lot of their good factory drivers are in that M3 Touring. But Augusto Farfus, another one of these drivers who was a DTM OG, who drove for BMW. He drove the M4 DTM with a V8 engine, then the 4-cylinder Class 1 car with all that big downforce. And DTM back then was just amazing, and this was Augusto Farfus was one of the really top drivers back then, and Raffaele Marciello used to be the Mercedes guy. Mr. Mercedes, Marciello Mercedes, then he went to BMW because hypercar. Mercedes doesn't have a Le Mans hypercar, BMW does. Raffaele Marciello went, well, I'll take that. And sometimes he races an Italian, sometimes he races a Swiss. Currently, he's racing under a Swiss license, according to what I'm seeing right here. Jordan Pepper from South Africa, fairly new to BMW, but incredibly fast. He's really made a name for himself really quickly. Jordan Pepper, very good driver in that car. Kelvin van der Linde, so long he drove for Audi, so long driving a mid-engine car, and he got into a few controversies. Kelvin van der Linde, he's a polarizing guy. He's had a few hits here and there. He's a hard racer indeed. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people do like him. But Kelvin van der Linde is very, very fast. And just like he is a lot like Verstappen. He's got a V in his last name. And he likes to drive very hard. And sometimes a little bit questionably as well. So Kelvin van der Linde is somebody... You want to have him in the car. You don't want to be racing against him because you might end up in the gravel trap. And you don't want that. So, yes, he's an interesting driver, but definitely very, very talented, just like Max Verstappen. KCMG, they've been in endurance racing for ever and a day, and they used to run the Nissan GTR, and they ran a Porsche for a while, but I think they seem to prefer having the V8 engine in the front. And we've got a couple drivers I haven't seen before from Japan. We've got Nirei Fukuzumi and Naoya Gamu. Haven't heard of these guys. Maybe they're from Super GT. But again, when you've got an endurance race, you've got 3 or 4 drivers per team. Most of these top teams have 4 drivers in them. And at that point, it's just like, you can't know all the drivers, and not sure who these guys are. They're probably in Super GT, is my guess, and I will, again, say I'll have to give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they are great drivers. Then we've got Jesse Krohn. He's pretty good, but I've seen better drivers, but he's pretty good. Definitely not bad. David Pittard, and... also, I have the same comment to make about him. Valkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin. That does not roll off the tongue. They've always been BMW in my mind, but they are an Aston Martin team now, which is a very strange seeing Valkenhorst on an Aston Martin. I mean, even the name, it just kind of... You just associate that with BMW because it's a very German-sounding name. I mean, there's lots of German teams here because it's a German race, but Valkenhorst, ooh, that's very, very German-sounding, but with a British car. So that's quite the interesting experience to see a Valkenhorst Aston Martin, but they have been together for quite some time. And we've got Christian Kronius, no idea who that is. Mattia Drudi, and I do know who that is. Long-term Audi driver, and again, Audi got rid of their factory drivers. They've got to go somewhere. Aston Martin is where Mattia Drudi has gone, and very quick guy, and he was always someone to watch in his Audi days, and certainly that car is one to watch because it was very quick in a lot of the qualifying sessions, but Nicky Team was just struggling a little bit in that last of the qualifying sessions, but they were quite up the front. So maybe qualified 11th. That car's certainly in the contention for the win. So then we have, yes, Nicky Team, again, GT racing legend, top driver, solid stuff, able to challenge for wins. Drudy Team, great. Then we have Felipe Laser Fernandez. The guy is called Laser. Don't know who he is, but Mr. Laser will maybe go well. Who knows? HRT number 67. We have 67. Dennis Olsen, Chris Mees, Frederick Vervisch, and Frank Stippler. That is a stuck driver lineup. Dennis Olsen, he was a Porsche driver for a while. Now he's gone to be a Ford factory driver, and Yes, he's been very quick. He wasn't quite at the front of the top GT races, but he's always been solid. Chris Meese, hopefully there's not going to be any kangaroos on the Döttinger Höhe. That's all I can say, is hopefully nobody has shipped any kangaroos from Australia, because I think he's had enough of those. But again, very, very good driver, and he's certainly somebody you want in the car. Front runner, top, best of the best, GT racing legend, Audi legend, now he's with Ford. And Frederick Vervisch, Audi legend, now he's with Ford. So you can just basically make the same comments for Chris Meese and Frederick Vervisch, but with Vervisch you can say no kangaroos, but Audi legend and all that nonetheless. And finally, Frank Stippler. He's driving 2 cars, and that's something you'd only see in racing in like the 80s, where you got they called it cross-entry in V8 supercars, or it wasn't called, that was Australian Touring Car Championship. You could get the driver out of one car and into the other, and that's been out of racing for a very long time, except for at the Nürburgring 24-hour, where you still get cross-entries and you still get people driving 2 cars in the same race. And it'll be interesting to see what happens if Frank Stippler ends up racing against his own car. The 67 and the 64 racing each other would be quite the funny thing to see. 26 has Adam Christodoulou, who is from Wimbledon, this thing says. So he will play tennis in the car, I'm assuming, while he's driving. He's one of these Mercedes factory drivers who's been with Mercedes for quite some time, but haven't got a huge amount to say about him. He's been good, but again, he's certainly not going to be a liability. He's certainly a safe pair of hands, but I've seen better. Christopher Lullum, haven't heard of that guy before. Or maybe I have heard of that guy. Isn't he Verstappen's sim racing teammate? Interesting. Says he's from Dorking, so maybe he's a bit of a dork. Who knows? Mikhail Grenier from Canada, and with a name like that, you'd think, oh, is he? That sounds like he could be German, because there's an umlaut. Well, the umlaut is on the E, which is not what you would find in German language, but okay. Mikhail Grenier, again, he's good, but I've seen better. Marek Buckman, I don't know who that is. Alright, Hubert Haupt in the HRT car, and that is Haupt Racing Team, and his name is Haupt, and this is a Pro-Am car, so I can assume that this guy, this guy is the team boss. I'm fairly sure this guy is the team boss, because Haupt Racing Team, it is not called Main Racing Team, even though it is German, it's just that the guy's last name is Haupt, and, well, we have Hubert Haupt, and I'm fairly sure he is the guy who founded the team. Vincent Kolb, David Schumacher, he's driving 2 cars, and Colin Karasani. 3 drivers I've heard of who are good, but yeah, I don't know. You've got better drivers around the place. Marco Wittmann in the 77 BMW, Philip Eng, Charles Wirtz, Robin Franz. Again, these are some of the best drivers in GT3 racing. This car's all the way down in 15th. That's a car that can challenge for the win. With that driver lineup, they can challenge for the win. It seems like the BMWs haven't been super fast, though, this particular weekend. I mean, Marco Wittmann is, again, he's one of those OGs from DTM who was driving in DTM back in the Class 1 era, and even earlier than that, with those big wide cars and all the downforces I've said a couple of times. Marco Wittmann, very good. You want to have Marco Wittmann in the car 100%. He can challenge for wins. Philip Eng, also very good driver. Charles Wirtz. Every GT3 race that has a BMW has Charles Wirtz in it, and that's really all I can say. There's a reason they keep bringing him to every race, and the same goes for Robin Franz, who... Did he have a very brief F1 career? So I can't remember if he had a brief F1 career or not. Like a couple races with Manor. I think he either drove for Manor or he was rumoured to drive with Manor and then didn't get the drive, but he was... he had a brief touch with Formula 1 for a bit, and then we have in the AT1 class Max Kreuzer Racing, the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. That name just rolls off the tongue. This is a Pro-Am entry, which means some of the drivers will be some random rich guy. Dominic Fugel, Marcel Fugel, I'm assuming they're the AMs because they've both got the same last name, so it'll be some rich family. Then we have Benny Leuchter, and he's been a particularly quick Volkswagen factory driver now in the Audi R8. That is still Volkswagen. And then Tom Coronel. God, how long has this guy been racing for? This guy's been racing forever. I think if you go to Po, which is where the first ever race in world history was held, you will find in that race in the 1890s, on the entry list, was probably Tom Coronel. He's just been at this forever, and he's in every race. He goes to Dakar, he does touring car racing. Touring car racing is his bread and butter, but he's going to have to adapt to having the engine behind him. And he has driven the GT4 class here before in a Porsche Cayman, so he has done a little bit of mid-engine stuff, but almost all of his career has been done in a front-wheel drive, front-engine touring car of, well, basically every single manufacturer you've ever heard of, whether that... Oh, he's also done rear-wheel drive touring cars with BMW, but he's done... I think he's driven for Seat a few times, drove for Chevrolet, I think, the Chevrolet Cruze touring car, just everything, really. 44 Falcon Motorsports, you don't need a picture to know what that car looks like, and that's Klaus Bachler, Tim Heinemann, Sven Müller, Maurice Schüring. And finally, we see a driver on this list that I have raced against in sim racing, technically. When I say raced against, I joined the session right at the end of the session and drove one lap before the race ended just to get myself a bit of track time in an open lobby that Tim Heinemann happened to be driving in. And he won the race, and I was technically 18 laps down or something ridiculous because I joined in the last 2 minutes of the race. But technically I have appeared on the same results sheet as Tim Heinemann because he was in some random ACC open lobby once. And that was quite funny. You can say, oh, how do you know it was actually Tim Heinemann? And my response to that is basically, well, he's not famous enough to impersonate, but he's also famous enough for it to be impressive to go up against him. So I'm fairly sure that was the real Tim Heinemann because he is known to race in open lobbies as well. So I don't know why somebody would pretend to be Tim Heinemann online because it's a rather weird activity to do. If you're going to pretend to be someone famous, go big. Put your name as Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton or something. 99, Rover Racing, BMW M4 GT3. We have Dan Harper, again, I think it was 2 years ago that I first saw him in this race. He might have driven before that, but that was when I first noticed him and was like, oh, this guy's impressive. And he was racing near the front, and I think that's the car that got taken out by, I think it was a GT4 car, hit a production car, and then they both ended up hitting the GT3 car. And that car was entirely innocent, but it got taken out by a slower class car that crashed into an even slower car, and there was two. The even slower car was innocent, the GT3 car was innocent, and the GT4 car made a little bit of a fool of himself. Car number 11, we have... Oh, we haven't gone through the whole driver lineup. Max Hesse as well. Another one of these drivers I think was in that driver lineup as well, and that was very interesting to watch how he went in that car. So Max Hesse, certainly a solid driver and very impressive in his first drive. Sheldon van der Linde, he has been a BMW factory driver forever, unlike his brother Kelvin, who's rather new to the BMW brand. Sheldon has been there forever, and in BMW's DTM program, Sheldon van der Linde did he won the DTM championship in 2000, and I think it was 2023, maybe it's 24, but he did win DTM overall. So again, one of the best of the best. And then we also have Dries Van Toor. We've got two drivers who have brothers who also race. There's Lawrence Van Toor and Dries Van Toor, and we've got Kelvin and Sheldon van der Linde. So we've got a couple of racing families going on in Rover Racing, or at least one half in that car. And that's certainly going to be interesting. I wonder if Lawrence is in this race. I haven't seen him on the entry list so far. I don't think he's with Porsche anymore. I'm not sure what Lawrence Van Toor drives for at the moment, because I think it's with Genesis in World Endurance Championship. I think he went to drive for Genesis. Does somebody search up what Lawrence Van Toor is up to at the moment? Because I think he lost his Porsche drive. Porsche wasn't happy with him. Yes. 19th place is car 11, a Mercedes AMG from Schnitzelalm Racing, which is a Pro-Am, which is Kenneth Heyer, Janus Fitje, Mo J. Hertling, and Philip Ellis. And I've only heard of one of these guys, Philip Ellis, Swiss DTM guy, very quick, and certainly someone you want to have in your car, and then three others who literally no idea who they are. Alright. 48 in 20th position, a Porsche 911 Losch Motorsport by Black Falcon. Another one of these team names that just rolls off the tongue. We love the endurance racing names here. Dan Arrow, Patrick Assenheimer, Tobias Müller, Dylan Pereira. I've heard of Dylan Pereira. I've heard of Patrick Assenheimer. Haven't heard of the other two. There's a lot of people with the last name Müller, and he's not the most famous Müller in racing. That'll be Nico Müller, who is. So, Tobias Müller, maybe I've heard of him, maybe I haven't, but I have probably put that into the category of people named Müller that I don't know who they are. 54 is a pro car with Bastian Boos, who was very impressive when he drove in the Bathurst 12-hour. Couple times I remember seeing him and going, oh, he's quite good. Then we've got Michael Klitgaard Christensen. Haven't heard of him, but gonna have to say, haven't heard of him, so I'll give him a benefit of the doubt, say he's good. Joel Sturm, he drives in the World Endurance Championship for Porsche in their GT3 car. He's been reasonably quick, but I have seen better. I don't think anybody is shaking in their boots when they hear Joel Sturm is coming in the next car. They're like, oh, okay. And then we have Luke Hartog. Again, it's a name I've heard of. I don't know anything about him. 22nd on the grid is the car that is getting some of the most publicity. And this is, we have Jens Klingmann, Ugo de Wilde, Connor De Filippi, and Neil Verhagen. And I said that some of BMW's best factory drivers were going to be in that car, but looking at that driver lineup, actually I'm wrong. I don't know who any of these guys are besides Jens Klingmann. Or Connor De Filippi, I've seen him around. Neil Verhagen, I've seen the name Verhagen. Again, these are kind of nobody. Then we've got Laser Felipe Fernandez. There's Laser again. 23rd position for car 35 is a Pro-Am car from Aston Martin. And by the way, Villagomez is in 23rd as well. Matteo Villagomez in the Aston Martin. Dennis Fetzer and Stefan Ost. That is a Pro-Am car. So some of the drivers are good, and the other drivers we don't know because they're probably some random businessmen. Car 24 starts in position 24, so that was some very nice stuff. And here is Lawrence Van Toor. He is driving a Porsche GT3 car. He's lost his hypercar drive, but he's still in the Porsche in GT racing. So we've got Lawrence Van Toor 24-24. How about that? Lauren Heinrich and Ricardo Feller. Those are all fairly good GT drivers for Porsche. They are some of the best drivers. I mean, this is a driver lineup that really, you could say that car can challenge for wins, but they're well down the order. I wonder what happened with the Lion Speed GP Porsche that ended up, their best time is an 8-minute 30. I watched the qualifying, but I don't know what happened to that car. There's a lot of cars, and yes, interesting. Then we have car 80, which is Maro Engel, Lukas Stolz, Fabian Schiller, and Maxi Martin. You're probably going, what the hell? That's like one of the best driver lineups you can have. Why are they down in 25th position? Well, because they crashed in qualifying, and if you watched qualifying, you will have seen that, and that's certainly something you don't want to be happening, and that's why they're out of position. But the good news is they can gain positions back because they've got a brilliant driver lineup, and they've got people ahead of them who nobody's heard of. And they will very quickly dispatch some of these slower drivers. So watch out for car number 80. They will be slicing through the field like a very, very well heated knife through some very, very soft butter. But they will lose time, and they will have to, if they want to win, they're going to lose probably a minute or so overtaking the whole field. And there's no safety cars here. So they're going to have to, if they want to win, they have to go a minute faster than everyone else, basically, who's already up the front. And that also goes for the Lionspeed GP Car 24, which is all the way back down there. They're going to have to cut up the field a little bit. Otto Blank, this is a Pro-Am car number 71, Audi R8. Pierre Kaffer, Björn Grossmann, and Christa Jentz. Yeah, that's my comment about that car. You just heard it then. That was my comment about car 71. Absolutely nothing to say. Car 17, pro driver lineup. It's a Porsche 911. Julian Andlauer. You definitely want that guy in your car. Dorian Boccolacci. You definitely want that guy in the car. Nico Menzel. You definitely want that guy in your car. And Alessio Picariello. Rounds off that lineup, who, yes, you definitely want Alessio Picariello in your car. Which makes you wonder why the hell that car is 27th, and honestly, I have no idea why it's down there. We have another pro car, 55, another Porsche, Michael Beretta. I've heard that name, he's pretty good. I've heard, maybe not one of the top drivers, but pretty good nonetheless. Alessandro Giretti is in that car. Again, I've heard that name. Apparently is quite good. I think I've seen him in Porsche Carrera Cup. He might be one of Porsche's junior factory drivers. I haven't got much to say about him because I haven't seen him around. Joel Storm, I've already made my comments about him, and Luke Hartog. Again, heard the name before. Don't know anything about that guy though. He might be good, he might not be. What is Luke Hartog famous for? Who knows? So, what else have we got here? We have Black Falcon Team EAE. Again, amazing team name. It just rolls off the tongue. This is an AM car, so these are all AM drivers. And there is Mehmet Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. Guess where he's from. We have Thomas Kiefer, Gabriela Piana, and Mike Sturzberg. None of them are pro drivers, so these are all just bronze drivers. They're all whatever, the CEO of whatever corp. Car number 4 is not in position number 4, it's in position number 30. And this is the Goroyan RT by Car Collection car. And that is another brilliant team name. I mean, very, very well thought out team names they've got here. And we have Artur Gorian, Oleg Kritva, Nathaniel Berton, Alex Fontana. I've heard of Fontana. Nathaniel Berton. Yeah, maybe. Other two, I think they are... I think they are AMs because it's a Pro-Am car. Then we have Max Cruiser Racing, which has Jan Jaap van Roon. Have a guess where he's from. Tom Coronel, my favourite Dutch driver on the grid today. Christian Koolhaas and Duncan Huisman. That is a Pro-Am car. That is an 81 class car as well, which means it's running on alternative fuel. And again, Tom Coronel in an Audi R8. He's driven for Audi a few times before, but the Audi he drove was an RS3 TCR and not an R8. Car 123, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Müllner Motorsport. Oh, wait, no. What is E and then the S? H and R Spezialfedern GmbH and Co. KG. What a name. Müllner Motorsport H&R Spezialfedern GmbH and Co. KG. I mean, brilliant team name, that one. Martin Grump, Ben Brunagel, Alex Brundle. I've heard of Alex Brundle. This is a Pram car, and I'm assuming the others are the AMs. And then we have Der Motorsport, Bitburger 00 McLaren by Der, and that is a car in the livery of the Benetton Formula 1 team in the 90s. If you look up a picture of that car, and I could probably find a picture of this car to put on the stream, because it is a very, very nice livery. It is an old F1 livery on the car. Let me just search this up. Excuse the pause. I'm doing a little bit of searching to find this picture. And that's the great thing about live streaming, is you don't have a script to go by. Der Motorsport Nürburgring 2026. Let's see. I have to put in the car number, which is car 69, and that's another meme number. Okay, let's try Google Images, because I'm using Ecosia search, and their images kind of suck. Okay, here we go. I shall put this onto the stream very quickly, and hopefully you can excuse that little delay for searching up a picture of the car. This is a replica livery. Let's just let this load, and I shall have it on screen soon as can be. So I have to click sources and then scroll down to image, and you will see that it's worth the wait. It is worth the wait to come up with this image, because it is such a good livery that it's worth this wait watching me fumble around. Yes, there we go. That is the car. It is the old Benetton Formula 1 livery that Michael Schumacher won the 1994 and 95 F1 World Championship with this livery, and it was a great livery, and I like seeing a classic livery on a race car. And I really wasn't... When I saw this in the pit lane in qualifying, I was like, ooh, now that is a nice looking car. I do like a blue and yellow car as well, especially the Renault R25. Same team as Benetton when it became Renault. So, yes. We have some live stream chat. Hooray! Let's make this bigger so I'll remember. Cars you're talking about are not on screen. Yeah, what I could do is I could put this, I could put it into the other tab. I'm reading off the entry list, so the visuals of that are not super brilliant. But, yes, this is what I'm reading off here. Yes, is it better to see the entry list like this? That might be something. And so, what are we up to after that little break? It was worth it because the car looks fantastic. So we have Timo Glock. Is that Glock? Oh my goodness me, that's Glock. That's Glock. And Hamilton is back into position. Yes, same guy. Timo Scheider, Schiebin Raus. He's now in a McLaren because Audi said no more factory cars. So will be, hopefully it won't be rainy with two Mercedes-Benz cars in front of him going for a championship. And then we have Ben Durr. I've heard of the guy, apparently is quite good. And Marvin Kirchhofer, he was quite good in the Bathurst 12 Hour. He's from Luzern. I have been to Luzern before. Then we have an AM car. Renato Motorsport, Saknana, Christoph Breuer, Dieter Schmidtmann, and Thomas Mutsch. That is an AM car, so you won't have heard of any of these drivers, or maybe you have if you know a huge amount about racing. But I have certainly never heard of them. But if you've watched GT3 AM, which AM racing is never exciting because they don't want to scratch their car, then yes, Kyle Attili, Jake Hill, Patrick Kolb, and Max Hofer. I've heard of Max Hofer. I think I've heard of Patrick Kolb. Don't know who these guys are. It is a Pro-Am car. I'm assuming they're AMs. And the other thing about Pro-Am cars is the manufacturers, they want their best pros to be in the full pro lineup so they can get the overall outright win. So even the pros in a Pro-Am car are generally going to be worse drivers than the full pros who will be driving the top cars. So sometimes it'll just be an obscure pro. Then we have Kim Jong-kyum, Roloff Brentz, Stephen Cho, and Marco Seifried. You may notice that I read this name like that, whereas the other ones, I don't know why they always reverse names on entry lists, but East Asian names are generally re-reversed when they get put onto entry lists for some reason, so they're written as you actually say it. So that is Kim Jong-kyum and not Jong-kyum Kim, but very strange way entry lists are written. Why is that? If anybody... stream is buffering. It'll sort itself out. Sometimes I'm on a university's internet, so it should be pretty good, but sometimes there can be a little pause. It can also be on other people's ends. But yeah, that's... Hopefully there won't be too much buffering, and what I can actually do is I can do something like this. Is there a way that I can make the chat the full screen on... no, I can't, so I have to... Okay, whatever. There we go. So, now, car number 8. Now, the drivers are going to get a lot more obscure. So, to answer the question about Black Falcon Racing, there's a couple of Black Falcon teams. The one I referred to earlier, this one is not Misha Sharudin's car, but Misha Sharudin's car, will get to that very soon. I think that's in 50th, is it? Yes. I remembered, it's in 50th. Misha Sharudin, Steve Alvarez Brown, also known as Super GT, Jimmy Broadbent, and Manuel Metzger. I'm not sure who Manuel Metzger is, actually. Misha Sharudin, Steve Alvarez Brown, Jimmy Broadbent, I know who all they are, though. So let's scroll back up. Okay, we're up to here. Yuta Racing, it's another AM car. Alexei Fomenko, Selv. That means somebody's racing under a pseudonym, I'm guessing, because they've only got one name, and it's just Selv from KGZ. I think KGZ could mean Russia, because it's not an acronym of any country I've seen. It could stand for something to do with, like, person doesn't represent a country, some sort of German acronym for not a country. Elia Erhard Röthenbach. Then we have SPX, Reiter Engineering, with the KTM Crossbow GTX. That's a GT2 car, very quick down the straight, lacks a bit of downforce. Very nice car. I really like the KTM Crossbow GT2. It's got that 5-cylinder engine, incredibly unreliable because that 5-cylinder, it's a solid engine in the RS3, but they really pushed that up to 600 horsepower, and getting 600 horsepower in an endurance race with 2.5 litres, it's a bit much for a small engine to make that much power, and when you have that much power from a small engine, it will start to fail. And then we have Marcel Markiewicz, Polish-sounding name, and Lawrence Hur. This is a Pro-Am car, so I'm assuming one of these is a Pro, but I don't know who any of these ones are. Then we have Toyo Tires with Ring Racing, and they're in GT3 now. Before they were racing the Toyota Super GT4 car and the production car. Now Toyo Tires appears to be racing in GT3 as well, and they've got Nuichi Nakayama, Andreas Gulden, and Tim Sandler. And Toyo Tires, they're an interesting one. See, when I see Toyo Tires in motorsport, they generally, in the past, they've sponsored motorsports which aren't very performance dependent. Like, they were a long-term sponsor of, like, Hoonigan and that, which is, I mean, ideally you want tyres that you don't want to be that aren't good for sliding around if you want to go fast. I'm not sure a tyre manufacturer sponsoring a guy sliding around is the best publicity when ideally you don't want your tyres sliding around. So they've made a much better choice and sponsored some proper racing instead of stunt videos. And that's Yuichi Nakamura, Andreas Gulden, Sim Sandler, but yes. SP Pro, that is Porsche Carrera Cup cars, car 992, Manthey. That is a Manthey Carrera Cup car, Björn Griesemann, Georg Griesemann, Dirk Adorf, and Marco Holzer. And, well, this is a Porsche factory car. Manthey is owned by Porsche, so officially they're a privateer because in a lot of this racing they don't like factory teams, but Manthey is Porsche. They are a factory team, and I wonder if... I haven't heard of these guys, but I wonder if any of these guys are people who, in the future, will become Porsche factory drivers. I wonder if any of these guys are stars of the future who've come up through Carrera Cup. And they're racing a Carrera Cup here today at the Nürburgring. High Class Racing. Terrible team name. It's like calling yourself really good team. Like, just don't. Lee Kerong. I haven't heard of him. Anders Fjordbach, I have heard of him. Yi Hong Lee and Harry King. I've heard of Harry King as well. I remember he was in Formula 2 many a year ago. Yes, I do know they like to drift over there at the Nürburgring and also in Japan. But drifting is its own thing, but it's probably... ideally, if you want to drift, you want a bad tyre, because it helps you slide more, is my point there. But my point was probably sounding a little bit convoluted. Guido Dumari, Tobias Wahl, Markus Lernerhoff, and Christian Connerth. Again, this is an AM car, so nobody's heard of anyone in that. Now, these cars, I love these things. HWA Evo, this is a Mercedes 190e Evo 2 reimagined, basically. It's a Mercedes 190e, but it's the sort of... They've redone the chassis entirely. It's got a modern engine, modern suspension. The aero's been redone. It's been stiffened up a whole bunch. The materials are way better. It's a modernized 190e Evo, and this is a really amazing car. It's a 90s looking thing, but it's thoroughly modern on the inside. I could possibly get a picture of that up on the stream. Let's go. HWA Evo. If you haven't seen the car, it is certainly worth a little bit of a slight delay to the stream image. Here we go. Add source, add a new source instead. God, they make it convoluted to get the image up. There we go. See what I mean? That is just a really nice looking car. I just think, yes. It's so cool because I really like the original Mercedes 190e Evo 2 because the Mercedes-Benz 190e, the standard road car, is such a boring, horrible, terrible, boring car, the 190e. It's famous for being reliable and comfortable and driven by 90-year-olds and boring, right? But then they made the 190e Evo 2, which was this ridiculous race car. It was loud, it was unrefined, it was rough, it was oversteery, it had a big wing on the back, and it was like, wow, like the 190e Evo 2, it's like seeing somebody go from the aged care facility and run a marathon. It's like, what? It's so ridiculous, the original car, and now they've basically got that, and they've made it even crazier, and they've brought it to a modern race, and you've got this body of what is quite possibly one of the most boring cars ever produced being turned into one of the craziest race cars. And yes, the wide wheel arches, they're so cool. This here, this is the kind of stuff I really like. Just when race cars should look inappropriate. This car looks inappropriate. It doesn't look, it looks wrong, it looks silly, but it looks cool. It looks really, really cool. Even though it's a completely ridiculous car. I like it. We need more ridiculous cars in racing. And it's not the only ridiculous car that we have in this race. So let's talk about some other ones. Because behind all of these, so I'm going to quickly talk to the driver. Adam Anderson, no idea. Sebastian Asch, no idea. Luca Ludwig, I wonder if he's related to Klaus Ludwig. Marcus Winkelhock, well, we know who that guy is. Nobody can break the Winkelrock. Very much a legend of Formula 1 because he's led every race he started. And, yes, very legendary stuff. Adam Adelson, David Lance Arnold. Come on, get that highlight thing off the screen. Jamie Green, DTM legend. Renger van der Zande. That's such a funny... it's such a fun name to say. Renger van der Zande. Renger van der... Blah, blah, blah. Sounds like you're trying to impersonate a chainsaw engine, like a two-stroke engine. We say it. Renger van der Zande. His name is... he should have been a dirt bike rider. And then we have Christian Gebhardt, Ewald Holstadt, Peter Ludwig, Bruno Spengler. It's another Ludwig. I wonder if he is related to Klaus Ludwig. Bruno Spengler, another DTM legend, driving a car based on a DTM legend car. And then we have Julian Rey, Valentin Lachenmeyer, Henry Valkenhorst. I wonder if he's related to the Valkenhorst team, which runs the Aston Martins. And Christian Scherer. Wonder if he is related to Scherer Sports Team Phoenix. Interesting stuff. But, so this team here, BMW, this is not an HWA, this is a BMW Z4 from 2013. Well, the Evo version, the original of that car, is like 2011 or something. Like, this is a really old GT3 car, and that car was not even competitive back in when it was new, and now it's competing. It sounds amazing, but it's got an all amateur driver lineup, and it was pretty crap a long time ago. And I'm assuming that what they've done for the BOP is they've just said this car can run its minimum weight and maximum power because it's not going to be competitive anyway. And I have a feeling this. Well, I was about to say it might be quick on the straight, but then I remembered they couldn't even get 500 horsepower out of that engine. It was a 4-litre V8, sounded amazing, but it just couldn't reliably make power. Not turbocharged, used too much fuel if you'd make any more power with it. It was just not a particularly good GT3 car, but I really like the Z4 GT3, and it handles so well. And then we have the other Z4 GT3. We've got two of them, and that's Peter Posvac, Michael Volker Stritzek, and that's somebody I have heard of. He was a DTM champion in the 80s, and then he won the DTM championship without winning a single race, and then through the 90s continued competing, drove for Opel, and then he became the guy in charge of Opel's motorsport division in the early 2000s when they brought the DTM car to the Nürburgring 24, and he was the guy, the Opel guy. And we have Volker Stritzek driving yet again, and he is in an AM car because although he was a pro driver 40 years ago, or 42 years ago when he won the DTM championship, I think you can probably say this guy is well past his prime. But he's probably still the best driver in this team. But it's really cool. That's one of the great things about endurance racing is with the AM class, you can see some really legendary, amazing drivers show up in the AM class. And Volker Stritzek, DTM legend, the king of consistency. He never won a race, but he did win a championship. And, well, I mean, A championship's a championship. It doesn't matter how you win it. Now, the car that Hang on a minute. 48th and then 50th. So 49th is a secret. It's the secret extra car we haven't been told about. Now, what I think has actually happened is someone's probably going to have to start from the pit lane, is my guess, because 49th is not starting on the grid. So 50th is actually 49th. So what do we have here? Well, it's the car I mentioned a little bit earlier, the Black Falcon car. That is of Jimmy Broadbent, Steve Alvarez Brown, Misha Sharudin, and Manuel Metzger. And yes, I have talked about that car already, and that is a very nice, very cool driver lineup to have in your car. And I mean, Jimmy Broadbent, and it's sim racer, Nürburgring expert, YouTuber. This is the YouTube car. As a YouTuber, I have to support this car because maybe they'll give me one. No, they definitely won't give me one because I'm nowhere near big enough to get to get given this particular car. So if you could just quickly give me 1 million subscribers right now, that'd be fantastic. So what do we have? Cup 2. Now, Cup 2, I believe, that is Porsche Carrera Cup cars. And some of these guys are going to be the future of Porsche Motorsport. That is a name I recognize. Michelle Gatting, she is very good. Michael Rebhan, haven't heard of him. Nick Salevsky, haven't heard of him. Tim Shearbath, haven't heard of him. But again, these could be junior drivers who've done, Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, and they've been given a start in the Nürburgring 24. You just don't know what exactly is going on with some of these drivers' careers. And these people, they could be the stars of the future. You never know what's going to happen with these people. I mean, Michelle Gatting, we know, is very fast. We have car 904 Müllner Motorsport H&R Spezial für den GmbH and Co. KG. Again, I mean, what an amazing team name that is. Antal Zigo SVK, that'll be Slovakia. Adam Benko, this is AM driver lineup. Adam Benko, Xaber Volta, Moritz Kranz. No idea who this is. Stefan Kiefer, Marius Kiefer, David Kiefer, Luca Rettenbacher. This is a pro lineup, but I don't know who any of these guys are, so they must be juniors, but this is supposed to be all pro. It could be a Kenny Rule thing, where they have AM drivers in a pro car, so they can put their AM drivers, but there's no safety car, so there's no point trying to do the Kenny Rule thing. Kenny Rule only works if you've got safety car. Tracy Crone. This guy has done Le Mans as an AM. He's about 900 years old. He got his money in the oil industry, and the fact that I'm saying where he got his money from says a lot about his driving skills. And that's another thing about live streams, as you can hear an emergency vehicle of some description going past. By the sound of the engine, that'd be a fire truck. Yes, the fun world of live streaming. And let me just extend this so I can read the chat properly. Yes, where was I at before I was interrupted by someone rudely having their house burned down? Okay, we have Tracy Crone, oil guy, Nick Jönsson, I don't know, Philip Humprecht, Patrick Huisman. It's an all-AM lineup, so you won't know who any of them are. I only know this guy because I was watching Le Mans 2017 recently, and the commentators were talking about his oil wealth. Brian Harrison, this is a pro car. Noah Nagelsvik, Raphael Rennhofer, and Leon Wasserteurer. So, if it's a pro car, which this one is, and you haven't got any idea who these guys are, what that means is generally they'll be junior pros, so they'll be at the start of their career. So these are names that, if somebody watches this live stream in 2030, they'll be like, what do you mean you haven't heard of Raphael Rennhofer? But at the moment, no idea. And this goes for this whole lineup here, and this is an AM lineup, so again, no idea who any of these people are. And you've got 161 cars with 4 drivers each for the most part. Some of them have 3 drivers, some of them have 4 drivers, but 161 multiplied by 4, that's 644 drivers in the race. That is a lot of drivers, but I have heard of these drivers: Mark Basseng, Manuel Lauck, Nico Bastian, Mikel Azcona. And who are they? Well, this little acronym should answer your question. They are touring car drivers who have been very good in touring cars, and this is a factory Hyundai, one of the few true factory entries here. There is the BMW SPX car, the M3 Touring is a factory car. This is also a factory car, and that has taken pole position in the TCR class. 4 Motors GmbH. Michael Schmidt. Is this an AM car? It doesn't say if it's Pro or AM or anything. It's just Henrik Bolesov, Marco Ramhorst, Cesarato Nazareno Lopez. I'm not an expert in Spanish. Max Partel. So that's this car. SP10, that's Pro Am. That is a GT4 car. So now we're getting into the GT4 field, and we have Hofer Racing by Bonk. We've got Bonk Motorsport. I have heard of them before, but that is a brilliant team name. Be back in 10 making a coffee. Oh. You'll hopefully have a very good coffee, and speaking of coffee, I have one in the fridge that I shall probably drink in a little bit, because it is currently 10 PM here in Australia as I live stream, and my intention is to stream for the full 24 hours, or if it gets to a point where like nobody's watching, then I'll be like, oh, I'll just switch off. But at the moment, 8 concurrent views, that's not huge, but the race hasn't actually started yet, so hopefully, and it's good to have a stream with, a few people here and there, and it just practices my speaking ability and all of that, and I will give commentary on the race as it happens. I won't be able to put the broadcast on the screen, but I will be able to, commentate, and you can either, if you want to do something else whilst you're listening to the race, or if you want to have the official race broadcast but with my commentary, you can have that. So let's keep going through this. Basseng, Manuel Lauck, Nico Bastian, Mikel Azcona, very good drivers. 4 Motors, no idea who they are. Max Partel, Michael Schrey, Philipp Wieskirchen, and Walter Torsten. No idea who they are. This is a Pro-Am car. And the further down the leaderboard you get, the more obscure the drivers' names get. So we've got Lucas Ertel, Maximilian Ertel, Stefan Ertel, Matthias Bendorf. Again, that is a Carrera Cup car. That's a 991 Carrera Cup car, which means it's quite old. But it's entered by Reiter Engineering, which is really interesting. It's interesting that it's entered by Reiter Engineering. I'm just going to take a quick sip of a drink, because it's a good idea. Good idea to have a drink every now and then. Reiter Engineering, they do the KTM GT car, and Reiter entering a Porsche is very strange because they are sort of a manufacturer rather than a team. What the hell is this team? Rilla and Schnauk, powered by Sony Motorsport. It's like the kind of team names I come up with. Peter Kate, Joshua Bernowski, Tom Schutzer, Jerome Bleckmolen. I have heard of this guy, he's pretty good. And that is in GT4. This is one of the cars I think, with this guy in the car, probably is going to be challenging for the race win. Then we have Max Kreuzer Racing, is car number 50, which starts 63rd on the grid, and that is Benny Leuchter, Johann Christophersen, Heiko Hammel, and Nicholas Otto. Now, a couple of interesting ones. Benny Leuchter has been a VW factory driver for quite some time, and he is also he's been pretty good in Carrera Cup racing as well. He likes to stay within the Volkswagen family, and he has been rather good. But the biggest star of them all is there is a world champion in this driver lineup, and if you haven't watched the World Rallycross Championship, I can forgive you for not knowing who this guy is, but if you have watched the World Rallycross Championship and you don't know who this is, then well, that's quite concerning, because he is the greatest rallycross driver of all time, Johann Christophersen. He can... I'm surprised that this car is so far off the TCR leading Hyundai Motorsport car, but I think... Why is... Go away, highlights. Okay. I think that, yes, the thing I've highlighted there, AT, alternative fuel is what that stands for. I think that's why that car is slow. It might be down on power. FK Performance Motorsport. Rolls off the tongue. Luca Link, Nick Wüstenhagen, Leighton Fury, Moritz Wiskirchen. They're definitely drivers. Judson Holt. The American driver is called Judson. Yeah, we got Judson Holt. This is an all-American team. AV Racing by Black Falcon. Judson Holt. Got Dave Ogburn, Denny Stripling, and Charles Turner in that car. Then we have Cup 3, which is there's a sort of a Carrera Cup, but instead of Carrera, it's Cayman. And you only see it at the Nürburgring. And that's what Cup 3 is, the Cayman GT4 Club Sport. And we have Moritz Oberheim, Philipp Mimois, Lorenz Stegmann, Niklas Wiedmann. This is all pro, but I haven't heard of them. So this tells me, again, these guys are probably like juniors, and like in a few years they might be big names. Maybe we'll never hear of them again. Who knows? Franz Linden, Oscar Sandberg, Alexander Fielenbach, Eric Brown. That's also a Cup 3 car in the pro class with drivers I've never heard of. Then we have another factory car, Subaru Technica International SP4T. What even is SP4T? Because it's like... this one's all-wheel drive. Carlo Van Dam, Kota Sasaki, Takuto Iguchi, Rintaro Kubo. Japanese driver lineup mostly, except for Carlo Van Dam. And, Subaru Technica International, that is STI. Yes, exactly. Teichmann Racing, Hugo Schwarzer. Toyota GR Supra GT4. You got Hugo Schwarzer, Lucas Cartel. He's called Cartel. Javier Sagrera. And then Edgar Pierre. His name is like... You'd think that Pierre... he's got two first names. Okay, we have a pro car again. Patrick Grütter, Fabio Grosser, Heiko Eichenberg, Harley Horton. Again, no idea. That would be juniors then. Pro-Am. Guillaume de Oliveira, Yannick Himmels, Viban Jörg. That is... Again, not quite sure who they could be. Stefan Brodmerkel. We've got Merkel. Hedrick Still, Jürgen Vorhinger, and Konstantin Schöll. Okay, so we're getting quite far down the order, and the names are definitely getting more and more. Let's say we've got a Romanian and American only driver lineup. We've got Malcolm Harrison, Sergio Nicolai, Mark Smith, Alexandra Valescu, also in a GT4 car. Klickversicherung.de, MSC Langenfeld, EV Ortsclub im Ardak. What the hell is this team name? Robin Charnovsky, Kirsten Jordeksnis, Richard Sven Jordeksnis, Peter Scharmach, who is actually a Kiwi. We've got BSL Racing Team, Marcel Zimmermann, Mark Arn, Philippe Frommenwieler, Christoph Roman. Also, this is a Cayman GT4. What I wonder is, how are these Carrera Cup cars qualifying behind GT4 cars? Because here's the thing, right? GT4 cars are like 100 horsepower down on Carrera Cup, and they have less downforce, and they quite often weigh more as well. Like, what are you doing if you're qualifying your Carrera Cup car behind a GT4? Genuinely, I just don't believe that pro label on some of these guys. It's like, are you sure that you're pros when you're being beaten by a lower class? Is that really the case, or what's up with that? What have we got here? W&S Motorsport, Marius Rauer, Michael Max, Zhang Zhendong, and Lu Chao. Müllner Motorsport, H&R Spezialfelden GmbH and Co. KG. Maxwell Polzer, Christoph Rink, Kai Riemer, Matthias Beckwermert. Hofor Racing, Michael Kroll, Torsten Kratz, Alexander Prinz, Thomas Müllens. Toyo Tires with Ring Racing, that's that Toyota Supra again. Giuliano Alesi, I have heard of that. What is going on here? Oh, okay, that's still his, like... What is this? Because it's driver, city, nation, license. Driver. Is he living in Tokyo? But then what's Go Fushi? And then his license is French. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the formatting here. Then we have Kotaka Kazuto, Miyamaiku Kawasaki Shi Kana. What's the... I don't know, I'm just going to skip that car because I have no idea what's going on with that. Adrian Rischini, Mark van der Snel, Max van der Snel, and Jakob Erlbacher. What I wonder is Max van der Snel. I wonder if Dutch Snell is like the German word Schnell. Well, it wouldn't be van, because van der is from the, so it wouldn't be from the fast. That'd be weird. So, I don't know. Funny. But at a German racetrack with the last name Snell, sounds a lot like Schnell. Then we have Der Motorsport, that'll be a McLaren. It is a McLaren. And we have Sven Schädler, Frank Weichar, Guido Neumann, and Phil Durr. Then we have the other Max Cruiser Racing of Timo Hochwind, Nicolas Otto, Fabian Vettel, and Jonathan Mogotzi. Fabian Vettel, I think that's Sebastian Vettel's brother, or... Yeah, I know he's related to Sebastian Vettel in some way or another. Maybe it's his dad. Christian Foltz, Damon Sutzichin, Seth Brown, and Christian Cohen. This car here, car number 82, doesn't have a team name. Look at that. SP7, Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport, which is Mark Andreas Riedel, Michael Schröder, Jacek Pids, Sebastian Brandl. Four Motors GmbH, Mark Schörny, Oliver Sprungmann, Henning Kramer, Georg Kiefer. 86, Jan Niklas Stieler, Moritz Eumer, okay. Then, I don't think there's going to be anyone else below this that I actually have. Oh no, we've got Manuel Lauck. I'm just going to start to skip through this to find drivers I've heard of. Mikel Azcona, Manuel Lauck, those are touring car drivers. Where's the Dacia? We should be coming up on the Dacia. We've got, there's still like 60 cars to go. That's the thing. But yeah, these driver lineups are going to get a lot less interesting, so I can kind of scroll through some of these bottom nut ones. Yeah, we've got... is that Hyundai? Has it got anyone interesting? Kim Gyu-min, Mark Wallerman, Shin Woo-jin, No one interesting in that Hyundai. Another Max Kruse car that is essentially VW's factory team for this race. Matthias Vasel, Christoph Lenz, Max Kruse, Jens Strahler. That's nobody interesting. We'll just basically do a scroll through the rest of this, and we get back to the top, and once we've had a quick look, Durr Motorsport has nobody interesting. Yes, anybody you see here that is an interesting name, Klaus Fassbender. I have seen Fassbender in racing before, but I only know of Marcel Fassbender. I haven't heard of Klaus Fassbender. Just skimming this because there is a lot of names to go through. Xavier Lamadrid. Michael Eichhorn. I wonder if that's related to the Volkswagen Group guy. You can see just how many cars there are, like 161 cars. Like, this puts into perspective just how big the field is. Like, even scrolling the entry list takes forever. That's just how big this grid is. Audi TTS, and then we're really back into, like, these are going to be just full amateur lineups of, like, not even necessarily the billionaire type of people. And then below 147th, we have all the people who didn't qualify. Anyone interesting here? We have nobody interesting hasn't. What the hell is the V6 class? And that's the other thing, is there's so many classes in this race. There's like VT2 front, SP3, SP4, BMW 325i, SP3T, SP2T, VT2 Hecker, SP3T, BMW M2 maybe to M240i Racing Cup, M2 Racing. I mean, it's just, so this is V6. Which is a flat 6, okay. I guess V6 doesn't stand for V6 then. And then there's V5, okay. What is V5? Cayman CM12. That would be just a standard Cayman. So that's just the number of classes is huge. VT2 Hecker, Toyota Supra. That'll be like high performance road cars that have been converted to race cars. We have VT2 Hecker, SP3Ts. Yeah, so this is all the DNQ list. And does that mean that these cars all simply will not start the race? I mean, DNQ, Kramer Racing, SP9. So that car didn't even set a time. What I wonder is, will this car, for example, well, it says 49, so this car will start 49th on the grid. So it's been given its starting group. And then, okay, so DNQ cars will start in their grid position. And that's why, that is the 49th place car that I was talking about a long time ago, when I said, just after those BMW Z4s, I was like, what is this secret 49th placed car? And here's your answer. It's a Kramer Racing car, and I think I remember what happened. That was the car that crashed it was on the GP circuit, and that certainly, when you do that, a fun fact is when you hit the wall, it's generally bad for your lap times. I would generally advise against crashing into things, and you might say, oh, what do you know, you're just a sim racer. But I do think that crashing is bad for your lap time. Just a bit of advice that I have for this car is, yeah, I probably wouldn't want to do that. So back to the front of the field, because that's where the real huge media attention is on, particularly this car here. Max Verstappen, Lucas Auer, Jules Gurnon, Danny Honkadea. Now, you can write in chat what you think of this car. Will this car win? Write your predictions in the chat. No way. I think they've got a chance. I do think they've got a chance. But I don't think it's absolutely assured. A lot of people talk about it. Oh, it's got Verstappen, so they'll definitely win. Verstappen crashed out of the last one. Um, is well, in the last race, what they said was the car came back to the pits with damage, and they had a half-hour pit stop to repair the damage. And that's what all of the racing media reported. They said the car came back to the pits and was damaged. And you just have to wonder. You've really got to wonder, what? How does that happen? Does the car just damage itself? Did it? Did that really happen? Just like, oh, it arrived at the pit lane with damage. How does that possibly happen? It's quite obvious why there was front-end damage to that car. There was no footage of it. But, come on. It doesn't take Einstein to work this one out. And I don't know why every bit of media DQ'd last time because of a wing. Yes, back just in time. They do have a decent chance. Yeah, that's sort of the thing I'm saying. They do have a decent chance because, well, partly because they've got Verstappen, but also because they've got Lucas Auer, they've got Jules Gounon, they've got Danny Hunkadea. And those 4 drivers, they are all fantastic. So I would say they have a chance because they have a very good driver lineup just in general. Like, even if Verstappen was not in that car, I would be saying car number 3, that's one to watch. Just because this is amazing. Like, this alone is a race-winning lineup. And Verstappen has been very fast. I think apparently he has been struggling this weekend, and they actually got, was it Hunkadea? Did they get him to qualify instead of which one was it? They got him to qualify instead. I think it was Hunkadea. It could have been, I think, Auer. Then they had Verstappen in TQ2, and then it was Hunkadea. But yeah, so I don't seem to remember disqualified because of a wing. I remember they were disqualified because of tyres in the first of the GT3 races with Verstappen. Like, he won and then got disqualified. But the fact that he did cross the finish line in first. So, I would say, yes, Verstappen has done good. But, yeah, Daniel Hunkadea. But, yeah, brilliant driver lineup. But Shera Sport PHX, I don't know if they can do it. Just because that car is so old. I mean, this is a very good driver lineup. But this is a driver lineup that you cannot ignore. Nicky Katzberg is one of the more underrated GT drivers. I mean, you think of Gounon, you think of Estra, you think of Van der Linde brothers. But Nicky Katzberg was just absolutely brilliant at the Bathurst 12 Hour this year. If you watch that final couple of hours, like after the red flag with a restart, and battling with the BMW and with Matt Campbell's Porsche 911, that was just incredible driving from all of them. But especially, I would say in that particular battle, Nicky Katzberg was the standout. He really was the standout. So you cannot write off Nicky Katzberg, that's for sure. So, yeah, that is certainly one to watch. Luca Engsler, again, very solid in DTM at the moment. Rising star of motorsport. Mirko Bortolotti, he's just been so amazing. Like, that is a driver lineup that you just can't ignore. Patrick Niederhauser, very solid driver as well. So, car number 84. I mean, they got pole position, and I was looking up, did they have any BOP adjustments? Because the Lamborghinis were so fast in qualifying. They were so fast. And it was just constantly, you're getting purple sectors. Here's a Lambo going fastest. Here's a Lambo going fastest. Here's a Lambo going fastest. It's all just Lambo in qualifying. So I was thinking, God, they're going to get BOP adjustment because that car's obviously the fastest car. They didn't get a BOP adjustment. I've looked up any BOP adjustments which have happened after qualifying, which in IGTC, they can adjust the BOP. I could not find anything about them slowing that Lamborghini down. Now, I haven't found it, to be fair, I haven't found anything that says they haven't done that, but BOP adjustments are usually announced to the public. I know WEC has now made it secret. IGTC doesn't. IGTC, great stuff, and I have not seen any adjustments to the Lamborghini. So if they're going to be as fast as they were in qualifying, that is a scary prospect for the rest of the field. And there's two of them, and they're from the same team. Now, what is the significance of these two being teammates? Well, what it means, it's pretty simple. These two can work together. This car can be used to hold the pack back a little bit. And Audi and Lamborghini, I know they're part of the same company, but in motorsport, they don't care about the parent company, right? So Audi is not going to help Lamborghini out. But Lamborghini's not going to help Audi out either. And the 130 might be told, just in the parts of the track nobody can overtake, can you hold up the 16 and the 3 and just keep a train of cars behind you so that in the opening hour, we can have, a big gap out in front. So that's the thing. So yeah, Lambos didn't get BOP'd. That is correct. Do you know what rule they broke regarding tyres? Yes. So they used 7 sets of tyres on the weekend. They're only allowed 6. Which, I mean, that's such a rookie error. And I don't think they were cheating, as in, I don't think they intended to gain a performance advantage from using more tyres there than they're allowed to. I just think somebody in Winwood Racing just had a brain explosion. Oh, we'll put 7 sets. Like, I don't know how you can accidentally use more tyres than you're allowed. Somebody couldn't count. Like, that was super amateur. But, yeah, that's the rule that they broke. But, yeah, you got to remember, there is no safety cars here. So if you get an early gap, right, if you lead by a minute in the first hour, that means for the rest of the race, all the other cars, they have to be a minute faster than you. And making up a whole minute is quite hard. Even over 24 hours, it's hard to make up a minute. So, if the 130, if I was running Lamborghini, if I was running Red Bull Team Apt, I would say, okay, whoever comes out of the first corner ahead, you go ahead. Whoever is in second, hold up the field. Keep them behind you and let the 84 get away and take a big lead out in front. And then when you've got one of our cars is running, a minute and a half ahead of anybody else, which at the Nürburgring, after a few laps of holding up the field and just backing off, then you can start to push again. And by holding up the field a bit, they can use a little bit less fuel, and then they'll run longer into the stint. So the 84 stops first, then the 130 comes in a lap later, and that's what I would do. Yeah, how did they make a mistake like that? Unheard of at that level. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I mean, I have no answer for that question. It is one of the most ridiculous things I've seen in racing. Is just like so weird. Just what the hell was that? It's one of the most amateur things I've seen in a race. Is like, it's counting. They should have got like a kindergartner, because kindergartners know how to count, but Winwood Racing, they know how to set up a Mercedes, but they can't count. So I don't know what's up with them. I really don't know how you can make such a mistake. But it is what it is, and that is what's ended up happening. Is they got disqualified for one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in motorsport. But who are some of the outside chance people? Because we've got these guys up the front. The HRT Fords have looked very strong, and in DTM they've been pretty terrible, because essentially the Ford Mustang GT3 is not a very good car. It's just too heavy. That's the problem, because a lot of these are based on really, like, high-end supercars which use aluminium or carbon fiber chassis. The Mustang is made of steel. It's made of steel, and it's just heavy. It's heavy. In DTM, where they run a mild BOP, they run a very mild BOP in DTM, which means if you've got a slow car, instead of slowing down the rest of the field to match your slow car, it's basically just like, well, too bad, you should have brought a faster car then. And what happens with Lamborghini, not Lamborghini, well, Lamborghini Temerario is another can of worms, but Ford Mustang, is that the base weight of the car is really high, and in DTM they run without air conditioning just to save a bit of weight because the car is just so heavy. And with a mild BOP they can't keep up. But here in IGTC there is a less mild BOP. It's still quite a light BOP compared to what WEC does, where they've all got 100 kilos of ballast, like the Porsche's running over 1.4 tons. Like, genuinely, the Porsche weighs 1,400 and something. Even in this, the Mercedes, which has got super heavy BOP, is running 1,355. So, that is the, how crazy WEC's BOP. They've really just absolutely destroyed GT3 cars in, WEC. But the Mustang, it has been very fast, which tells me that the BOP, it's probably running at its minimum weight and its maximum power, so it's going to be very quick down the straight because it's got a very gentle BOP on it, I'm assuming. And quick down the straight means you can overtake, because it's so hard to overtake around the Nordschleife, in the corners, because the track is so narrow. A lot of, the strategy you use at the Nordschleife is pretty much you wait for the Dirtinger Höhe, and then you go past with slipstream. And if you've got a car that's really fast down the straight line, this Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo, famously straight line rocket ship, it's just, if the F15 was a race car, it'd be this. It's just all engine in the back. It's a small car with a big, or I guess F15 is quite big, but small car, big engine, huge power, huge fun. If race cars were fighter jets, then the 911 would definitely be an F-16. Everyone agree with that. And I'm just looking, I've got another screen up, another device up, so that I can't accidentally rebroadcast the race and then get pulled for copyright. But the actual race broadcast is starting at the moment, I can see. It's showing the intro at the moment. Yes, 24 hours of Spa, Suzuka 1000, very cool. So race coverage is starting on there. The actual race will start in half an hour. So there's going to be, the commentators will be talking about all the things that I've just talked about, because I started my thing earlier in the hopes that people would check into this a little early and see how that goes. But yes, people in chat though, of the cars which have a chance, and there are some cars down the order. We've got the 99, we've got also these two cars, Lion Speed GP, Winward Racing, and I think maybe this one a little bit, not so much, but of all the cars, including those that have started further down, which one would you want to see the most? Not which one's the most likely, but which one would you want to see the most of the cars that have a realistic chance of winning the race? Because me, personally, I would go for... I want to see Audi win again, just because that car is so old. I want a V10 of some description to win. I want Audi or Lamborghini to win, just because who doesn't love a V10? V10s, they're just brilliant. They just are great. They've got so much character as an engine, because they have just that really unique, recognizable sound it's so loud. When you actually watch a GT3 race in person, you see these cars, and you see just how loud they are. And they are really, that like, you hear the turbo cars, and it's like, whoa, and then you get the V10, wow, that's just, sitting in the concrete grandstand at the Bathurst 12 hour, concrete, solid concrete below you, Audi R8 drives past, and you feel the ground below you shaking from the sound of that car. The concrete, really solid concrete, being moved by the sound of that car. And that is just the level of it. And just to put into perspective how loud these V10s are now, at the Nürburgring, because the cars, they're running mufflers. They're running mufflers, unfortunately, because the locals complain, because Germans will write a 48-page angry letter to the council if they hear a single sound. Germans do not like sound, so they have to run mufflers. But outside of the Nürburgring, the loudness of these V10s is... There was a Formula 1 car that went to Bathurst. It was a V8 Formula 1 car, so not one of the shitty V6 engines, a V8, proper, loud Formula 1 car, 2.4 litres, 18,000 RPM. Real, brilliant engine. And the thing with that car is it went around, it did a lap, it was like just a show run. They had to slow it down to not set a lap record because the FIA get angry because, oh, it's a grade 3 track, you can't make an F1 car go fast around there, so you've got to stop and do some donuts. So there was an F1 car doing donuts. F1 car doing donuts and stuff. And when the Audis came past in that same race, it was so much louder than the Formula 1 car. And that was the thing that I remembered is, okay, Audi R8 louder than a Formula 1 car. Get the Shazal says, if you want to watch Get VPN Austrian IP, go to Surface TV and enjoy. Red Bull founder sponsors it. Yes, you can also watch the live stream on Europe in every country but America, which is hilarious. They're like, no, Americans have to pay, but everywhere else gets it for free. I get it for free here in Australia, and I have the YouTube live stream up on another device. But yes, I would definitely recommend watching the live stream as well, and listening to my discussion on the race and looking at the live stream. You can see that Frank Stippler is just getting into his car, and they have a whole bunch of people lining up on the circuit. They have a track invasion like they do at the end of most races. They have the track invasion where people walk out into the track, but they do it before the race, and that's what's happening at the moment. You've got a whole bunch of fans standing on the track, and what I can say, from what I can see here, the track is super, super dirty. There is a whole bunch of dust off the racing line, especially, but also on the racing line, and this is going to make... I haven't seen the track like this, in this sort of condition, at the start of the race before, but it is super, super dusty, this track right now. So that is going to make things quite interesting on the first lap. It's quite likely that we will be seeing a car find its way into the wall by the looks of the state of the track at the Hudson-Bach. The Hudson-Bach is quite the slippery looking place, and they are all getting into their cars, so they will be setting off for the formation lap quite soon. And what I wonder is 11 o'clock the race start time, or is that the formation lap start time? Because they don't do just the short layout, they do the entire track as the formation lap, which I think is a little bit unnecessary, because you could do the formation lap just on the GP circuit, and they get there much faster. But what we are about to witness here is a rather long formation lap. So what is the weather forecast like? That is a good question. I should get a Nürburgring weather radar up on my screen, but what I can see is that at the moment it's looking quite overcast at the moment. But no rain at the moment. There is some rain What do we have? Precipitation, just looking on the weather thing in the search, 80%. I will get a more detailed weather forecast up here from AccuWeather. Hourly weather, what is the time in Germany? At the moment, 3 p.m. Let's just quickly see what is Central European summertime, I'm assuming. 2:38 p.m. Rain forecast, 3 p.m. And looking at the radar picture, I need to get up the radar. I'll put a radar picture on the screen. And so the Nürburgring, I mean, it's not highlighted in the radar, but it's somewhere around where I've put this yellow circle. I'm just going to save this image, and I'll put it on the screen. The radar, because yes, rain is coming. It will rain at some point during this race by the looks of things. So let's go add new source, weather, and I'm getting quite good at this live editing of a live stream, so let's click. God, adding an image is the most convoluted thing. So the green is the rain, or the red and that, but the bit that I've highlighted in yellow in the middle, that kind of yellow highlighter I've added, is roughly where the Nürburgring is. It's somewhere around there, and there's just this big rain cloud coming in to there. So that is what the weather is looking like. And, well, are you ready to see some cars slipping and sliding? Because it's going to be dusty at first, then rainy. It's going to throw a absolute spanner in the works of this race. So that's going to be really interesting. We've got the cars all lined up. They're on the grid. They're sitting in their cars. The formation lap's not underway, but the mechanics are walking away. So they're really about to start their formation lap now. The engines will be starting. You can see some of the lights are switching on the cars, and things are really getting real right now. They're bringing all their tools, all their stuff away from these cars, and, well, 10:40 it says on my clock, which I think that means that on the live stream, these cars should be getting off within a minute or so. Can we show the last hour so we can see the direction? Good point. The direction is going towards the track. So, I could take another screenshot of... so right now it's there. I just go to 135. Let's take another screenshot of that. Add that on radar 2. And let's go image, add source, new source, add source, browse. So this is the last hour, and this is it now. So you can see that it has moved east a little bit, and it is coming in, and it should be, if I just look at this, what is forecast, like within an hour or so. So there's going to be spots of rain likely immediately, but I don't think there's going to be proper heavy rainfall for at least an hour, but we will see some proper rainfall. So they will be going on to wet tyres soon, but right now it's slick tyre stuff. But here's the thing, 20 minutes. So a lot of the rain disappears when I go into forecast mode instead of current mode, but in 20 minutes time, it's going to be closer. There might be spots of rain. They're going to be finishing the formation lap, and I'm not sure, in the Eifelland region, it's kind of valleys, it's unpredictable weather, it's quite... Oh! What happened there? Was that contact? Oh! The number 16, Ben Green has spun on the formation lap. He hasn't hit anything. What on earth? I need to get a replay of that. He's just lit it up on the power. Wow. That is not something you expect to see. Ben Green... is it Ben Green in that car? They've got a replay on the stream. And round he goes. And that is just such a weird incident to happen. I don't think I've seen someone spin on the formation lap when they're near the front. Yes, get the Sharzal. Yes, free MotoGP as well on there. Yes, that is very useful. I will have to note that about Austrian VPN with Service TV. Unfortunately, VPNs are getting blocked a lot, but yeah, that's certainly something. Yeah, spinning on the formation lap is such a power move. Yes, you are right, because like if you're gonna spin, that's the time to do it, because you can get your position back. But wow, that's gonna mess with your confidence. I'm gonna see if I can find who's actually in the car. If I look at the official live timing, I can look at the official live timing, but I can't show you the official one, which is why I'm showing you very nicely. nring.info has allowed us to use the watch list feature, which is not exactly a live timing screen, which means it does have the disadvantage of the cars are not in their position order. When these go from not currently active to showing the time, the positions will come up there, but they're not necessarily going to show up in the order of their position. But I have ordered them in grid order, so it's 84, 130, 70. This is the order they appear on the grid. But yes, and some of these team names will change because some of these are showing from... But I can't show you the official timing screen because that's copyrighted. But I can read it and tell you what's on there. Okay, so the official timing screen is blank. So I can't tell you who is in that Audi. I think it's Ben Green, because it showed Green is the first name on the list. That's my thought process. But I cannot confirm who is actually in the car. And they are heading through the Hudson-Bach with all the fans on the track who are waving. It's kind of like a Group B rally, is how it's looking right now. Because on the formation lap, the fans stand in the track and, well, they're not allowed to cross the white line, but they're standing behind the curb at the Hudson-Bach, and that's really cool. And there's a support car parked on the right with some staff making sure people stay off the racing surface, and that is certainly, that's really cool to see. So we have, they are heading now up towards the Flugplatz. That is the Bundeswehr liveried Ford Mustang. I can see that is so cool, that Bundeswehr liveried car. I think that's for me, I think, like, yes, cool looking car. I feel like it should be on a Mercedes though. You've got German Bundeswehr livery. It should be on a Mercedes. I just think Mercedes would be the perfect fit for yeah, it'll be the perfect fit for that particular livery. But it's going to be interesting, this race, and we've got lots of marshals and fans standing on the side of the track here, and I should make sure the microphone is in front of me so that my audio doesn't go weird. And the second starting group has also started their formation lap, and that's one of the interesting things about the Nürburgring 24 is there's so many cars, you can't have them all starting at once, because if you have a start crash, it would be the biggest pile-up in history. So they split them up into start groups. What that does mean is it does mean they catch traffic sooner, because start group 4 is starting the race. Like, they're just crossing the start line as the GT3 cars are well and truly onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and the fans, they have their flares out. So here comes start group 3. They have started the race. These are a whole lot of production cars, and we'll have start group 4 coming through anytime soon now. So that is... it's so cool. I really like seeing production cars on the track. You've got a Supra, not a GT4 car, just a Supra. You've got a Cayman that's just a Cayman. These are real cars. You can drive them to the shops, and you can drive them around the Nürburgring for the 24-hour race with Max Verstappen. And that's something you see at the Nürburgring. You don't see that anywhere else in the world, where the production cars are sharing the track with the race cars. You used to get it at the Bathurst 12-hour, and I really want them to bring that back to the 12-hour. But there's... oh, someone's drifting. Now, I personally wouldn't want to do that. Because if you're drifting on the formation lap, yes, it gets your tyres warm, but it's at the start of the formation lap, you're just wearing out your tyres. they're going to be slower for the rest of the stint because of that little showboating they've done. So they've looked cool, and they've just cost themselves a second a lap. So, no, you shouldn't do that. It comes starting Group 2 is driving through the crowded Hudson-Bach section. Lots and lots of people standing in the road, which is... It's a very cool sight seeing all this. Hand out the window there, one of the drivers. Oh, and here we go. The Dacia Logan. It's actually starting so far up the order because there's a lot of cars who've failed to qualify. And behind that, an Opel that's a Corsa. We've got an Opel Corsa and a Dacia Logan. The Corsa looks like just a standard Corsa as well. So this kind of is warming up the rears about the car drifting. Yeah, I mean, it does warm up the rears, but when you warm up the tyres, you need to do it gently, because if you get a lot of heat into the rear tyres really quickly, you'll heat up the surface, but not deep into the tyres. And when you heat up the surface but not the core, you cause graining, and then you lose a lot of grip very quickly. So you definitely don't want to get wheel spin on a cold tyre. It's actually worse on a cold tyre than on a warm tyre for the life of it. But yes, the Dacia. This is the fan favourite car. It's not quite as slow as it used to be. It used to have the original Dacia engine with the original power output, and it was going down the straight at 160 kilometers per hour, and that was its top speed. And every year it's come through here, they've made the car faster and faster and faster. Car number 300, the Dacia. And it's now a fair bit faster than it used to be, but because there is all these DNQ cars that are out of position, what you end up with is a situation where you get a lot of fast cars behind a lot of slow cars, and hopefully they won't crash into the slow cars on the first lap, is what I can say. How come he drives with the window open? So there's two reasons for that. One of them is that it's the formation lap, and you can wave to the crowd and you can close it for the race. But a lot of the time you see racing drivers do have the window open when they don't have aircon, because one of the things you get in a race car is the engine produces a lot of heat, and that heat goes into the cabin, and you end up inside a race car without air conditioning. You get 50 or even 60 degrees. Now, at the moment, at the Nürburgring, I have the weather forecast here, 10 degrees, so it's not super hot. So they're probably going to be windows closed for the race. But you do see the window open is a very common thing in Australian motorsport, because it's really hot here. Looking at TCR cars, have still got their standard road windows that go up and down, and you can drive with the window down. And when you watch TCR in Australia, they've all got the windows down, just for the heat. Doing that during quali too. Yeah, it'd just be heat, I think. It gets really hot in a race car, and if you've got aircon on, even if you do run aircon, you gain a performance advantage by having the window open. And that's because if you can cool the cabin another way, the aircon doesn't have to work as hard, so it doesn't put as much strain on the engine. So you get more engine power. You get more drag, but you get more power as well. So open window can actually help you out a little bit. But yeah, there's a little bit of a story from Group B rallying. I can't remember which driver it was, but he was talking to one of the engineers. He said, "Why is there no air conditioning in our rally cars? We're driving at Acropolis and it's like 60 degrees in the car. Why don't we have aircon?" And the guy said, "Well, we worked out if we add aircon, it'll cost us 5 horsepower. And the rally driver was some sort of Group B factory driver. He said to the engineer, "Yes, but if you give me aircon, I'll be driving so much better that I will give a performance advantage of 50 horsepower. So he might lose 5 horsepower, but I will bring back 50 horsepower by driving better if I can actually concentrate, because I'm not being boiled by the heat." But they never relented, and this driver, I can't remember who it was, but he didn't get his way. And I'm fairly sure it's a true story, but it could just be one of these things that somebody made up about Group B, because there's so many things that, like, I've got a whole video about how Group B is just an absolute cesspool of bullshit stories on the internet. That's like, did you know they have like 900 horsepower and someone brought it to a racetrack and it was faster around a racetrack than an F1 car? It's like, no, why would it be faster around a racetrack than an F1 car? Like, a Group B car has 500 horsepower and weighs 1,000 kilograms. F1 car from the 80s had 1,000 horsepower and weighed like 600 kilos. Of course, a Group B car is going to be slower. It's less powerful, it's heavier, it's got less downforce, it's on narrower tyres, it's on softer suspension. Why would the Group B car go faster than the F1 car? But you get a lot of silly stories. So I don't know if this aircon story of the rally driver who was angry at his engineer, he was a group, but the story is, I can't remember who it was, but I think it was Lancia. I think it could have been Toivonen, but I'm not sure. But he was a factory driver. I hope it's true because it's a cool story, but you just never know when it comes to Group B if a story actually happened or if this is a YouTube tale or not. But I like to try to keep my videos, like, try to keep it factual because unfortunately you don't get a lot of that in modern YouTube because it's much better to come up with a sensationalist story. But back to the Nürburgring, because that's happening right now on screen. That's a KTM. That's very nice. Oh, someone's had their door open. The number 80 car, he's just shut his door. Now, I wonder if that was so he could have his hand out the window and wave. But he's lucky he got that closed, because I've seen many times in motorsport, especially endurance racing, where these doors open and close a lot because of driver swap, where drivers have been given a black and orange flag for an open door. So you don't want to tempt fate with your driver's door, because very often you will find that any failure to latch for that door and you're kind of in trouble. But that was an interesting thing to see. Kevin Estra on board, and well down the order he is. Look at that. We've got, I think all of the starting groups have definitely set off, and a big crowd of people off to the left there. Another very 1980s rally looking at scenery we're getting here. They've all got flares, huge crowd of people, and they're very brave to be standing there whilst a Mustang is driving past, because we all know how Mustangs tend to behave around crowds. But luckily this Mustang has a competent driver, which they usually the Mustangs which disagree with crowds have rather incompetent drivers. But Frank Stippler is a very safe pair of hands, and just look at these crowds. There's just so much passion for this race, and I do like how on the formation lap none of them go down the carousel, just because every time you go down there you scratch your front splitter just a little bit, and yes, you're a little bit behind. Make sure red dot. Oh wait, yeah, okay. Oh, but I am actually... I did actually get a little bit behind because I got a little bit of buffering on the stream, because I do have two devices connected. There we go. They've got the track map up here. And so that's where the sectors are. Very nice. I was wondering how these 9 sectors are split up. So Sector 8 to Sector 9 is literally just a straight line. There is a sector. This is a straight. The Döttinger Höhe is its own sector. I did not know that, but it's such a long straight that sector doesn't encompass the entire Döttinger Höhe. Like, literally just a section of the Döttinger Höhe is a sector. And that shows just how ridiculously long that straight is. I'm fairly sure this is the longest straight in world motorsport. And they are heading down the Döttinger Höhe right now, which means we are getting very, very close to the beginning of this race. I wonder how the Lambos will do this year. I think they'll do quite well, given the fact they haven't been given the BOP adjustment or anything like that. And because the Lambos, they were so fast. The one problem that Lamborghini could have, which is a real issue, is that they have very fast qualifying pace, but how's their race pace? Because what we know about the Lamborghini is that it's very, very heavy. It uses a lot of rear tyres. We know this about the Audi and the Lamborghini. They tend to be quite heavy on the rear tyres because it's quite a powerful, heavy car, quite rear heavy as well, with an engine in the mid-rear position. That's a bit of tyre smoke coming from one of the Lamborghinis. You don't want that. So you've got a car which is quite powerful, quite heavy, and quite fast. How's it going to be on tyres, and how's it going to be on fuel? Because the other thing is, that car has no turbo, and turbo cars tend to be a little bit more economical, so it's thirsty, it's heavy. Is it going to be quick in the race? That is the million-dollar question right now. Because if with their qualifying pace, yes, Lamborghini that's the car to beat. They are so fast, you can't get anywhere near them. They're a second a lap faster than anything else. Race pace, that's a different question, and it's one we're about to see answered. But I think at the end of the first lap, we're going to see a Lamborghini leading, unless they make a big mistake. If they run into each other at turn 1 or something stupid happens, that's not going to be very, very nice. But other than that, it's going to go Lamborghini's way in the first lap. I don't know about 24 hours, but I can pretty strongly predict in 8 minutes and 15 seconds time, roughly, or a little bit longer than that, because we haven't got quite round to the start line, we will see a Lamborghini out front. I don't know which one, but it'll be that. Or maybe an Audi, but I think it's going to be the Lambo. So the safety car peels off, and now we are getting ready to go racing. So the safety car comes into the pits, and it's now all waiting for those lights to come on. We watch on board with Danny Hunkadea in the number 3 Mercedes, now cutting to the main camera. They're going slowly, waiting for the lights. They're red, still. Tension is building up as they head down to the line for the start of the race. And now that's the Lamborghini on the outside of, that's the 130 car pulling away there, very convincingly taking the lead. Is on the outside. You kind of want to be on the outside. Second place might be the best place on the grid, and we've seen that. And this is Danny Hunkadea now looking down the inside. Is there a little bit of contact there? Danny Hunkadea's got a position off that Audi there, and now Hunkadea is up into third position, and now we can see the number 16 Audi is in a battle with another Lamborghini when he's got the inside into the next corner, and surely he's going to have that, but the Lambo holding it all the way around the outside, and he's got the slipstream from that Mercedes-Benz, and now they're still side by side, but I think the Lambo's going to have that fourth place, so the 16 is dropping, but the 911, which qualified terribly, is really finding its way up the field. It's already Kevin Estra onto the back of that fourth place car. So Kevin Estra already up to fifth place, and we've got a spinner at the back here. We've got another couple of cars going around it. That is the Rover Racing. That is that 88 or is it 99? That is one of the contenders for the win of this race overall, and they're going to have to overtake a bunch of other cars now because they've made that spin, and that's going to really suck, especially because that car, there's no safety car. So you lose time spinning the car. That's it. So that's a huge loss for that car. But yes, look at the 130 of Marpelli. Oh no, we've got a problem here. That's the Lamborghini. Oh, and there's contact. What has happened to this car? It's got a puncture by the looks of things. So that's one of the contenders. That was the pole-sitting car. He's going straight back to the pits. There is a puncture there for the number 84 Red Bull team, Apt Lamborghini. That was an absolutely strong contender. That car, it's kind of out of the running for the win of the race because there's no safety car, and he has to go around the GP loop again. And going around the GP loop again, what you're going to get is 2 minutes. You can't get 2 minutes back. In GT3, you've got BOP. You've got another Lamborghini, which is really fast out the front. That was only a tenth of a second off the pace of the 84. And you've got a whole bunch of really fast cars. You've got Kevin Estra, you've got Danny Hunkadea, you've got all of this going on. It's going to be really hard to get those minutes back. The big advantage, the big thing that's going to be in the benefit for the 84 is there's forecast of rain, there's a whole bunch of dirt on the track, so there's a whole lot of carnage that can happen, and carnage is good for you. If you've lost a bunch of time, you want there to be carnage. So that is terrible for the 84 to get a puncture this early, and I wonder what kind of tyres they are running on the 84. But that, and I mean, the pit stops are slow here, so they're going to be behind start group 2 by the looks of things. Is that Lambo still in the pits? I don't know, but here come the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, and we've got the pole sitter does hold the lead in this particular group, and that is all we've got. Side by side, though, into the second sector. The camera's not pointing at the lead. There was a bit of a battle for the lead. There was a yellow one in front, and that appears to not be in front now. But this second starting group is always exciting to watch, because Carrera Cup cars always have great fun. And you can see this GT4 field is interspersed with Carrera Cup cars that have qualified poorly. But yes, there is one car in that field, and it's quite hard to remember who's who in the lower classes because there's so many cars here. I'll have to quickly check starting group 2. That would be Cup 2. Müller Motorsport is 19. Now, we've got a spinner as well. That is one of the Carrera Cup cars again. Henrik Boleslav, 320. 80. That is in the same class, I believe, as Misha Sharudin. AT2, that means alternative fuel is what that car is running. So one of Misha Sharudin's competitors has just found the gravel trap, and that, as you can tell, is rather not good for your lap time. And this is, we've still got a couple more starting groups to go. So out in front of the Carrera Cup car, I'll have to actually see the number on the car. Yes, I'd see a question mark in chat. But looking at the... I've just had a bit of a brain explosion for a second there. But back to the GT3 action we are watching, and that is Kevin Estre ahead of the Lamborghini there. That is the... Which Lamborghini is that? Let's look at my little graphic here. That's the... Which Lambo are we looking at? That's the Franz Conrad car number 7 Lamborghini that he's got ahead of, and he'll be... And look at that 16 Sport Team Phoenix car. It's really just drops through the field like a stone. That is not what you want to be seeing. But Danny Hunkadea looks like he's got away from that Porsche 911 quite convincingly for a little bit, although the off-board looks a lot worse than the on-board. The on-board, that looked kind of fine. This shot, he's looking still under pressure. But here's the thing with the Porsche 911, it's got no power. It's really quick through the corners. Döttinger Hohe is the best place to overtake, and look at the absolutely huge lead that the Lamborghini has here. That is an absolutely incredible lead for the car number 130. I believe that to be Marco Mappelli, who's just absolutely pulled away massively. So now here comes start group 3. So it is 3 start groups, not 4. Okay. So start group 3, we've got the BMW M2 35i's, the BMW M2s, the BMW M240i's. They love to have very different 2 series categories, and then behind that will be the production cars, and then right in there somewhere will be the Dacia Logan, not Sandero. It's a Logan, and you can see a standard Porsche 911 in there, and well, it's all BMWs, and we've got a Cayman actually fighting up the front there with the BMW Cup cars. So the Caymans that you see in this starting group, we've got a traffic jam there, but they all get through cleanly through turn 1 and 2. Very patient stuff, and that there shows something in endurance racing that some other classes of racing should see is that, yes, the accelerator pedal goes both ways, and the pack was all bunched up, and some people had to slow right down, but they all got through because they all thought, well, maybe it'd be a good idea if we actually finish the race. That'd be quite nice. So they all get through. So the BMW cars you see in this starting group, they will be the One Make Series Cup cars. So it'll be the M25i Racing Cup. It'll be the M2 Cup, that sort of thing. And look at that. Kevin Estre loses a place down the straight, as you can expect, because the 911, it's not very powerful. And the other thing is, being rear-engined, that engine hangs over the rear, the diffuser can't be super big. So if you want lots of rear downforce, you have to have a massive rear wing. So it's very draggy and not very powerful. So it's also very lightweight. So in the corners, it's amazing. On the brakes, it's absolutely fantastic. On the straights, it's terrible. The 911 is not a fast car in a straight line. It's a fast car in the corners. So the way that 911s win races is they win the races by going the distance. Now, they don't always qualify at the front, but you can never write off a 911, even when it's qualified badly, like this one has, which it qualified well down the order, but it's got quite far up there, up to 4th position, running briefly in 3rd. You can never write off a 911 because they're very good on their tyres, they're very good on fuel, they're very, very incredibly reliable, and usually they pick factory drivers who are very, very good and very safe pairs of hands. Well, Estre I wouldn't describe as the safest pair of hands, but he makes up for it with just pure pace. And you definitely want a driver like Kevin Estre as your first stint driver, where he can just do super, super aggressive overtaking moves and really push his way through the field, because it's very, very hard to race side by side with a car like the Porsche 911. So for Kevin Estre, this is the perfect time for him to drive, but it's going to be super, super frustrating because he's going to just be looking at the back of that Lamborghini, and he's going to be having to look in his mirrors, and he's going to be hoping that the car in front of him is faster. And in a race car, you never want the car in front of you to be fast. Usually you want the car in front of you to be slow so you can get past. But here's the thing with that. The reason why you want the car in front of you to be fast in the 911 is because if he's slow, the car behind you is going to catch up to you, and then they're going to get past you. So if the car in front of you is slow, you lose positions, and that is the scary thing with a 911, is if you're caught in a train, you fall back, and you just don't want that. So he's going to be going, come on, Danny, go faster. I don't want to lose another spot. He's going to be going, come on, Lambo, I don't want to lose this spot either. And that is the number 7 is... Yeah, that number 7 car has a very interesting driver lineup in that I haven't really heard of any of these drivers. Now, Christian Engelhardt is probably the guy at the wheel, is my guess, because the rest of the drivers in that number 7 car, it's not the most well-rounded driver lineup in terms of having like top drivers that everybody's like, yes, I know who this is. It's not a lot of particularly famous factory drivers, but they could be juniors. You never know with these people. They could be juniors. They could be stars of the future. I'm not really sure who is in that, like who some of these guys are, with Patricia Stalijane and Pavel Lefterov. Christian Engelhardt, I've heard of. Maximilian Paul, I think I've heard of Maxi Paul, but I haven't heard much about him. But it's a name that I'm like, I'm pretty sure I've heard it. And then this is how. So the car 99 got spun because it was 3 wide at the Dunlop curve, or whatever they call it. Oh, it's now the Goodyear curve. But they went 3 wide into that corner, and he was on the outside, and he just got turned like that. And, well, 3 into 1 doesn't go. That's not really anyone's fault. That's just how racing goes. And yeah, 3 touched 84 at the start, hence the wheel damage. Yeah, that would explain things. And racing rule number 1, don't hit your teammate. And hopefully there's no more damage from that. Yes, that's... Oh, hang on. No, 3 is not the teammate of 84. What am I talking about? I need to drink this coffee. Right. So, to make my coffee... Yes, to make my commentary better, I bought an iced coffee. Because it is night time in Australia. So I've already been awake all day. And this is when I'd usually be going to sleep. Now, I've been quite clever with my sleep schedule in that I did not set an alarm this morning. So I'd sleep in, so my number of cumulative hours awake would be less. So I slept into like the afternoon, so that I'd be a little bit more alert. But I do have a coffee, and I think the quality of my commentating dropping for a little bit is perfect sign for me to drink this coffee. And I will be in the morning going out and getting another coffee, and maybe even at midday, because when you're watching European 24-hour races in the Australian time zone, European 24-hour races plus Australian time zone equals super sleepy in the afternoon, because what you end up with is just your cumulative hours is higher, because if you're watching it from Europe, it starts in the afternoon, and you're... to watch a 24-hour race, you might get up at, 10 a.m. You try to get up as late as possible to watch the whole thing in one go. So you'd probably get up at 10 a.m. And when you get up at 10 a.m., you stay awake for 12 hours and the race still hasn't started. So 13 hours awake, and your body is saying, all right, it's time to go back to sleep. But it's like, well, hang on, the race has only just started. You've got another 24 hours to go. And that's where watching a 24-hour race gets quite tiring. And you really notice the tiredness at about 3 p.m. the next day. And it's so hard to stay awake. And you've got to just, like... If you want to stay awake, you kind of just keep talking. But it is quite possible that I will end up unintentionally falling asleep whilst doing this live stream, because I do want to live stream for the whole 24 hours if possible, but I don't know whether it's gonna work for the whole 24 hours, because basically the idea is that I'm going to live stream until basically no one's watching, and if no one's watching, then I'll be like, okay, I'll finish the live stream here. At the moment, it's not a lot of concurrent viewers. It's 4 concurrent viewers, but the total viewership is nearly like 100 people have watched the live stream, and yeah, it's good to just get used to. It's a good way of getting used to just talking and being good at talking. It's always good to be good at talking. Like that's a skill that's so useful in life, is just being able to talk and sound confident. And oh, well, that number 3, Danny Hunkadea, has lost lots of positions there. We're just seeing a replay. Hunkadea caught out by one of the lapped cars, and oh, look at this. Lap traffic is so fun to watch the cars squeeze their way through these little gaps. Really cool stuff. And Hunkadea, well, bad luck for that number 3 Mercedes. Big time loss, I can imagine. There we go, and welcome back. So, Danny Hunkadea now down to 4th position, and car 911 Grello is in 3rd place. So 2nd to 4th for that Mercedes. And, well, fans of Max Verstappen, he's going to have to do a little bit of overtaking. But it would appear that the 130 has lost a little bit of time, because the 7 is right on the back of him. And finally, we have something which is saying who is actually in these cars. Marpelli, Maxi Paul in the other Lamborghini, Kevin Estre, Daniel Hunkadea, Christopher Haase, David Pittard, Thomas Neubauer, Nicky Thiem. That's your top 8 drivers. And Yes, this graphic should now be alive. Yes, my coverage graphic is alive. Now, yes, traffic is indeed always intense this early on because of the starting group format, because they're catching up to these cars when they're still all bunched together. And some of my favourite things in multi-class racing, though, has to be when you get 3 classes together on 3 different laps, and you've got the middle car having to fight their way through both, having to realise they're being overtaken, but also going for the overtake on the lap car. And sometimes you'll even get battles for position in the middle of all this, and that's always heaps of fun. And look at that standard factory Porsche 911 Carrera S being overtaken by the GT3R Grello. And I just love seeing that, because it's like, that's the car you drive to the shops right next to the race car, and they're competing on the same track on the same day right there. So cool. You just don't see this in any other form of motorsport. Is like just random shit being that much like competing with the proper stuff. Yeah. 3-1. Past the... I looked away for a second and I thought, oh, that's a move for a position. But no, that is just a production car being lapped by Maxi Paul in the number 7 Lamborghini. And oh, this is terrible news for Mr. Estra. He's being held up by a BMW M240i, and Danny Hunkadea's had to go around the outside. But oh, Christopher Haase, the rabbit, has had a bit of a close call, but he gets away with that one without even any time loss. But God, they cut that close, and now Danny Hunkadea's had to go down the inside at Flugplatz, and you never want to be overtaking at Flugplatz, but when you're so much faster, you have to overtake at corners that you don't want to overtake at, but it's like, well, if I don't, that's going to be a big trouble. And you can see that car number 130, Marco Marpelli, he has pulled back away because he got unlucky with the traffic at some point, clearly, but he's obviously got a car in between himself and the 7 at some point, and that's given him that gap back out in front. So it's 1.3 seconds out in front. Now, the 2 Lamborghinis out in front are from different teams to each other. Now, this does matter because you can't do the rear gunner strategy anymore. You can't go right. Car, second place car, you slow down the field, keep them behind you, and then so the leader can get their minute and a half. So that whole Lamborghini strategy that I discussed, that puncture for Bortolotti has thrown that strategy away. So now Lamborghini just has to use their pace. But the good news for Lamborghini is they've just got so much pace. They've got so much pace that they can just pull away. But Kevin Estre, 1.4 behind. It was 2 seconds behind. Kevin Estre's closing up. But at this current point, pace is very, very variable. Because there's traffic, you can lose 2 seconds, you can gain 2 seconds, just like that, just out of nowhere. And it's very, very easy just to get unlucky with the traffic. So that gap doesn't mean a lot, but it does look like they've got through most of the start group 3 cars. It does look like they've cleared that traffic now, and they're now heading through a bit of a gap before they catch up to start group 2, and that's where you'll find a lot of the TCR cars, you'll find a lot of the GT4 cars, and some of the Carrera Cup cars, well, all the Carrera Cup cars in start group 2, and Tim Heinemann all the way back down after Flugplatz, all the way, they're doing a bit of bump drafting up to Schwedenkreuz, and why are you even looking for an overtake there, Mr. Heinemann? I'm not sure. You can't go down the inside of Schwedenkreuz unless it's a much slower class of car. You're doing that too. But it looks like Danny Hunkadea in that car number 3, Verstappen Racing Mercedes, has lost a lot of time there. And yeah, have a look at the Grello. It has lost time again. 2.8 seconds now is the gap to Maxi Paul. 1.6 ahead of the number 3 of Danny Hunkadea. So the 911 keeping the gap the same to the number 3, but it's falling back off those Lamborghinis, and I think that they are through the traffic, so it does look like those Lamborghinis are just so fast. But at the same time, Maxi Paul is now onto the back of Marco Mappelli. So we've got a Lamborghini battle, 1 and 2, for the lead of this race. Now, here's the big question. If you're Maxi Paul, do you start trying to battle with Marco Mappelli? Because you go, okay, well, he's in a different team. There's no team orders. Yes, it's the same manufacturer, but as a driver, you don't care, right? Or do you go, right, what if we stay together and don't battle? We'll have good pace. We have better pace than the Porsche, better pace than the Mercedes. Stay together until we have a gap of 30 seconds or so, and then battle for the lead then, and focus on the 24 hours. Because knowing when to engage the car in front, when to go, right, we're going to battle for position and go for it. Now, at the moment, Maxi Paul is looking a little bit faster than Marco Mappelli, which I wasn't expecting. Maxi Paul going quite well. Clean track for Daniel for a bit. Let's see this. But yes, that's going to be interesting with Honkadea and Estra. But Maxi Paul is looking a bit quicker than Marco Mappelli. There is traffic again. They're now catching up to Start Group 2's stragglers, and they'll be into the main block of that traffic at any moment. There'll be the main traffic, which will consist of TCR, GT4, and Porsche Carrera Cup cars. So that's going to be an opportunity for overtakes, but it's also going to make the pace harder to read. And once they're through Start Group 2, then they should have a long time before they hit traffic again, because that's going to be the biggest interval before you come across traffic. Like, for the entire race. So I don't think we're going to see a change of position down the Dirtinger Hohe, because Maxi Paul is just a little bit too far back, I think, to pull off a move. And you see Marco Mappelli has a little bit of slipstream. It's a much slower car. It's not shifting a great deal of air because it's got no aero, but it's still slipstream. It's still helping him out there. And yeah, Maxi Paul's just not close enough. And just look at that. Kevin Estra in a Porsche 911 GT3R, one of the greatest GT races there is, getting slipstream from an Opel Astra production car. Not Astra, Corsa. Not even an Astra. The car that people who drive and look enviously at the Astra drivers, the Corsa, being slipstreamed by a 911R. That is just the essence of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And oh no! Just as I was talking about it, and now that's a front-wheel drive car. You can't spin that up on the power. So that car's been hit. Who's done that? Who did that? Own up to it. Oh, be careful with the rejoin. It doesn't look damaged at the back, though. Did he spin on his own? Like, is there any damage to the back? Is he going to go into the pits? Let's have a look at this. He doesn't go into the pits. Let's see a replay. So, and that is Frank Stippler. Come on, that's entirely on Frank Stippler. The lapped car is told to hold their line. That Opel was driving on the racing line. There was no gap for you, Mr. Mustang Man. And you're probably going to get a big penalty of like 30 seconds for that. Well, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife, so it's entirely possible that you can get a penalty of like 5 minutes. Because they do like to hand out 5-minute penalties at this track quite often. So you don't want to be hitting lower class cars because you can get that. But if you look at Kevin Estra's crash from last year, check your live dot. Just click that. Yeah, mine is live. Could just be connecting from Australia. It gives me like more latency. But also check the live dot on this stream to make sure that this stream is synchronized, because that can also get out of sync. But that's the other thing. Yeah, so when you look at Kevin Estra's crash in last year's race here, where he hit the GT4 car, went onto its roof, that was, I believe it was a 30-second time penalty. And the number 64 has, more clear cut, I would say, than Estra's crash, because with Estra's crash, he was a lot further up the inside. Frank Stippler really was not. He didn't have the overlap, so it's pretty obviously that's going to be a penalty for the Mustang, and that's going to drop him some time. Luckily, in a 24-hour race, you can make up 30 seconds, but there's no safety cars, so if you want to win, well, that 30 seconds, it's going to take some time to catch up those 30 seconds. Yeah. Probably just latency. Yeah. It's going to take some time to catch those 30 seconds back, because you don't get given time back here. And I'm probably going to say this a lot. And there was a bit of a joke one year at DTM in Hockenheimring, and whenever they brought up Matthias Ekstrom, they kept saying, and he does rallycross as well, and they'd said it over and over and over again. And that's probably going to be my thing, is saying there's no safety cars. But there's a reason I'm saying that, is because it's so ingrained into the mindset of when you're watching an endurance race, and I always think this, it's 30 seconds, yeah, you'll get that back later on, there'll be a safety car and you'll be back with them. It doesn't happen though. Like, this is proper racing. This Nürburgring 24 is, when you talk to boomers about racing in the 1980s, this is like all of the good things about racing in the 1980s, but without any of the, but like with all of the good things of modern racing, and none of the bad things about 80s racing, and none of the bad things about modern racing. And that's the great thing about the Nürburgring, is it's just all of the good things of every era and none of the bad things. Except for Max Verstappen. I mean, what? Yeah, that's the thing. But it is very close up the front, and you do still see, even though there's no artificiality at all in the Nürburgring 24, you still see, in some years, there's been races where after 24 hours, they are nose to tail in the final few minutes. No safety cars is great, but they still BOP. Really don't get that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of BOP. I guess BOP is a form of artificiality. You can't really argue that it's not artificial. And I wish they didn't BOP. Like, if they just made the Nürburgring 24 the one race with no BOP, that would be so cool. Because then that would be just the absolute purest form of motorsport. Just no BOP, no safety cars, just absolutely flat out racing on a circuit which has questionable safety standards, right? It'd be truly like motorsport at its absolute purest, cleanest motorsport. Refined motorsport. But what you get with BOP is it kind of, you lose a bit of that. But at the same time, it does make for some very close racing, I guess, but, I mean, I guess you could say a spec series is not artificial in that way, but it is what it is. And it's because the BOP is there because of manufacturers, because basically a bunch of manufacturers say, we're only going to compete if we have BOP. And the car manufacturers have got to put, they've got to put their cars on the grid, because if there's no cars on the grid, there's no race. And the car manufacturers keep having annoying things that they want. They can't just accept some good old racing, and if you get beaten, we'll build a better car, which is what I think. But if you're a marketing manager who's never watched a single racing series, but needs to justify running a racing program to a bunch of bin counters, well, you've got to have BOP. Yeah, they get it wrong too often. IMO 3 wouldn't be 2 seconds behind if they got it right. And that's true as well. BOP, I mean, they gave 35 kilos to Mercedes, basically, because the Mercedes was quite fast. Mercedes usually run heavy, but a 35 kilo BOP is quite something. But the 47 is also up there, so I'd say, I mean, Mercedes, Yeah, but that's the thing is there's so many variables you just can't accurately do a BOP because some cars are faster in cold conditions and bad in hot conditions and vice versa. And how do you BOP for that? Because if you have what are the assumptions? If you BOP say, okay, let's just give a standard temperature of 20 degrees, what's the atmospheric pressure? Because that can affect different cars in different ways. Because will a turbo car will have more performance relatively to a naturally aspirated car if the atmospheric pressure is low, because a turbo is a compressor, so they get more power. So if in qualifying you have high atmospheric pressure and you have the naturally aspirated cars go well, then a low pressure system comes, and then the turbo cars will go well because the turbo will be able to compress that air so there's less power loss from low atmospheric pressure. So it's just like things like that is why I think that BOP is so ridiculous, because there's so many variables like that, and that's just like two different variables I can think of. What if there's a little damp spot on the track? That throws off the whole BOP calculation again, because Porsche is good when there's low surface friction, right? And also in the rain. Whenever it rains, Porsche is way faster. And why is that? Yeah, so many factors you can't predict accurately, yeah. And what if you've got one car with really good drivers? For example, what if one manufacturer showed up with Max Verstappen, Lucas Auer, Jules Gounod, and Danny Hunkedea in one car? So that's the other thing. So that car is of course going to be quite fast because all four drivers in that car are really, really good. And this is something that you won't hear discussed on the actual live stream, because a lot of the racing series, they don't like you to complain about BOP because it kind of takes away some of the shine. There is a bit of an illusion, right, of the pure, that the racing is I mean, the racing is very pure. It is the purest form of racing, sort of. I'd say WRC is the purest motorsport we have, just because, I mean, Power Stage and Super Sundays. Oh, God. But even Power Stage and Super Sunday, you win by being, yeah. They're not really BOPing the car, but the driver. So they attempt to do BOP on the car only. They say, we factor for the drivers, but the thing is you can't actually accurately factor for the driver. So I think they are doing BOP for the driver in some way, but unintentionally. So if a car has really good drivers, what was that? If a car has really good drivers, Aston Martin stopped there. Ooh, damage to the Hyundai. Right. Getting distracted by the replays there. If a car has really good drivers, they raise the average performance of that car, and then it might just look like the car is really fast. It might be the drivers, it might be the car, and it's hard to work out how much of the performance comes from the car and how much comes from the driver. And so the BOP is, they try to go, okay, well, these drivers are very fast, so this car being a little bit faster on average, we'll just let that happen because that's down to the driver. But you can't actually, there's no mathematical formula that can accurately calculate what percentage of a car's performance comes from the car and what percentage comes from the driver. There are a couple of ways. One is that they use static performance figures. So they go, okay, this car accelerates with this many Gs, it can corner with this many Gs, it can do that, so its theoretical lap time is this. But it's just, you get a lot of inaccuracies in these calculations, especially in changing conditions. Different cars perform different ways, and you just can't actually take the driver out of the calculations. You can try to remove the driver as a factor as much as you want. It's not going to work. It's always going to be a problem, is that the driver is a factor, the weather is a factor, the track condition, dirty track. Look at how much quicker the 911 is today than it was yesterday. The track's dirty, it's slippery, rear engine is good for that. And why is that? Was because you've got longitudinal grip and you've got lateral grip. So the 911 longitudinally has really good rear grip in the longitudinal axis. So when it accelerates in a straight line, it has great traction. And in under braking, the weight transfers forward in every car because it's got so much weight over the back. All four tyres have a pretty balanced weight in the 911 when you get on the brakes, and that means all four of your tyres are working at their maximum because standard friction calculations don't work for tyres. So there's a thing called tyre load sensitivity, and basically when you add extra weight to a tyre, its coefficient of friction drops. So for something that's not a tyre, friction calculations, you add an extra kilo, you also get an extra kilo with your lateral inertia in cornering, which means that if cars weren't running on tyres, which are weird, physics of tyres are weird, if cars were running on just like solid rubber blocks or whatever, the adding a kilo of weight wouldn't affect cornering because your lateral inertia and your friction would cancel each other out and it would have no effect. But because the coefficient of friction drops the more weight you put on the tyre, this is why heavy cars corner slower, is because the coefficient of grip of a tyre drops when you add weight to it. So the 911 having the engine in the rear actually means that it has more oversteer. There's a big myth that, if a car is heavy in the rear, it'll understeer because there's no weight on the front. No, the car will oversteer if it's rear heavy, it'll understeer if it's front heavy when off throttle. And that's because of tyre load sensitivity, because you actually get less friction coefficient at the rear wheels, even if there's more weight pushing it down. The reason why downforce works is because it adds weight to the rear wheels without the lateral inertia. So it doesn't add mass to the rear wheels, which are causing the inertia effect. But it does add the effect of having weight without mass. Is the physics argument for why the 911 is a very good car in a slippery track. And if that didn't make any sense, well, I don't know. I don't know how to describe, because, well, basically, rear engine means the car has good front end grip when you corner, but good rear end grip when you accelerate. Just to simplify it. But the reason I've gone into that complex technical explanation is because a lot of people will give you the that's Grello upper position. Car number 7 now drops to 3rd place. So that is Maxi Paul in 3rd place because he's gone off the track, and now Kevin Estre is battling for the lead of the race. He's all over the back of Marco Mappelli. So mistake for Maxi Paul, and Marco Mappelli's looking slow here as well. So now the 911 suddenly is looking like a big factor for the lead of the race. And as I said earlier, you can never write off a Porsche 911, especially on a slippery track. And all that physics I was just talking about is suddenly becoming very weird. Because look at the acceleration out of the corner. It's got better traction, because the weight's on the rear, as I was just saying. And look at this, down the straight. This is going to be interesting. But, as I was saying earlier, small diffuser, big wing, small power. And that means it's going to be very, very hard for Estre to gain a position here. In fact, it's going to be very hard for Estre to hold a position here. And why is that? Because the Lamborghini, more power, less drag. So let's watch what Maxi Paul can do down to Döttinger Höhe. So there's a lot of traffic, and Kevin Estre is doing what he can to pick up slipstream from these cars to really make sure that he's getting as much straight line speed as possible. But he's going to find it really, really hard to hold off Maxi Paul in that more powerful Lamborghini. 5.2 litres versus 4.2 litres. A whole extra litre of displacement. But the traffic has blocked Maxi Paul from being able to attempt an overtake through there. But look at the gap. Even with the slipstream effect, Marco Mappelli has got away on the straight from that Porsche. And that is the thing with the Porsche's aerodynamics and the Porsche's power. Bob Smack says, "G'day, OP." And I say, "G'day to you too." I'm going to assume that you're also Australian. So, yes, welcome to the discussion stream. And we've just seen a change for 2nd place, and the car number 7 didn't quite manage to get it back on the Döttinger Höhe. So now it's all about Lamborghini versus Porsche. So it's all the Volkswagen group out in front, and Kevin Estre is the factor here. Marpelli versus Estre. And then, really, these are the flagship factory drivers of these brands. You've got Estre is Porsche, and Marpelli is Lamborghini. This is like the best of the best of each of these companies, head-to-head at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. This is the stuff that just is incredible to watch. And look at that replay. So, bit of traffic. Kevin Estre and Marco Marpelli, and three wide on that short little straight. And then Estre looks down the inside. Maxi Paul, okay, so not a mistake from Maxi Paul. Estre just sends it down the inside, takes that position straight through. Very bold move. And that kind of move, it's a bit of a scary one, because what he's done is he's put the car on the inside, and what he's doing is he's saying, Brat, if we crash, it will be my fault, but do you want to go out of the race, or do you want to open up the steering and let me through? And if you're smart, you'll let him through. Well, not necessarily, because you've got two options. You either turn in, so you crash out of the race this time, but he'll never do it to you again, because he knows you're going to turn in. Or, and I just noticed they've got tyre warmers here. Very good. I like tyre warmers, and that's just another way that this racing is pure. There's banning tyre warmers, I think, is another form of artificiality. Tyre warmers are cool. Yes, Senna move. Yes, Senna was famous for that. Yeah. You've got a bit of a complicated thought process, because you can turn in, have your crash, you both go off, he'll never do it to you again, because he'll know, if I do this move to this person, we'll both go off. So, your choices are, you can teach him that you can't be messed around with, or you let him through and you finish the race. Now, if this was a sprint race, definitely turn in on him and have the crash. Choose to have the crash, turn into the corner, we're both going off. But this is such a prestigious race. You don't want to crash out of the Nürburgring 24, and these barriers are quite hard, and they'll quite hurt when you hit those. So, it's probably better to do that at Paul Ricard than at the Nürburgring, but there is a sort of there's the pure racing factor, but there's also the psychological factor, which is that you want to be seen as someone you can't mess with and someone you can't bully into submission, because then if you signal psychologically to other racing drivers that you're a little bit of a gentle racer, everybody's gonna, racing is tough, right? Racing is harsh, it's unforgiving, and you've got to signal that you are somebody who's going to be a little bit of a tough racer yourself. And if you get a reputation as a tough racer, people will give you a bit of extra space, because it's, if I just make a stupid move down the inside of this guy, we're both going off. So that's the interesting question that you've got to answer. But yes, at the moment we have Mirko Bortolotti in the pits early. That's interesting. That car has lost... why they're supporting the wing from the top rather than below? Yes, I'll explain that in a second. The swan neck wing. Have a look at those wing supports. I'll explain those in a second. But... yes, early pit stop. Because I've lost so much time early on, just alternating the strategy is good. Just take risks, because you've already lost the race, right? So just try to take big risks in the hope of getting it back. So why is the wing hanging from above rather than from below? There's a good reason for this, and that is a lot of the most of the downforce from a rear wing actually comes from the low pressure area underneath rather than the high pressure above. And if you have the rear wing sitting on those supports in the corner, what will happen is there will be a localized stalling of the wing in the wake of the rear wing supports. So, to prevent this sort of localized stall of the rear wing, because there was a bit of yaw on the car. So the rear wing's not hitting the air straight when you're in a corner. The rear wing's got a bit of an angle because the car in a corner is always sliding. So the yaw angle is going to be slightly higher than the car's direction of turning. Yeah, so they don't disturb the flow. That's exactly right. And the swan neck wing has pretty much been popularized in the last 10 years, especially. If you look at GT cars from the early 2010s, they were mostly not swan neck wings, but you just get more efficient wing when it is the swan neck arrangement. And I really like Audi's swan neck, where they've got a really elaborate one, and if they show a rear cam from this Audi, they have the rear wing supports go around the back of the wing, so that they really keep those supports out of the way, and it kind of wraps around the rear wing. And if you can get a look at that Audi's rear wing supports, they are incredible and really interesting, and that's just something really cool to see. But the other thing is, when you look at the rear cam of the Audi, when it's on the go, you see the rear wing shakes around a lot. Like, it's really from left to right, not up and down, but it's moving laterally. And the reason it's moving laterally is just because it's not actually aero flexibility. It's not an F1 style flexi wing controversy. It's just that the support beams that hold it up are so long that they just flex because they're just that long. And if you make them any stronger, you'll have to make them bigger, which makes more drag, and then you lose the advantage. So they just let the rear wing move around left and right just to save weight, because there's no disadvantage of having it rear wing that bounces around over the bumps. The exact words of the text. Cheers, OP. Yes. No worries indeed. So, here we go. We've got, again, Döttinger Höhe. So, we've got Marco Mappelli's made big progress here. He's pulled well away for... 1:30, 32-second time penalty. Jump start. Oi, oi, oi. That is really thrown this race right on its head, because he's going to have to take that penalty at the pit stop. And that's going to put the 911 into the lead. But why are we watching a replay? There is literally a battle for second place, and we are watching... Yeah, okay, there is a jump start, but, like, come on. Yeah, to add to that, it leaves more of the leading edge of the wing undisturbed, and the underside is doing the bulk of the work, so it maximizes the area for the wing to generate downforce. And that's exactly right. Leaves more area on the underside as well, and also the localized stall is solved. So it's kind of two birds with one stone, and then Audi's solution to that is really the ultimate kind of rear wing that you can have. So car 130, 32-second time penalty. It's going to have to serve that. So it's going to do its pit stop first, I assume, and then it'll go into... I believe there is a designated penalty box that it has to drive into and wait to serve its drive-through penalty. Well, not drive-through penalty, 32-second time penalty. And at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, they are very, very German in their penalties, in that they like to give very specific penalty numbers. They won't just give 30 seconds or 35. It won't be multiples of 5. It'll be, well, we have calculated that the optimal penalty for this situation is 32 seconds. Because 33 seconds would be too harsh, but 31? No, that is too soft. Everybody will do this if it is 31 seconds. I do love their weirdly specific penalties here. It's like, yeah, this is a 46.3 sec. Why did I say that in Australian bogan accent? But anyway, right as that car gets a penalty, Kevin Estre has lost the lead of the race to Maxi Paul in the number 7 Lamborghini, because Lambo's more powerful, and there's just nothing you can do. In a 911, you just can't, it's got no straight line speed. And bit of damage to the front end of that number 7 car, and they are just adjusting that front dive plane. Very odd, and you can see it's got a bit of tape on that front end. I'm not sure what that Lamborghini has hit. There must have been a little bit of contact around lap 1. But now Estre, I have a feeling that his pace might actually be better than Maxi Paul, but he was stuck behind that 130 this whole time and couldn't get past, and he's been overtaken on the straight, and now he's going through Hutzenbach, which is where the Porsche is going to be really, really strong because it's low-speed corners, and low-speed corners are where the Porsche is the best. Rear engine, but also short wheelbase. And the short wheelbase means it changes direction really well as well. Maxi Paul has been compromised a little bit here by the BMW M2, and that's going to give Kevin Estre a bit of a run. Actually, that's an M4, not an M2. It looks the same from the back, but from the front you can easily tell that is an M4. So Kevin Estre has a little look down the inside, but he doesn't go for it because he'd have to be a moron to overtake into Arenberg. And Kevin Estre, he might be aggressive, but he's not an idiot. You don't overtake into Arenberg. So the leader is Maxi Paul, and that is a net lead of the race, even though the 130 has stopped and these guys have not. It is a net lead because of that penalty for the 130. And again, bit of traffic holds up Maxi Paul, and that's going to be kind of net neutral between those two. Here we can see the Ford Mustang, and Marco Marpelli comes out of the pits behind the Mustang after serving that penalty. And, well, that 130 Lamborghini, it is extremely fast. It's super, super quick. We've seen that all weekend. And look at that. Already gains a position. In just 2 corners, he's dispatched of that Mustang. And looking at my timing thing here, God, this timing screen needs a quick update. 130, P25, class P23. Yes, that is... interesting. Okay, my stream isn't showing. Okay, there we go. Yes, and I do once again have to thank nring.info, and I zoomed in somehow. Let me just make sure that's... Something has changed. Alright, I'm gonna have to just quickly shrink the overlay or something. There we go. Alright, timing screen solution has been fixed. So back to what is going on here between the leader of the race, who is Maxi Paul, and second place, Kevin Estre. Never write off a Porsche in a race. It can always, always come to the lead. So, Maxi Paul is going... I mean, Estre's not really climbing into the back of that Lamborghini. He's not inspecting that 5.2 litre V10 so much. So, Maxi Paul at the moment does appear to have pretty good pace. Now, I haven't seen this Maxi... I've heard the guy's name before. I have heard his name around GT racing. But I haven't seen him in action much before. So, he's been quite impressive. Let's see who is this guy. Okay, so he is a young guy, so that'll be why I haven't seen him much before. And he's rated as gold, so he's not a platinum. He only got his gold rating in 2024. So, he's quite new to this. Currently 19th in DTM. Finished 19th in DTM in 2025. Finished 8th. Okay, so he hasn't been particularly notable in the world of GT racing. And yes, Super Max. Well, as everyone predicted, Max is leading this race. Everyone said Max would lead, and they were absolutely right. Max is indeed leading. But I do think the BOP on that Lamborghini is wrong. Because Maxi Paul doesn't appear to be particularly the quickest driver I've ever seen. I just had a quick look. I had to look this guy's Wikipedia up to try to work out who he is, because I haven't seen him before. And yeah, his DTM results are like 19th, 20th in the championship repeatedly. I mean, maybe he's driving for a bad team or something. Well, what's he driving for? Paul Motorsport. Okay, so he's driving for like a family team kind of thing. Yeah. Okay, so like sort of like a pay driver, but he has his FIA Gold rating, so he's got to be all right. But I mean, he's got Kevin Estre behind him, right? And Kevin Estre shouldn't be losing time to the guy who's 19th in the DTM Championship. That really shouldn't be the case. And it's not a good look for the BOP. I think I was thinking in qualifying that they're gonna surely do a BOP adjustment on that Lamborghini, and they haven't adjusted that BOP. And well, you probably wouldn't hear the official commentary saying anything about the BOP because, of course, if you talk about the BOP, the organisers don't like people complaining about BOP because then it makes the racing seem a little bit fake if one of the cars is artificially fast. But I would say that the Lamborghini is a little bit artificially fast. And yes, they've got something to answer for here. Why doesn't Estre just punt him out of the way? Well, I think it's because he's got to catch up to him to punt him out of the way first. And then he can punt him once he's caught up to him. But I think maybe Manthey Racing needs to, they could, give him a radio message. You could be Manthey Racing's main strategist. So let's see who does better pit stops, though. So they have a minimum pit stop time, which I hate that. See, that is an artificial thing. It should just be whoever gets the car out first. So I've been talking a lot about pure racing versus artificiality, and made the argument that basically I think this is one of the more pure forms of racing that there is because, no safety cars and that. Number 3, driver change. Yes, and I think, is that Verstappen getting in? Let me just bring the stream back because I was looking at the chat. It does look like Verstappen's helmet, well, we'll find out when he's back out on track. Push him out, but French, yes. Timo schieb ihn raus. I wonder what that would be in French. Any French speakers in chat can give a translation of push him out. Would be very interesting. But, yes, so it looks like Verstappen is getting into that number 3 car. We'll see how he goes. But also, Kevin Estre, or Manthey Racing versus Conrad Motorsport? Or who are these guys, number 7? Franz Conrad. The team name is just called Franz Conrad. And then you've got Franz Hermann in the other car. So they've got a minimum pit stop time, but Manthey are really good at perfecting that, getting the car out at exactly that minimum. But you can see the number 7 is just sitting on those jacks. And at this point, the mechanics are just kind of sitting around. They're just going, yep, nice weather, isn't it? Because they're just letting the car get to the minimum pit stop time. The Manthey mechanics are just looking at the tyres like, yeah, that looks pretty round. Yeah. Except in German, it's like, oh yes, this Tire, the Reifen ist perfekt. So I said that sentence in half English with a funny German accent and half German language. Right. Still sitting there because minimum pit stops. I don't like minimum pit stop times. It's just let the best pit crew get the best pit stop. Why do we have to have cars that are sitting around doing nothing? So we've got mechanics that are just standing around. They've done their job. Okay, off goes a Lamborghini, and now number 3 heads off as well. Manthey Racing heads off as well. And what is Max Verstappen? So, Manthey Racing does get out in the lead of the race, the net lead of the race. There are cars ahead of that car 911, but they have not stopped yet. So, car 911, it is in 7th place. Net 7th place. The timing screen I have up doesn't show that just yet. What the hell? Why did Assetto Corsa Rally just start up on my computer? Timing screen I have here hasn't shown that up yet, but there we go. That car is into 7th on the live coverage. And that timing screen should be updating also automatically, but we will find this out soon. So, that is a change for the lead of the race, and Porsche and pit stops go hand in hand when it comes to taking the lead. Porsche always master their pit stops. That's the thing. They're so good at just race operations, just being organized, efficient, having a car that works, having a car that's having a team, Manthey Racing as a team that's just gets exactly to the minimum time and times everything perfectly. It's just, yeah, this is just one of those things that just really helps Porsche win races and really helps Manthey Racing win races, is organisation, just the soft factors. You've got the hard factors, that's your car's power, that's your downforce, your grip, but the soft factors, the car's serviceability, the reliability, just all of those things, those are the secret sauce that makes Porsche so good at endurance racing. And throughout the years, lots and lots of other manufacturers have won lots and lots of stuff in endurance racing, but nothing has come close to the legendary performances that Porsche has had throughout their history in endurance racing. And it's just something that just continues to happen. But we're only an hour and 4 minutes into the race. So just because the 911's leading doesn't mean they're winning. But it looks like we have got car number 3. That says Hunkadea in the car. Is that actually... Yes, so it's Verstappen in the car. Okay, so I need to keep this window open to keep this updating. Verstappen is in that number 3 car, and in the 911, it's Thomas Preining now. So we might see... So Thomas Preining, I would say, is the weakest of that lineup. Yes, Max is on the number 7's tail, and that's going to be interesting to watch. That Lamborghini's very, very quick down the straights. It's a bit of a... Just got to listen in for something. Something going on outside. Okay, sorry about that. It's just some interesting things living in the middle of the city centre. Some interesting noises outside. But, okay. Max on the number 7's tail. That Lamborghini... There does appear to be a Dero outside my window. Anyway, drunken person. Verstappen is battling very hard. Tries to go around the outside at around that corner there, but it's very hard to go all the way around the outside, especially with all the dirt off the racing line. It's going to be hard to do an overtake off the racing line. You've got to really do it on the Dirtinger Hohe down the straight. Yeah, a lot of flashing as well. Really trying to just get inside of the head of Engelhardt. But Engelhardt is probably the strongest driver in that number 7 car's lineup, and we can see that Verstappen really has... He's been doing Grand Prix racing all his career, and that is, of course, going to give him the mindset of being really, really aggressive on track, because in a Grand Prix, you've only got an hour and a half to get it all done. I mean, he's done a lot of sim racing in endurance, but his day job, Grand Prix stuff, and you can really see he's doing some very Grand Prix style kind of mindset of like, I've got to get this guy right now, immediately, and there's not a lot of patience there, and being super aggressive can be beneficial. That's not a criticism, but it's neither criticism nor praise. It's more of a neutral comment. It's just, this guy, he wants that position right now. Well, he can see the leader going down the road. There is a lapped car in between them. That is the Bilstein car, which is not going particularly well at the moment. You can see that Verstappen is... He's probably looking a little bit frustrated already, because he can see that Thomas Preining is just going to be pulling further and further and further away. So this Bilstein car does appear to be for position, and That is car number 26, Pro Sport Racing. Let's see, do I have 26 on here even? Christodoulou P8 pit stops. He has pit stopped. So, Christodoulou. So that Verstappen car is not even the leading Mercedes. And Adam Christodoulou, he is racing for position in a Mercedes. And overtaking a car of the same type can be a little bit more difficult. Yeah, used to multi-class racing, sharing 180 odd Grand Prix with Lance Stroll's Williams. Yes. That is David, not Max. It's not David. It is Max. You can see on the timing screen here. So it is Max in the car. But yes, and in the number 7, that is Engelhardt. So down the straight, the Lamborghini is really quick. I don't think that. Oh! He's gone off the track. He's gone off the track, but he's kept it out of the wall. He went off at Flansgarten Zwei. That is the place. You don't want to be running wide there, onto the grass. That was an amazing save, but that is impatience from Max Verstappen. That is, I don't think an endurance racer would be going off at that corner, just because an endurance race would know this is not a place you can get an overtake done. And now Raffaele Marciello is all over the back of Max Verstappen, and Raffaele Marciello could get him down the straight, because they have changed drivers in the number 3 car. It is Verstappen, but Marciello, that BMW is really quick down the straight. The Mercedes has had a little bit of straight line speed struggles in the last few races at the Nürburgring, just with the way the BOP is going. Historically, that Mercedes has been quick on the straights. At the moment, it's not quick on the straights. So let's see what Raffaele Marciello can do. He's reeling him in. I'm not sure he's going to be able to get the position, but he's going to give Verstappen a bit of a fright with how close he gets. So Verstappen has got traffic for a bit of slipstream. There's too much traffic to get the move done here, surely, because there's just GT4 traffic everywhere. And look at that. That is the car number 7 of Engelhardt trying to get that position off Thomas Preining. Thomas Preining puts a Porsche Cayman in between them, and Preining holds on to his position, even though he's in that car with no power, the Porsche 911. So Preining heading down the pit straight, and now they're side by side. Engelhardt want to go round the outside here, but the Porsche 911 famously good on the brakes because of that weight transfer thing. All 4 tyres working perfectly as the weight transfers forward. Throw the weight forward when he throws out the anchors and gets out of that corner perfectly. Those first 2 corners are Porsche territory, but we have Engelhardt is not going to give Preining an easy time here. He is going to give Preining a very, very hard push, because Preining is probably the weakest driver of that lineup. Engelhardt is probably the strongest driver of that lineup, so he's going to know that this is the perfect time for him to get past that car number 911. And but Verstappen is seriously looking threatening at the back of this train. But yes, this is the perfect time for Engelhardt to get that position, because when the 911, when they put Matt Campbell in that car, when they put whoever these other guys are, Patricia Stalidzane, whoever that is, or Pavel Lefterov, again, not sure who that is, that car's not going to be performing the way that God, I'm losing my voice. That car's not going to be performing the way that it is now when they've got a slower driver. But look at that. That's Preining's having to go around the outside of a production car. Does he get it done? Yes, he does. And that's pushing wide Engelhardt on the outside of the first of the Hutzenbach corners. Hello, FR. Hi, chat, says Sniper76. And I say hello back to you too. Welcome to the stream. And yes, the advantage of this stream, you get to interact with me in the chat live, because I'm looking at the chat as the stream goes on. So let's see this replay here. Verstappen, Flansgarten Zwei. I don't know why he went off there, really. I've never seen a car go off there, ever. But he's kept it out of the wall and kept his position. But that is a near miss. I mean, that's that's as close as you can go to crashing out of the race without actually doing so. And there's no reason to be doing that. Like, what has he done? Is it just dirty air gets over... Oh dear. Okay, that's not driver error. That front wheels came off the ground. He turned in, the front wheels just lifted off the ground. So that was very nearly going the way of Mark Webber and Peter Dumbreck. Front wheels came off the ground, but came back down, and he's... Okay, so that's not a case of impatience. That's a case of... yes, happens on GT7 if you follow too close, and yes, happens in the real world as well. And it's pretty much the same situation as you get the dirty air. You've got those tip vortices coming off the wing of the car in front, taking away your front downforce, and you get a bit of angle of attack on the car as you get over the crest. The front end gets light, car tries to take off. And I need to have a quick drink so that my voice will work better. And yeah, it's the exact same situation that caused a Merc to flip. This car doesn't have quite the same aerodynamic properties as that Merc at Le Mans of 1999, but yes, you're right, it's not impatience, it's a case of physics. From the outside, at first, it looks like impatience, just because he was all over the back of that car and flashing and driving very aggressively, and then he went off and he's like, oh, it's impatience. But when you look at that onboard, front wheels get up into the air, it wasn't a proper, like, they weren't super high in the air, but the front did lift, and that car lost its steering. But thing with this car, it's front end, so the weight's over the front. With a mid-engine car, you might be looking at that thing jumping the barriers there. That was actually proper dangerous. And look at this. Christodoulou tries to get around the outside of the number 7 Lamborghini of Engelhardt. So Engelhardt looks like he's dropped back off the back of Thomas Preining. Preining is pulling ahead in that Porsche 911 from Manthey Racing. 2.7 seconds is the gap. Is that just because he got a bit of a lucky traffic roulette, or is that 2.7 second gap because of just being faster? We'll find out at some point, but Thomas Preining will be breathing a sigh of relief. And look at this, he's got traffic in between himself and Christodoulou and Engelhardt behind him in that BMW M4 GT4 car. He's going to be holding up Engelhardt, he's going to be holding up Christodoulou, and Verstappen's going to get in real trouble here because, yes, the M4 goes down to the bottom of the carousel, and now Verstappen's going to be stuck behind a GT4 car for the entire carousel. And that means, yeah, GT4 car finally puts on the right indicator, but look at that gap. Verstappen has lost multiple seconds in a single corner like that. But because Engelhardt is battling so hard with Christodoulou, that means that Verstappen is just... he's going to catch back up to them so quickly because this is such a fierce battle. It's allowing Estra to get away very quickly, and also the traffic is acting a little bit like the way a safety car does, in that they all get into a queue and then the slow car kind of moves over and lets them all go past it in one go. So the traffic usually favours the car behind. But look at this, Raffaele Marciello is being favoured as the car behind Verstappen. It looks like Verstappen is now, because he's fallen off that train of cars ahead of him, is now becoming the head of a different train of cars, and now the traffic might not be beneficial to him. But no, he is now once again catching up to the back of Adam Christodoulou in that Mercedes-Benz AMG. So, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and that is a perfect way of putting it, is that GT4 cars, production cars, all that stuff, it's all evens out in the end, and Verstappen is once again well and truly onto the back of that. But look at the gap that Kevin Estre has, and on the Döttinger Höhe, that is where the Porsche is so weak, is in a straight line, and this means he's not going to have a car in his slipstream in the straight line, and that means the traffic behind won't get pulled back close to him. So next lap he's going to be able to get another 2 seconds maybe. So that's what he's going to be hoping. So Engelhardt seriously will not be happy with this situation, because this is the number 7's best chance of getting this win. What can Verstappen do against Christodoulou on the Döttinger Höhe? Christodoulou has the slipstream from Engelhardt ahead. So Verstappen might close up. I don't think he's going to close up enough because, well, what's the gap between Christodoulou and Engelhardt? It's 7 tenths. Verstappen is 4 tenths behind Engelhardt, and that means that... What was all that? Yes, Verstappen, Engelhardt. I just heard a noise that you wouldn't have heard because my microphone filters out background noise quite well. But yes, got thrown off a little bit there. There are some slight advantages and disadvantages of hearing someone commentate from their home. The advantage is that you get to hear things that the main broadcasters don't want to say about BOP. The disadvantage being that I get distracted when I hear a noise from outside that is an unusual noise. But yes, back to this. Verstappen gets to the left side, and, well, if you're on the right, you have to back off. So this corner here, it has an individual rule on the corner that if you're on the right, you have to back off. It's the only corner in all of motorsport where there is a rule that says that one side of the track has the right of way over the other, where it's like you're actually not allowed to overtake into that corner. Well, there's one other corner I can think of, is the hairpin at Macau, which is considered a permanent yellow flag zone. Even when the track is clear, they wave a yellow flag at the hairpin at Macau. So there's the hairpin at Macau, and there is the kink after Tiergarten. I know that it has a name. I can't remember the name. I think the name is Metzgerfeld. Is that Metzgerfeld, or is Metzgerfeld a different corner? It's a very long track. It's very hard to remember all of the corner names, but it's the one after Tiergarten. And we've got someone going slowly. Oh no, that's just a production car. And there is the KCMG car with the number 64, I believe, Ford Mustang, looking all over the back of that car as they lap cars. But let's have a quick look at the gaps. You can see the 911 is pulling away from Engelhardt. Once again, Verstappen has pulled away from Christodoulou as well. He's 1.3 seconds clear of Christodoulou. And, well, is that gap the gap from Verstappen to the car ahead? Or, oh no, it is the gap from Verstappen to the car ahead, right? So he's 1.8 seconds clear of Christodoulou, but he's 1.3 seconds behind Christian Engelhardt. Yeah, Merckx flipped twice, Le Mans 1999. Yes, that is true. I do have a video on this channel explaining the Mercedes flip, and yes, 911 GT1 flipped at Road Atlanta in 1998. You are correct, it was 1998. Yeah, I have a video on my channel explaining actually the aerodynamics behind all that, but basically it's just the dirty air. You lose more downforce at the front than the rear, and when you hit a crest, your car has an angle of attack on it. Angle of attack is basically the angle that the air hits the car, and when you have AOA, front end, if under the right circumstances, if the car is aerodynamically unstable on the pitch axis, front end gets overtaken by the rear. And Andy Pegasus Tate says hi, and yes, hello, welcome to the stream. And yes, one advantage of this stream is you get to talk to me as I discuss this race, which is the fun part of all of this. So Max Verstappen is now going to be looking at the back of Engelhardt, and Engelhardt, reasonably good driver, but he's falling off the back of Thomas Preining. So again, for Max Verstappen, it's the same position that Engelhardt's in, is that the 911 is the net race leader. So everyone ahead, I mean, it's been quite a while, or it's 9 laps in, so everyone ahead is going to have to stop in this lap. So 911 is leading. 81. Oh, has 81 stopped? I'm fairly sure the 81 has not stopped. Let's just check this. One pit stop for 81. The 81 has stopped. If it stopped early, I guess it's taken on less fuel. So 81 is the net leader. What? And then the 64. I think that these guys, everyone has had a stop. Okay. So the people who are leading, they must have taken less fuel in the pit stop, which means they're going to have to make an earlier pit stop, which means they will have to make an extra pit stop eventually. So I think that's interesting. The strategy actually goes Porsche's way still. I think the 911 is the net race leader, but everyone has stopped. So some of these cars who qualified low, they are just alternating their strategy. 81 unscheduled stop. 84 had the unscheduled stop for the tyre change. I don't know if 81 had an unscheduled stop. Can anybody else in chat check if the 81 had unscheduled stop? Can't access car cameras. They have geolocation blocked. And the only one I can access is the Ford Racing Channel camera. Yes, if you're watching from America, they're not being very nice to the Americans, is what I can say. They're won't show this race for free in America. They'll show this race for free everywhere, and I think Canada as well. But I'm not sure. Maybe there's some other region where it's not free. But yes, you might only have access to Ford Racing. So we have still this battle between Engelhardt and Verstappen, and Verstappen is in Engelhardt's situation where the 911 has its weakest driver at the helm, and the number 3 has potentially its strongest driver. I mean, Jules Gounon is good, and the thing with Verstappen is, although he is good, he's not going to have the GT experience that some of his co-drivers have, so it could be Gounon as the best driver. They didn't put Verstappen in TQ3, which is interesting. They chose to put, I think it was Danny Hunkadea in, and also they had the race started by Danny Hunkadea. So, from what I heard, what the commentators were talking about is that Verstappen's been struggling a little bit this weekend, but he's looking very fast and very racy in that car at the moment. They said Canada blocked from access as well. Yes, that is true. Stream buffering. Did everybody else get that buffering, or whose end is that on? Yeah. So this is going to be interesting. What we've got, it's Max Verstappen on the back of Engelhardt, and the Lamborghini is very powerful. So this is going to be very interesting. Lamborghini on the straight, but no slipstream. So this could be a change for what is 8th position, but I believe, based on the strategy, is a net 2nd place. I believe it's 2nd place that this battle is for. A net 2nd, but look at the power of the Lamborghini. Look, Engelhardt is actually gaining time on the straights. Verstappen's in the slipstream, but Engelhardt is gaining time. This Lamborghini is so powerful. What the hell? I don't think I've ever seen this in GT3 racing, unless it's between a Porsche and like a Mercedes or something. I mean, the Mercedes is famously good in a straight line. It's just these V10s are just, they're running so much power at the moment, these V10s. I've never seen a car gain time on the straight from a car behind which has a slipstream. Like, even with a 911, really, you see what happens is the car behind, it won't get past, but it'll keep the gap the same. And we'll see Andy Pegasus USA using a service called Racer Network, which I think is good, but since I tried to do a live broadcast, the service had technical issues streaming that. Extra 35 kilos so unnecessary. Yeah. Audi has paid for the BOP. Audi has had a sign-off win for the R8 the other year. Now it's the Huracan's turn. I mean, you could say that, but I think there is independence in the race organisers. I think they are attempting to make it fair. I do believe they're well intentioned, but I just think that BOP is a stupid system that makes cars artificially fast, and the Lamborghini is artificially fast. I mean, you could say they're trying to make, an emotional story of saying, oh, the Lamborghini's been, won on its send-off. But I think the send-off win is not as strong for the Lamborghini as it is for the Audi, and the reason is that it's being replaced immediately with a Temerario, so there's a new car coming in afterwards. Whereas with the Audi R8, it was, this is the end of Audi sports in endurance racing altogether. Well, they're still going, they're in whatever position, but that was the idea there. But yeah, it is independent. I've spoken to a race steward, and you talk to some of the people in the motorsports. Down the inside at Hutzenbach for Verstappen, there's a mistake for Engelhardt, and Verstappen gets through on Engelhardt. So now Verstappen's going to be trying to chase after Thomas Preining. Engelhardt loses a position. Now Engelhardt has to stay on the back of him because he has that horsepower advantage and he can get him back on the straight. So he's got to get that thing moving right now because... Oh, but look at the gap Verstappen has pulled on Engelhardt. That Mercedes corners. I mean, this is something you don't really... See, that's the other problem with BOP is the car's characteristics change over time. For so long, Mercedes has been quite famously the car that can't corner and is quick down the straight. Now it corners quite well. I mean, look at that gap. That's massive. He's pulled so much time. But the Mercedes can corner well, and now it's crap on the straight. I mean, why has that changed? Racer Network on the channel list sites only show that we get first 2 hours, then we have to subscribe to the app to watch the race there. God, I hate putting this, the way they put this race on, paid services. It's just why can't they just make it free to air everywhere and just make this race super big? I mean, I think Verstappen is good for this race, as annoying as that is to say, just because it's making it such a major cultural event because there's Verstappen fever here. Is it the Merc that corners well or Max? See, that's the interesting thing. I think it's both. I think Verstappen, of course, is a very good driver, and that entire driver lineup, whether it's Danny Hunkadeo or Max Verstappen or any of that, they are, they have the driver lineup that, the dream team. But they have the disadvantage is that I don't know where I was going with that one. No, they have the driver lineup, but I think the car is very good in the corners. It's very good in the corners just because it's... just because that's the way the BOP works. But I have been looking at Verstappen's driving style. It is quite interesting. He's getting a lot of front-end performance. He's really rotating that car quite well and moving that car in a way that the Mercedes doesn't usually move. So he does have a very unique driving style, which is really quite obvious to see. And people talk about his unique driving style in Formula 1, but because Formula 1 cars are so... seeing rain and question mark, I'll answer that in a second. Formula 1 cars are so refined that it's hard to see. You can't visually see what someone's driving style is, but you can actually watch Verstappen's driving style in... you can watch his driving style in real time in these GT3 cars because they slide around a lot more. And that TCR incident, Manuel Lauck on board... Who hit Manuel Lauck? I think he may have been turned by the BMW Z4. So, question of rain. So far, doesn't appear that the rain is arriving on the track. That car had a bit of a dirty windscreen. Oh, BMW M2 goes off into the grass. But looking at the radar... Okay, that's... Rain is looking pretty imminent, actually. I need to actually pinpoint where on the map that I'm looking at is the Nürburgring, because the Nürburgring is not labelled. It's got to be near Luxembourg in the state of Rhineland-Palatinate, and lots and lots and lots of rain. Okay, so it's kind of around this part. So, I'm just looking at the map, trying to work out. So it's Koblenz. Let's find Koblenz on my weather map. What else can I find? Koblenz is not labelled on my weather map. Trying to predict the weather, and yes, there is some slight disadvantages to a... someone got torped. Yes, there is some slight disadvantages to a smaller stream like that, is I have to do all my weather stuff myself, rather than having a team of people who will just look this up. But based on roughly where they are, I think rain is going to come in the next few minutes, based on this. I need to look further north, I think. Okay, well, I can't find the exact things here, but all right, back to this. We have 81 Jens Klingmann in there. Oh, the BMW M3 Touring, the 4-door is about to make an overtake. Oh, was das für ein Kombi? Oh, that Mustang is being eaten up, and the Mustang's trying to go for an overtake as well. So this is a 3-way battle, and M3 Touring overtakes as well. Oh, their side. Oh. Ooh, car on the right. Actually, the KCMG car stayed in it on the right side. You're not really allowed to do that, but that was very hard to go side by side through there. So now we've got this BMW M3. I'm not sure why he went to the left side there. That's the wrong side to make that move. And then Mustang 64. It's got the KCMG car all over the back of it. M3 Touring has... he's on the grass. He's trying to go around the outside here off the KCMG car. Holds it round the outside, and next is the inside. KCMG car just squeezes in. Who is in that KCMG car? Let's just quickly see who that is. That's car 47. So if I just quickly look at my list, we have 47. That's Crone, and that is Jesse Crone, I believe, in the KCMG car. Yes, that's Jesse Crone. So, Jesse Crone, really good defensive driving, really rough, aggressive stuff, but he's super, super, super aggressive with that, and is also really quite clean. Clean but aggressive. That's the thing you want to see. Clean but aggressive is something that is... it's rare to see, but when you see it, it's like, oh, that's bold. And that was truly bold. But Grello is getting involved in this. And these are the cars who stopped early. So 81, that was the one we were wondering about, unscheduled pit stops. It's made an early pit stop. 47, Jesse Crone, early pit stop. So these are all the early pit stoppers. And... Thomas Preining wants to clear and dispatch these guys as quickly as possible because they're on a different strategy. And if you can get these guys on the track instead of in the pit lane, 10 hours later, that's much better. So he wants to really slice and dice his way through the field. Now that M3 Touring, it's a little bit slower than a GT3 just because the weight distribution is out. The aerodynamics is a little bit worse. It's a little bit heavier. It's just an M4 but worse. From a race car perspective, it's cooler. Because it's an M3 Touring and not an M4. It may be cooler, but it's also a worse race car, right? The M4 is the better race car, and so it's going to be easier to get past Klingmann, And also because they're in a battle, you can kind of get in and squeeze yourself into little places. But Jesse Krohn, the Finn in that number 47 Mercedes-Benz, blue and white, colours of the Finnish flag. 3 down, 5 to go. Max, yes, Max is closing up, but he's going to have this same traffic that Thomas Preining has. And if Thomas Preining can clear Jesse Krohn, then Preining is going to pull away from Max Verstappen yet again. So, again, Verstappen really, really will want to catch up to Preining, because Preining, I mean, he's a very good driver. He's one of the best, but this Porsche has such a good lineup that he is the weakest driver of that lineup. But that's no criticism of Thomas Preining. He's just the worst of a good bunch, is still being a very good driver. 2.5 to go. Yes, he is flying, but I think a lot of that is down to these cars which are out of position. And 2.9. Yes, so Preining is going to be super frustrated. He knows he is bleeding time to Max Verstappen behind. He knows he cannot afford to lose his time because Verstappen is very quick. He really needs to dispatch that Mercedes-Benz. The good news is Mercedes seems to just have no straight line speed at all right now, and he's just going to be really hoping that the Mercedes is going to be a bit of an easy target on the Duttinghoe, but the Porsche's got no straight line speed either. But it is a lot lighter. So let's watch what this car can do, because I do believe the 911 is still the net leader. That KCMG car, I mean, if they pitted early, they're going to be getting close to their next pit stops soon. I mean, they'll be going full length now. So if they went 6 laps, 6 plus 9, that's 15. So they're 4 laps away from their pit stops. Some of these guys. Whereas Estra's going to go long, and they're going to do a full length pit stop again. These early stoppers, so they won't be gaining time in the pit stops the same way. Oh, that's a big crash. That's an Audi R8. I believe that's one of the alternative fuel cars. That's a Max Cruiser racing car, I believe. And you can see a lot of debris down. That's Schwedenkreuz. You don't have a small crash at Schwedenkreuz, so whatever's happened here, big damage to that Audi. Dominic Fugel. I don't think that car's finishing this race. That car is probably out of the race altogether. And you can see there's fluids down as well. So it's dumped all the radiators, dumped all the coolant. There's going to be a code 60 there. That is, I mean, it's been quite a good run. No crashes, like no major crashes in the first hour and 40 minutes. But yes, now usually if there was a battle for position in a normal race, you go, okay, safety car now, and everything's neutralised. But the rest of the race is still under green flag. So while this is all going on, at the same time, 6th place, car's just finished its race, 6th place, car 911, 47, 81, and 3. They're locked in a hard battle, and it's still going on right now. And let's see what happens. So we've got the Z4. Brilliant car, that Z4. And there's, puncture. What tyres are they on? I think that's on the Goodyear tyres. And, you can't park that there. The rear came off. Right tyre blew, couldn't control it. Yep, that's, Oy. Nothing the driver did wrong, that's just gone. That's one of the worst places you can get a puncture. I mean, there's pretty much no good place to get a puncture at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I mean, it's probably the worst track to get a puncture at. And all these cars have just driven through a debris field. And how many other cars are going to get a puncture driving through all that broken carbon fibre? And you can see Fugel is out of the car, looking quite dejected, but the important bit is driver is out of the car and okay, and that's always good to see. So that's hour and 40 minutes is how long that race lasted. You can see the marshals now tidying. That was a radiator that was on the track, which that shows the level of damage to the front of that car. That was just a radiator sitting out on the track. I mean, it's the structure of the car is surprisingly in good shape in terms of like the actual chassis, but the real problem is it's got no coolant. So I think you wouldn't be able to drive that car back, even though the wheels look like they're pointed in the right way, because the whole radiator assembly's come apart. And, Verstappen versus M3. Yeah, side by side. The M3 is going to be all over the back of him now down the Dirtinger Hoa. I think Verstappen's made this move too early. He's ahead on the straight, but he's complained about yo-yo racing in Formula 1. Now, the M3 is a bit slower in the straight than the M4 because it's got more drag, but that thing is quick down the straight still. It's not as good as an M4, but it might be better than a Mercedes AMG, and he's really, really close at the start of the straight. And unfortunately, we're watching the Audi, which is crashed out and on the side of the road. And now we can watch a Ferrari lapping an Audi, and this is some very bad TV directing going on at the moment on the official broadcast, because we have a battle for what is effectively potentially related to the battle for the lead. And, okay, 81 has come into the pits. So we haven't seen what's happened with those two because of some rather rubbish TV directing. But the 81 is into the pits, and that's a little bit early again for the 81. Maybe it did have an unscheduled pit stop. I'm not sure what's happened with that 81 early in the race. But that is, yes, Thomas Neubauer in the Ferrari is indeed the race leader, and the TV director is wanting it. I mean, this is some very Italian-style TV director, because there's a Ferrari out in front, so he's just like, oh, look at this Ferrari. Maybe they had... Yeah, who knows what's up with the TV directing today, because they're not showing the action. There was a change for position, and also the 911 is past the 47. They wouldn't show that on the TV coverage, but luckily I am doing this unofficial commentary, so I can tell you what the TV director doesn't want to... I don't know. I don't know. What's up with the TV directing today? I mean, come on. Yeah, this is... the 67 is in second place. It's in a battle with nobody. But let's talk about the battle for fourth place anyway, and ignore what's on the screen, because it's not showing anything important at all. So if you're watching this somewhere where the live stream is blocked, don't worry. They aren't showing the action, because the action is currently the battle for fourth, which is between Verstappen, Jesse Krohn, and in fourth place is Thomas Preining. And Thomas Preining has just pulled 1.3 seconds out of Jesse Krohn after getting past him. And every single lap, he's going to get further and further away from Krohn, and behind Jesse Krohn is Max Verstappen. And the thing is that Verstappen is going to be losing that time again. So he's gaining huge time as Preining was stuck, but now he's going to lose that time again. So 1.2 seconds is the gap, and we need that's the gap to watch, to monitor. How much time can Preining pull out of these cars around him? Well, Preining is now on the back of the Mustang, the number 64 Mustang. So Preining is getting held up. They're currently going through the code 60, so they're all going to be slow. But the gap is currently 1.6 seconds from Preining to Krohn, and 1.2 seconds from Preining to... who is in the 64? That's Stippler. Still... Frank Stippler, and it looks like Preining, just looking at the gap now, the TV director is actually showing us what's going on. Oh no, never mind, let's look at this BMW instead. Preining looks like he got away better than Jesse Krohn out of the code 60, which, I mean, Porsche 911 is quite famous for being able to accelerate out of low speed quite well, and it's done the 911 thing again. And let's have a quick look at the... Okay, so Verstappen is really wanting to climb into the boot of that Mercedes AMG that's in front of him, but Jesse Krohn says, no, you're not going down the inside there. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm just going to cover that off. And Verstappen, unable to get through there. I'm not sure what he was really trying there, because there's no way you're going to overtake there. But you can see this is super aggressive from Verstappen, and it has been paying off. He's been really trying to get into their minds, trying to really move the car around, looking for overtakes in places where you don't make overtakes. And this means that the driver of the car in front can't rest easily, because he knows that Verstappen can do all sorts of interesting trickery, and he has successfully pulled off overtakes in strange places before around this track by driving in this manner. Your German is very good. Are you bilingual? Ja, ich spreche Deutsch. Es ist meine zweite Sprache. Aber mein Deutsch ist vielleicht nicht gut, ist nicht genug für Langkonversationen, aber es ist genug für Kurzkonversationen. Aber meine Grammatik ist sehr schlecht, aber das ist kein Problem, weil es ist besser, dass du kannst mir verstehen, als aber es ist nicht gut. Yeah. Oh, round the outside of Jesse Krohn goes Max Verstappen and gains that position. And that's exactly what I was talking about. He overtakes in weird spots around this track where it's traditionally it's like, oh no, you don't really overtake around there. And then he just does it. And it's like, okay, it turns out you do overtake around there. And that's the thing that Verstappen has been really good at in this series, is just overtaking in places that are like, what? No, you don't go there. Oh, okay. But it's also quite risky. I mean, he went on the grass there. It's paid off, but over 24 hours, every time you take a risk, you're, well, doing exactly that. You're taking a risk, and sometimes they don't pay off. And he's had a couple of near misses already, whereas you look at Thomas Preining, who hasn't had any near misses. I think the driver most likely to end up crashing out in a massive high-speed crash is Verstappen. But he's taking those risks, and they are paying off, and they'll keep paying off until they don't. Now, is it going to be in this current edition of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring where they won't pay off? Well, you never know. That's not saying, oh, he's definitely going to crash out. He might not. He might go fine. But you just don't know. And every risk you take is, you've got to think about the, yes, Dacia in. Every risk you take, you've got to think about how much it's worth. Now, was that worth it? Probably it was worth it. Now, the reason it's worth it is because up the road is car number 911, 3.9 seconds up the road. Jesse Krohn has really held up Max Verstappen. But now Verstappen is being held up by Thomas Preining is being held up by Frank Stippler. So that Mustang is quite famously fast in a straight line. The Porsche is quite famously a brick, aerodynamically, with a wing. A very big wing. And it's really hard to overtake in a 911. You have to do it on the brakes. Now, luckily, the Mustang is famously terrible at braking, but really quick on the straight. And that's got to be the most frustrating thing, is because from Thomas Preining's perspective, he has to make an overtake in the braking zone. He has to go for a dive bomb. In the 911, minimum pit time, yes. So there is a minimum pit time, and you get a big penalty if you exceed it. It's like minutes penalty. So it's so annoying. I hate minimum pit time, because what you get is like with the Dacia, is they get the tyres on, they get the fuel in, and then they just stand around and do nothing. And it's like, yes, we're in a race. We're going to park the car, stand up here, and just like, good weather, isn't it? It's like, just put the tyres on, maximum speed, get the car sent out of there, go, go, go. And eventually someone's wheel's going to come off, right? Sure. But why don't they make it so they can do tyres and fuel at the same time? And which I think they can do in this series. But have tyres and fuel at the same time, stick the wheels on, refuel, minute the fuel hose goes out, send the car out. What's wrong with that? I know it makes things a bit more, chaotic in the pit lane, but it's fun. 67 staying in. Yes, and that is great news for Thomas Preining. In fact, Preining has got past... Did we see that on the coverage? Preining taking the lead? Did I miss that while, looking at the chat or something? How did Preining take the lead? Was I just... someone in chat tell me, was Preining's overtake for the lead of the race actually on the coverage, or did I just completely have a brain explosion and miss the lead change there? But Preining leads the race. We're watching pit stops right now, and Verstappen is now 4.7 seconds behind. So Preining has pulled away by 1 second. My understanding, must be a large variance in fuel pump rates, easiest to legislate for worst case and let everyone take it slower. Yes, okay, that makes sense, because they are using something which is basically the equivalent of a roadside fuel pump. So they don't use proper race refuel rigs. The rules say you have to use a roadside style petrol pump, and I think that they must be running less power than regular GT3 cars, because I think it's got to be road going fuel as well. So I don't think they're running 102. I think they're running 98 octane at this race. So they have to have the engines detuned a bit, but I'm not sure about that. So don't quote me on the 98 octane thing. I'm not sure about that. But I know they're using the fuel pump itself is a standard roadside fuel pump. So what the mechanics are holding, you've also held when you refuel your car. So that's the thing with that. But yes, car 911 is a second, and look at that. He's now 6 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen, pretty much, or 5.3 seconds ahead of Max Verstappen. Let's just quickly make sure this is reloaded. This reloads itself, but it doesn't reload itself. And I've got to say a big thank you to nring.info. So the official timing screen has some very aggressive copyright protection, but I asked this guy, you reckon I could use this? And he was like, yeah, sure. Now this is a watch list feature, so it wasn't intended to be a time screen for coverage like this, but even though that's not its original intention, it's doing a job of a timing screen quite well. Now the cars aren't quite ordered in their position, but that's just... you've got to be, they've done a good job of getting this timing screen system, or this watch list system working quite well, which was, I think this was created in just a few days. So nring.info has done a great job, and you can see their Instagram handle. Go and follow them on Instagram at nring.info. Very good stuff. But that is Thomas Preining leads the race ahead of Frank Stippler, and it looks like Stippler's quite close to the back of him. I wonder if Preining's been held up by a bit of traffic. Interesting stuff. Yes, Frank Stippler really getting a little bit over the back of that Porsche, and giving a flash there. So Preining has been held up by Frank Stippler all this time, but suddenly Stippler all over the back. Now where has that pace difference between... Oh, now this is not ideal. That is a BMW M2, and it's got smoke coming from the side, and it's hanging down. So the front right wheel is down. He's obviously hit the wall, or he's hit another car, or something's happened to that, and that is no good. What car number is that? It's in 106th position at the moment, and they're going to be losing quite a few positions. So that looks like the second crash, proper sized crash, and that's on the Döttinger Höhe, I believe. Is that Döttinger? No, that's not Döttinger Höhe. That is into Pflanzgarten. That, yes, so that's Pflanzgarten where he is now. So just before Pflanzgarten is where he's gone off, and he's just lost it on the power. And he's taken out that BMW 3 Series. The 3 Series doesn't look to have been immobilized by that. The 3 Series hasn't been on the shot of driving slowly. So I think the 3 Series has got away somehow without suspension damage. Maybe we can see the M2 is off. What's happened with that 3 Series? 106 Beamer lost control and hit another one. Yes. That M2, that's going to be a half-hour pit stop. So 195. Who is the 195? That is... that'll be Philipp Hermiet is the name of the driver involved in the 195. And yes, that is... Yeah. So hopefully that 3 Series that got hit is going to be okay. Hopefully they've got the spares. So the headlight was taken out. Now this track is unlit, and this is a night race as well, and they're going to need to change that headlight. So hopefully, because these are small teams that run the 3 Series and that, they're not big factory teams, they're independent teams, and they might not necessarily have the spare parts. They might not have a front right headlight. And it looks like the suspension and the steering of that 3 Series is fine. But Max did find a second. Preining has been losing a bit of time in this last few minutes, and I wonder if he'll get back up to speed. But luckily he built out a big buffer. But yeah, I really hope that they have a spare headlight for that BMW and a spare front-end bodywork. The good news is, if you watch the Top Gear Endurance Special where they did a 24-hour race, and they didn't have a certain part for their car which was had an engine issue, someone in the paddock in the car park happened to be driving a BMW 3 Series, and they had they took an injector out of one of the cars parked at the track or something like that. Well, at least they claimed they did for TV purposes. I don't know if they actually did. But that's what they claimed. With the amount of BMW 3 Series that will be in the car park at the Nürburgring, because the Nürburgring is... there's a lot of BMW owners. I wonder if they'll be able to say, does anybody own a 3 Series? Can we borrow your front right headlight? We'll give it back to you at the end of the race, or we'll just buy you a new one. Because... yeah, they might have to do something creative like that. That's what I'd be doing if I was that team and they didn't bring a spare headlight, which there's a fairly high chance that they didn't because they're small teams. That's what I'd do. But what do you reckon? If you had a BMW E90, would you lend them a headlight? That's what I want to know. So, now the live stream is showing the highlights, but luckily I have live timing, so I can talk about what's actually happening in the race, whilst the official live stream does not talk about that. So, what do we have at the moment? Let's just watch these gaps. So at the moment, it's Manthey racing with the 911 car. That is Grello, position 1, and it's leading ahead of Frank Stippler. That says the gap is 2/10. That can't be right. Frank Stippler is not going. Is that gap to behind or gap ahead? It can't be gap behind. Okay, Frank Stippler has come into the pits by the looks of things, because that says 2 pit stops for that car on lap 14, and that would put Verstappen into P2. Verstappen is 6.7 seconds, so that he's 6-7 seconds off the lead. And P3 is Franz Conrad in that number 7 Lamborghini. Sorry, not Franz Conrad. This is a stupid team name. It's Engelhardt. It is what's the first name of Engelhardt? I've forgotten. Christian Engelhardt. I thought it was Christian Engelhardt. I didn't want to give the wrong first name. It's Christian Engelhardt, not Franz Conrad. Why is your team name just some guy's name? It's Christian Engelhardt, correction. In that number 7 car, and yes, I am the only person giving actual current gaps because the official coverage is showing you something that happened 3 hours ago. 25.6 off the lead, off Verstappen. Verstappen's just gained 1.1 seconds. It was 6.7, now 5.6. That looks like traffic. Usually when they hit traffic, there will be a big shift in the sort of in the gaps like that. So we could see that gap come back up, because usually you'll see drivers gain a tenth here, a tenth there, like per sector. When you see a whole second just disappear, usually there's a production car or a GT4. Need another coffee? BRB. Yes, perhaps also watching in interesting time zone. It's currently 1:03 a.m. here in Australia, and I'll be staying awake all night and then all of tomorrow, and at some point in the morning I will have to go quiet for a bit as I go out and purchase a bit of breakfast. So at the moment, what have we got? In the last hour, 600 people have clicked on this stream. Very good. Thank you for everybody who is watching. I do enjoy interacting with people as I watch this race and giving the updates on the gaps. So Verstappen has dropped back to 6.1 seconds. So I did suggest that gap, that sudden big loss of pace for Preining, some of that gap would come back. Some of that time he would get back as Verstappen hits traffic, and it looks like Verstappen has then hit traffic. I mean, that's like 4/10 is lost in one sector. I mean, that could be driving, but I don't think Verstappen's going to lose 4/10 in a sector being outdriven by Thomas Preining. I don't think Verstappen would do that. So that is really the big battle at the moment. And at the moment, honestly, Verstappen doesn't seem to be making any inroads on that race-leading Manthey Racing Porsche 911. And, well, this is looking like a very Grello day indeed so far. And we have the highlights on the stream still going, and finally they cut to the live action. So here's the thing of only having one commentator. I do apologise for this, but I do need to have a toilet break, which should only be rather fast. So hopefully I'll have a quick pit stop here, and then I'll get back to my commentary. But it looks like the gap is 6 seconds out in front, and oh, look at that, past the trucks. That's another cool thing about the Nürburgring. Okay. back online, and hopefully I didn't go under the minimum pit stop time there. 45 Ferrari is out. Oh dear. Oh dear. I chose the absolute worst time to go to the toilet because we've got some big news. Ferrari out. What has happened here? So let's have a look. So Ferrari goes round... Oh, why would you go around the outside there? But I mean, the Cayman was kind of in the middle of the track as well. That's just kind of clumsy from both of them. Is the Cayman damaged? Hopefully the Cayman's not damaged. I think... I mean, the 45 has kind of taken itself out there. That's on the 45 predominantly, but the Cayman was a bit like... Try to avoid being in the middle of the track on those gentle kinks where... Because you kind of treat it as a straight, but it's not actually straight. But yeah, Rinaldi Racing, you are out. You're done for. I need a drink. Holy. Water. Water is the solution for my voice. So, Verstappen giving a little flash to this lapped. It is a GT3 car. Oh no, is it a GT3 or is it a Carrera Cup car? What am I looking at here? I think that's Carrera Cup actually. But he's dispatched whatever the hell that was. Well, it was in a Manti livery, but it was black and green, and there's only a Carrera Cup car in that livery. But I thought the rear wing looked a bit GT3. What was that? Anyway, we've got an RS3 TCR here battling with a production car, and that's Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby type lineup, because TCR car is going to be much quicker, or maybe that's not the position, but maybe he is lapping that. Although, hang on, 101st and the BMW. Okay, we'll see a replay. I did want to see if that was for position. What have we got here? So the 80 and the 16. That's the Maro Engel car. I'm not sure who's in that. And the 16, staying around the outside. 16 Sport PHX. That's Ben Green in the car. Battling with... Do I have the 80 even on here? No, I don't. Let's just add 80. That is Maro Engel. Yeah, so it's Maro Engel versus Ben Green. Maro Engel goes around the outside, and then Ben Green stays around the outside. That's really good racing. They go side by side, down the straight towards the next corner. Ben Green gives him the squeeze. Maro Engel just gets that position, though. The Audi got a good drive on out of the corner. But, oh, were they still side by side or no? No, not side by side. Okay, Maro Engel gets that position. Going down that short little straight there, and that was some great stuff. Great bit of racing. Very, very skillful, very respectful. So, Thomas Preining is into the pits, and out of the car he gets. Into the car gets somebody with a Red Bull helmet. I believe Jankan Guven is the driver of that car, who is personally sponsored by Red Bull. So I think that's Guven getting in, and they're also wheeling that car number 7 around, the Franz Conrad team. Stupid team name. That's the worst team name in history. Why would you call your team that? It's horrible. It's just a guy. But, yes, that is the Franz Conrad car. And you can see it has been... So all the top runners are in the pits. You've got the number 3 in. I was just a little bit distracted just looking at some stats. But yes, the number 3 is in the pits. The 911 is in the pits. And also the 45... Is it 45? No, the 7. The 7, 3, 911. All right. it is getting rather late in the night, and when it gets to 6 a.m., I will go out and get another coffee and a another thingy. Yes, you can definitely tell it is getting late in the night here in Australia. It is 1:12 a.m. here, and here we go. Okay, so I just missed a bunch of chat messages because my thing was scrolled up and I didn't realise. What did I miss? Big oof, hold it in OP. OMG, step away for 2 seconds, try to max. As someone said before, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Yep. Hope the driver's okay. Put some honey in. Leaders are in. Max staying in. Alright. Kept up with chat. Alright, make sure my chat is scrolled to the bottom. Technical issues aside, welcome to the world of streaming where it can't be entirely perfect. But I have few viewers, and thank you to all of you. And the cars are now waiting in the pit lane so that they will hit their mandatory pit stop time, and the Porsche has 17 seconds to go till it hits it. The Mercedes-Benz on 17 now. The Christian Engelhardt car number 7 has 30 seconds to go. So the number 3 is just driven out, and now comes the 911. It's taking away. Was that Porsche go under, or was the coverage graphics slightly wrong? Because that looks like it exited the pit with 1.6 on there. But I don't know how accurate the television graphics are for that. But the windscreen wiper is on. So the rain that I mentioned earlier, and this is the worst time for these cars to have pitted, because they've just come out on slick tyres. And looking at that radar picture, which I'll just get another radar picture up to just show how bad this weather's going to get for the drivers to deal with. Now, this big rain clouds that I'm about to put on the screen is... I'll just save this as radar 3. Actually, I'll tell you what. What I'll do, make this a little bit better. Why don't I just go and do this? Right, so let's show the weather. Now, the Nürburgring is somewhere around here. And look at this weather that's coming in. Let's just set this. That is a big chunk of rain, which is headed straight for the Nürburgring. And then this is where it goes into forecast mode, but these are not actual radar pictures. This is a real radar picture. This is forecast, so it's just it's all disappears. But you gotta this is the real. This is the actual. This is the forecast. So it's more than they're forecasting basically, and it's a lot of rain coming in. HWA Evo R. Number 3, Merc 81 Beamer wagon battling for 4th. Yes. So that's the weather situation. Now back to the track situation. Because when the wipers start going, looking at that weather, it's very much not not particularly slick tyre looking. But what those teams are going to be hoping is that the weather will come just later. But look at that. There's rain on Max Verstappen's windscreen. You can see the water droplets just flowing up the windscreen, and that would be the absolute last thing that Max Verstappen wants. So that BMW M3 Touring 81. Do I even have... Yeah, I do have it on. Position 4, he's done 2 pit stops, and Verstappen has done 2 as well. So that... Wow. I've just got to say, wow. That BMW M3 Touring, the wagon is... That's a net position. So, that wagon, I mean, it's out of sequence with the pit stop, so it's probably going to have to do an extra pit stop. But it's in that position, like, on merit, sort of. I think it will have to give that time back later on, based on my understanding of the strategy for car number 81. It's going to have to give that time back. But I'm fairly sure that Verstappen's actually, like, that's super impressive from the BMW wagon. Unfortunately, they do have some of their B-lister drivers because they want to put their top BMW drivers into the M4s. But the really funny thing here is the best performing BMW is the M3 Touring, the wagon, the slowest M3, with the slowest BMW GT. Actually, no, the slowest GT3 BMW is the Z4. The second slowest BMW. Max loves rain though. Did you see him in Brazil? Yeah, I mean, Brazil 2016 was absolute masterclass. But I think the rain actually favours Ayhancan Guven in the 911. And the reason is just the physics of the 911. The 911 is such a good wet weather car. It's just brilliant in the wet. It really is brilliant. And I think in Formula One, all the cars have the engine in the same place and they roughly have the same layout. I think not because of the driver, but because of the car, when it gets wet, it's really hard to keep up with a 911 in the wet. You have to do something really, really special to keep up with a 911 when it starts raining. I mean, there was a race at Road America where the Porsche 911 GTE, I think it was a GTE, but it was the rear engine one, not the mid-engine RSR, but the early 991 GTE, which was rear engine. It actually beat all the prototypes in this super wet race in Road America or Road Atlanta, one of the American tracks, just because of how good the 911 is in the wet. So I would say rain favours Porsche massively. But yes, I do agree. What the Z4 lacks in current day speed, it more than makes up for in the exhaust note. It absolutely does. I'd give them extra BOP advantage just for sounding so good. I'd say, alright, you can put a second engine in the car. I think they would need that in order to keep up, because they were seriously 67 Stang and 34 Aston battling for first. Yes, that is a gross first position rather than net first position, but it is first position nonetheless, because these cars, they are sort of out of sequence in the pit stop in that they have to give that. But no, okay, now the teams are looking at the radar. You can see they've got their radar screens up on Rover Racing, and some of the others also having that come up. So yes, Ford versus Aston. Once upon a time, those brands were one and the same, but for now they are different. Ford really shouldn't have sold Aston. They should have had Aston as, like, a brand that can do technological innovation, because you can get away with innovation on an expensive car much more than on a cheap car. Even though Aston Martin is not really particularly innovative, they could have transformed that brand into basically a rolling test lab, and then stuff that works for Aston Martin they can put into Fords. And even if Aston Martin doesn't make a profit, they can afford to experiment with weird stuff and sell it for really high prices. Three-way battle for 7th between 80, 64, and 1. 80, 64, and 1. Yes. Where is the 1? Yes. There's a two-way battle. The three-way battle might come into it. The number 1 car is a little bit further back, but it will catch up. And 80, that's the Mercedes, Ford versus BMW. And who is in the 64? That's Arjun Maini, former Mercedes driver, now with Ford. And in the 80, that's surely not going to be Maro Engel now, because he was driving earlier. 80, Maxi Martin. I mean, that 80 car has a really strong driver lineup. The disadvantage with that car is that they qualified badly, basically, but they really need to just get their way up the order. So we're just looking at that. It says gap. Is this gap to leader, is what I wonder. Is it gap to the leader or gap to... I think this is gap to leader. Verstappen, 7 seconds, and then 9:11. So I need to subtract these two. So between number 3 and 9:11, which is the big battle for the lead, it's currently 5 seconds. 67 is the new leader, is indeed. And did I miss that on screen whilst I was watching the timing screens? I may have missed that, or maybe the TV director didn't. Yes, we've got a car in the wall as well. Everything's going off right now, including that car by the looks of things. And that cannot possibly be the closest camera they've got to that. Come on. Is that really the closest car they've got? But I do like they've got these LED light panels. And I said this about Bathurst. They've got them at the Nürburgring now, as they should. They need to have the LED light panels at Bathurst too, so we don't get a repeat of the absolute nonsense. Oh! How did Verstappen suddenly gain all that time and is now all over the back of Huracan Guven? It's not Prining, it's Guven. What happened here? Well, Verstappen's pulled quite the time on that 9:11, and now we have quite the battle here. Verstappen in third, getting greasy, and Verstappen goes down the inside. He's gone too deep, surely. Oh, it's getting wet. Guven's going to get a better exit there. Verstappen has overcommitted, but Verstappen is ahead, and he's going to squeeze Guven, and Verstappen has now got that car into the net lead of the race. But as it gets wet, he's done that right as it's dry, and now that's the end of the dry thing. I told you, wet weather master. Yes, but just wait till it gets properly wet, because at the moment they're still on slicks, and they're still able to run slicks. I think as the track gets wetter, that 911 is going to come back, and Verstappen is going to have a hard time keeping Guven behind. And oh, we've got another car going off now. I think the track is now getting quite difficult. There's so much going on, and that's the thing with endurance racing. Is people think, oh, you know, it's 24 hours, it must really string out the field, and then nothing happens. But it's like what people say about history. There is decades where nothing happens, and there is weeks where decades happen, and you get that in endurance racing. You get single laps where entire races happen, and I think Guven should have dived for the pits and put wets on, and both they're going to be running slicks in the wet. I think they're all going to be running slicks in the wet. Well, this could be huge time loss. If somebody comes into the pits now, someone who's like 2 minutes behind. Who is 2 minutes? 84. 84 is 2 minutes behind. 84 should come into the pits right now and get on the wets. Oh, it's a minute 42. Ah. Can the 84 do it? The 84 has to come into the pits, surely. Or even, like, cut the Grand Prix track. Yeah, this is too wet for slicks. If any GT3 car on the Grand Prix track needs to cut the Grand Prix track, come back to the pits, lose like 3 minutes, you're still gonna get that time back just by being on the wets. Honestly, if you're on the Grand Prix track, what I would do if I was a team boss, I'd say come in for wets. You're gonna get 3 minutes in a single lap, just because of. Oh, we've got another car. Oh, Dacia's off. Dacia is backwards, and somebody has said that before it happened. Yes, I don't have the red dot on the live stream. Now I have the red dot. 300 backwards. Off goes the Dacia. Can he get the car restarted? That's interesting. Alternator issues or something? Why is that car not started? Now, you can flick spin a front-wheel drive car, but you have to do it in reverse. Do a J-turn. That Dacia can do a J-turn to get turned around before it rejoins. If that's the problem, it can't. Oh, 16 Shara Sport PHX. Big damage. Big damage. That's huge. That car is effectively out of the race. I think he's going to get back to the pit lane, and they're going to change that whole front right corner of the car. But that car is out. That car is pretty much done for. They're going to finish the race like half an hour behind. I think they will repair the whole front right suspension. Oh, no, there's no point. I mean, maybe you can see underneath that bonnet, and oh yeah, you can definitely see underneath that bonnet. But like, as what's I mean, yeah, bring it back. You'll finish half an hour behind the rest of the field because they're going to change. They've got to do the whole front right suspension, and yeah, he's loosening up the seatbelt so he can move around a bit more and see where he's going. What has happened? We've got to see a replay of what happened to this, surely. We're getting a nice look at the radiator ducting of the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. And we've got cars approaching from behind. Double yellow flag, slow them down. That Golf, the way that it's got its front grille makes it from a distance, it looks a bit like an Alfa Romeo. The Dacia has finally got going. Should have just done a J-turn and saved a few minutes. But I've got to say, got to respect the commitment and the tenacity of Alexander Sims to keep that car going. And yes, well done to Dacia, but also good job Alexander Sims bringing this car back. I love to see drivers bring the car back. And it's going to be a very lonely race for this Audi once they finally get it repaired. If they can get it repaired, because I don't know how the chassis is going to be on that car. I think it looks repairable. It looks bad, but it is repairable. We're finally going to get a replay of what happened here. No, we're going to get a replay of Verstappen. Why are we looking at Verstappen? We're looking at Verstappen entering a code 60. Now, I can't hear the commentators. Did Verstappen get a code 60 breach there? Oh, okay. It was at the end of the code 60. He started... I didn't see a green flag. Oh, no. I didn't see him pass any green. I think Verstappen's just overtaken. I'm just going to bring that coverage back. Was there a green flag there? There's a marshal's post waving a green ahead of him, but he didn't pass the green flag. Or did he? Oh no, there is a green flag. Okay, he did pass the green flag. That was hard to spot because it's on a green background. And I guess the driver of that BMW M3 Touring also couldn't spot what I couldn't spot. And the M3 Touring was staying on 60 because he didn't spot the green flag on a green background. Okay. For a second I thought that was going to be, oh no, Verstappen's going to get his ring license pulled. But no, Verstappen's not going to get his ring license pulled. Why are we looking at... Okay, this is Share a Sport, that's why we're looking at it. Is this rain stopping? Because there's two bands of rain. There's like a little of rain, and then there's a big band coming after it. I think that was the first part, because there doesn't appear to be rainfall right now, but I think there's going to be the second wave of rain is going to come. So we've had the first wave that looks like that first wave has passed, but it's going to come back with a vengeance very soon. And car 16, go on the wets once you get that whole front right corner changed. Well, half an hour it'll be dry again, so maybe don't do that. Someone else go on the wets. They're still staying out on the slicks. They're playing the computer game. They're playing the numbers game. I think they need to play the weather game. The good stuff is yet to come. Yeah. Looking at that weather radar from before, it's looking rather nasty indeed. So through the pits, and congratulations to car number 16 for bringing that back. We like to see... it's nice to see drivers bring the car home and really make that... bring the car home even when it's damaged and not give up. That's something that's great to see, and yeah, the mechanics are happy that he brought it back. And you know, he's crashed the car, but it's under difficult conditions. It's tricky stuff, and he's made a mistake, and every good racing driver's made a mistake. Alexander Sims is a good racing driver, and he's ended up in the wall. As long as you're not constantly doing that, yeah. So how did Alexander Sims crash? So here we can see the Z4. Now, if you're watching the live footage as well, I should warn you that that is not the optimal racing line. And I just noticed the Z4 has the foxtail like a manta. Okay, I'm a big fan of seeing the foxtail on the Z4. That is cool. Fuchsschwanz. Yes, I like it. I like that a lot. That is, yes, indeed. So, the 16 is in. And they're going to be going, holy shit. So, that is, I mean, well, basically to fix this is the chassis damage. That's what they're looking at the moment. We can see, if you can't see the live coverage, but if you can see the live coverage, they're putting their heads sort of into that gap so the camera doesn't show exactly, but they're going to be looking at those chassis rails and seeing, is this car repairable? Can we put whole new suspension? Because Sheriff Sport PHX, and they seem to be giving each other fist bumps and hugs and stuff, and they're basically saying this car is done, is what that body language is saying. They're saying, yep, congratulations, we've done a great job, but this car is out. So I would say that the car number 16, Alexander Sims brought it back, but that car is out of the race. So Sims is, congrats and good job on bringing it back, but that is out. That car will not continue in the race, and that's very sad to see. Sheriff Sport PHX Team Phoenix is one of the most legendary teams of the Nürburgring, and yeah, this is not ideal, but that is now, we're looking at the onboard of Jordan Pepper. Jordan Pepper with car number 64 behind him, and in the 64 at the moment, who do we have? That's Adrian Mainey in the 64, and, well, that Mustang is a rather intimidating front end they've given it. Now, I've always said I'm not the biggest fan of American cars, but the Mustang's not the worst looking thing in the world. I do have to unfortunately admit, as much as I don't want to admit that, it does look alright. Especially when you compare it to those silly beaver teeth on the BMW, which that BMW M4 would be a great looking car if only they gave it a proper front grille, but they didn't. But the beaver teeth are also quite the, it is quite the intimidating car to come up behind you, that BMW, even if it's not good looking. And Adrian Mainey really proving his worth there. And I hope that Adrian Mainey will have a very good GT3 career. He has so far. I mean, you can see here's how Jordan Pepper got past Adrian Mainey in the slipstream, and straight through he goes. And there we go. But then Adrian Mainey gets the slipstream from that Mercedes, but Mainey's stuck on the right side, Jordan Pepper on the left, and in this next corner, you go ahead if you're on the left. You want to be on the left in this corner. Quite like American cars until they break down. So I guess you don't like American cars very often then. HWA Evo on the move. That's a very cool looking car. My favourite car here, it might be the HWA Evo. I'm not very much a Mercedes person, as you may be able to guess. I am very much an Audi person, but I always said the Mercedes-Benz 190e Evo 2 is my favourite Mercedes of all time, and it's one of my favourite touring cars of all time, and they've basically got one of my favourite touring cars of all time. and they've made it cooler, and that's just brilliant. So I really like the HWA Evo, um, and I was explaining why this car is so good earlier on, and what I was saying is that the standard Mercedes-Benz, is there also a rule that says you must stay on the right when not overtaking? On the Nürburgring, on Touristenfahren, on the, like, public days, yes, but in the race, no. So there is the only time. So there is one corner after the after Tiergarten where it's one of two corners in the world where you have an individual rule for one corner, which is that the car on the left goes ahead. Um, and that's just because that corner is so dangerous to go side by side in. And we've seen what happens. There was the Vantour, was it the Vantour brothers? Both of them took each other out, I think, something like that. But yeah, that's a very dangerous corner to overtake. So they've basically just banned overtaking at this one corner that's absurdly dangerous. And we've got a tyre down on the Aston Martin there. Luckily, that car hasn't hit the wall, so it's only going to lose a minute or two. But that's no good. When you see a car losing time for something that's not a driver error or anything, it's just, tyre's gone down. Why not just block by staying left? That's exactly what they do. But that only works if the car on the right doesn't get ahead before the corner. But yes, they do tend to stay left on the Döttinger Höhe because of that rule. The car on the left goes ahead. But the Döttinger Höhe is so long you can get ahead before the corner. And I think if you've got a tiny little overlap and you're on the left, you don't go ahead in that case, I think. But yeah, so tyre down there. Here's Jimmy Broadbent's on board, 82. And into the... Oh no, we've got the slow zone cleared. And yes, Jimmy Broadbent on the screen. That's something quite nice to see. I like seeing sim racers and YouTubers getting real life racing opportunities because I'm a sim racer and a YouTuber. And I'm like, hell yeah, these are my people who are driving on the screen. And that's rather nice. He's being held up by a 3 Series production car, as the 3 Series production car has a right to do so, because, of course, it's the faster car's responsibility to get through, and he's going to get held up by this BMW M2, I think that was. But not for too long, the M2 gets out of the way. And I do like that when that the cars are getting lapped, they put the indicator to say which direction they're going and not say which direction to pass. I have seen people argue that, if you put the right indicator, that means pass on the right. That is the worst thing ever. Whoever came up with that idea, never drive a car again, please. It's just like, why would that be the case? Like, just point where you go. And would you look at that? Pedal camera. I like the pedal camera. And on the brakes. And look at that. Is that a 3 Series ahead? Oh, he's right foot braking. What the? I have not seen a racing driver do right foot braking with a gearbox like this. Because you don't... I mean, it has a clutch pedal, which I thought it had a hand clutch. Yeah, they did start 50th, but they're currently 36th, so great job from Jimmy Broadbent. And they're refueling it with what is not a roadside refuel. Oh, maybe that's why they're going so well, because that is a race refuel rig, because they're in the alternative fuel class. So maybe they're allowed to refuel faster because their alternative fuel gives them a disadvantage. I wonder if that's a thing, because that's a race refuel rig, whereas the other teams don't have that. They've just got whatever road going fuel. I think they have to run 98 octane and not 102. But again, don't quote me on that. And yes, Dacia screen time, good to see. I really like the Dacia. It's been here for a while, and Hopefully it won't get destroyed this year. It got destroyed in 2023 and 2025. I hope it can finish. So out of the pits comes the Dacia. Welcome back to the track. And Z4. We've got all the favourite cars. You've got the Dacia Logan and the BMW Z4. Although that one is not the Fuchsschwanz Z4. I think both of them should have the Foxtail on there. Faster refuel, but probably the same minimum pit stop time. Yeah, probably, but it could also be because they're in a different class of car. They might be given a different pit stop time. You never know. I'm not really sure. I'd have to look that one up, but I don't think I'll have time to. But now we can see Max Verstappen. He's gained 9 seconds on a Huracan Guven. He's rather fast, unfortunately. It's not a good look for GT racing if he's too fast, you see. Car 67 ahead. Who is in the 67? That can't be Stippler, surely. 67. It's Dennis Olsen. And ahead of Dennis Olsen is the 34. Who is the Falkenhorst Kronje? Whoops, could it be? Mm, 34 Kronje. I haven't seen that name before. What? On the entry list. Oh no. Christian Kronje from Norway. Okay, so he's stuck behind a pair of Norwegians. And on the inside is Dennis Olsen. He's constantly flashing. He's like just permanently got his hand on that button. But I wonder what's with Huracan Guven's pace, because he hasn't been catching up to these Mustangs in the last few laps. What's up with that? And ooh, we've got some slow traffic here. I mean, not slow traffic. What am I talking? I know it's a code 60. Why did I say slow traffic? I knew the whole time it's a code 60. Whose code 60 is this? Just trying to remember which incident it was. Is it just a barrier repair from the Ferrari still? And then the green flag is there on the right. Okay. So Verstappen is... it's saying that Verstappen is ahead of the Bundeswehr Ford Mustang. I disagree because my eyes say so, because the Mustang is quite clearly ahead. So interesting timing screen on the live coverage. But my time screen also says he's in P2, but he isn't because he's in P3, because I can see it right in front of me that he's in P3. Okay, timing screen finally should update that, and yes, indeed. Okay. So, here we go. Verstappen is in P3. On his car it even says P2, and I think that he is the net leader of the race. And out of all of this, car 911 is now 6 seconds behind, so I don't know where Guven's found 3 seconds. I think it might just be at the end of the code 60, because there was a lot of traffic around there. That could have been a big time loss for Huracan Guven. And it'll also be interesting to see how things will go when Kevin Estre is back in that Porsche 911, because Guven's been pretty good, but I think that Kevin Estre is the star driver of that lineup. On the entry list it says Campbell is in this car, but on the timing screens it does not list Campbell as one of the drivers, or on the live coverage it doesn't list Campbell as a driver on that car, so I'm not sure what's up with that. We'll have to find out whether or not Matt Campbell will drive. But we have, round the outside of this Opel Corsa, what's that? Oh, he's hit the Corsa. Ooh, so that's the replay of what happened to the 16 into the back of the Corsa. So that wasn't even because of rain. did he get hit into the Corsa? Because that was a weird one. Could there be any possible onboards of that Audi hitting the Opel Corsa? How's the Opel Corsa? Is that car okay? Because hopefully the Opel Corsa is still going, because I like that car as well, because it's also one of these just random economy cars that's sharing the track with GT3 cars. But that's the thing with multi-class racing. You just get stuff you don't usually find, and so Verstappen leads the race. It's now 7.2 seconds, so he's got a bit of that time that he lost earlier on back. But overall, Max Verstappen is pulling away in the lead of the race. So Thomas Preining was pulling away from Verstappen, but Huracan Guven losing time, which is very interesting to see. It could just be weather conditions, tracks heating up might suit the Mercedes. It could be rain related, but it's dry now. The 911 is a lot faster in the rain. It's the only problem. I mean, Verstappen driving around the Mercedes' rain issues, but in the dry, Preining was faster. That's peculiar where that time was lost. Could it have just been a traffic thing, like he just got super unlucky with the traffic? Because he's not like hemorrhaging time. It was 9 seconds. It's now 7.6, or it went down to 6. It's now up to 7. But I think for this race, the important thing is to keep watching that gap between the 3 and the 911. It's currently 7.6. So, the number 67 Mustang, I mean, it's sort of a dead man walking type deal. Max Verstappen is so obviously faster than the 67, so obviously faster than the 34, and it really, at this point, it really does only look like a matter of time before Verstappen does pass these cars. But one thing that the 67, Dennis Olsen, has the advantage is that the Falkenhorst Aston Martin, I had to correct myself to say Aston Martin, not BMW. That was a very weird braking from Max Verstappen. The Falkenhorst Aston Martin is giving a slipstream to Dennis Olsen, and then that slipstream for Olsen means that the effect for Verstappen is, of course, neutralized, and it's going to be, so it's code 60 into green into code 60, so that's stop, start, just like driving in a traffic jam, and through the double waved yellows, and then where does this code 60 start now? Is it a code 60 or is it just a double yellow? No, it is definitely a code 60. You can see them slow down. And who's this code 60 for? Lock up into the 60. I mean, they've got ABS. These cars, they do have ABS. So they shouldn't really be locking up. But it is quite the interesting thing. Seeing that was a very bizarre sort of incident, but nothing happened in the end. But the gap to Guven has stayed the same. It's still 7.6. I mean, the code 60s do make the timing quite... Yeah, it did look like a lockup. Maybe it's got the ABS on a low setting, which, I mean, that could give you a performance advantage, but it can also give you a disadvantage because race ABS is very different to road ABS, and race ABS should give you a performance advantage, but he could have it on a low setting. But I think he just backed off. I think what he did was he backed off the steering to improve his braking performance, because a car can... Okay, Verstappen's got Dennis Olsen here. He's on the right. But now he's going to get into the slipstream of the Falkenhorst Aston Martin. And why is Olsen getting out of the slipstream? What? Okay, well, Olsen should have stayed in it. But now Max Verstappen's going to be wanting to see if he can get 2 in 1. So Olsen has lost that position, and that was pretty clear to see what would happen, that Olsen would lose a spot. But he's going to try to fight as hard as he possibly can, because when you're a racing driver, you don't go, oh, well, this guy's rather fast, so I'll just let him go. No, you fight as hard as you can. But what was that from the Falkenhorst car? I mean, come on. You should fight. You should fight. That was a little bit of a weak defense from the 34. Let me just check. So yes, Verstappen has got 2 in 1. I did think he would, and then yeah, Cronjes, come on. That's not a good good defense, but yeah, if I was, you know, if you're racing, you don't usually go, oh, just you come through because you're a fast driver. No, you always fight hard. Maybe you don't want to lose time, so you won't always defend, but generally you want to fight for position. But I guess when it's such a long race, you can go, okay, well, I can't hold this guy up for 20 hours straight, so I might as well just open up the steering. So you do get a bit of that, but I'm not a big fan of that mindset, because it's a lack of self-belief, and I think one of the big factors that can make a driver very fast is self-belief. You're only going to be fast if you think you can go fast. If you don't think you can go fast, you won't be fast. So, yeah, game over, play the anthem. That's a 24-hour race, just wait. But a lot of things can happen. He can still get taken out by a Dacia Logan, but yeah, you're not going to be fast if you don't think you're able to be fast, because you just won't drive fast because, oh, I'm not fast. And again, look at that from Cronjes. He's just let him through. I mean, maybe he made a mistake and got a bit of oversteer or something. I'd have to see an onboard for that. But that was, like, look at the gap that Dennis Olsen has pulled on Cronjes. That's just, come on, like, put a bit of, like, have a bit of, like, passion for what you're doing. I know that it's not ideal to defend, but it's such a weak mindset to just, oh, I'll just, like, open up the steering. Olsen fought hard. Cronjes, not really fighting. But what do you think? When a racing driver's defending when it's not optimal to defend, is that the right mindset to have? Or should you just be straight up computer and go, this guy's faster and I won't be able to finish in front of him anyway, so I might as well let him through? Like, what would you say is the better mindset in chat? Because personally, I think defend always, just because you can. Because you should believe that you can win. Always. If you are starting in last, you should think, I can win this. How am I going to win this? That always needs to be your mindset. No matter how terrible your circumstances are in the race, you always think, I can win this, and how am I going to win this? When I was doing go-kart racing, or when I do sim racing, and when I'm starting well down the order, always I thought, right, well, how am I going to win this? How am I going to go about winning this? You know, I remember I once had a go-kart race where I started in right at the back of the field, and I was leading the championship, and I thought, and it was really hard to overtake on that track, and okay, the 34, I think he got oversteer, I think he's got a snap of oversteer and had to countersteer. Let's see this onboard. Did he let him through, or did he just get a snap? Okay, he got a snap. So he was actually pushing, and he wasn't just letting him through. So that was, yeah. If you create a gap where none should exist, you are no longer a racing driver. Yep, that's pretty much it. So, yeah, Cronjes wasn't inviting him into the open door he didn't roll out the welcome mat too much for Dennis Olsen. He made a mistake. So that's not quite as bad as it looked from the offboard. Pressure got to him. I did suspect that Cronjes got oversteer. I said maybe he made a mistake, but yeah, so that is what actually did happen. But yeah, I remember this one race. I started from last, and I thought, how am I going to win this? And so I overtook the whole field, and ended up winning by like 5 seconds. and I won the championship that season by less than 7 points, which is the gap from first to second. And I only got the win because I made a bit of a risky move because I thought, well, I can win this, so I'll go for it. And that risky move paid off. And it was only because of that that I won that championship in go-karts. And that's the kind of mindset you've got to have, is just, how am I going to win this? Doesn't matter if you're starting last, doesn't matter if the others have got a faster car, doesn't matter if the other guy's a 4-time Formula 1 world champion, doesn't matter any of that. You've always just got to think, I'm better than everybody else. No, but seriously, that's actually the mindset you've got to have. You've got to believe you're faster than the others, no matter how ridiculously delusional it might sound to anybody else. If you want to be fast, you've got to think you're fast. And that's motorsport mindset. And then once you finish the race, you can actually evaluate your performance and go, okay, I'm not actually the greatest driver in the world or whatever, but when you're actually driving, your mindset needs to be that you are the greatest driver in the world until you get out of the car. And then if you still have that mindset out of the car when you're not the greatest driver in the world, then you just never will improve because you don't look for where you can improve. So in the car, you're the greatest driver in the world, and out of the car, you've got to be realistic. So those are your two. You've got to have this kind of switch of mindset. But yes, back to this race, and we're watching the lower class cars on the live coverage at the moment, and a lot of pit stop action going on for the GT4s and the production cars. You can see the Toyota tyres, Toyota Supra is in there, and there's a Supra production car behind the GT4 car, and I just think the Supra looks great, but I think actually without the wing it looks fantastic. I actually like wings on race. A lot of people say, oh, the wings kind of ruined the look. I actually like the oh, I like this taxi sign on the Cayman. That's brilliant. And it is actually an ad for a ring taxi service, which is even better. That's great. Okay, big fan of that. But yeah, as I was saying, I do like the look of a wing on a car. A lot of people say, oh, wings ruin the look of a car. I don't think they do. But on the Supra, it actually looks better wingless. So here's Jordan Pepper with a Mercedes, and you can see one of the auxiliary lights on that Mercedes is broken, which I'm sure that's going to be annoying for the number 80 crew when it starts to get dark, and you can see the shadows are getting quite long at the moment, and they'll want to give Verstappen a lot of day driving because Verstappen has literally no night experience, like at all in terms of real race. I mean, in Formula 1, yes, but Formula 1 night races are floodlit, which is a very different sort of experience. And they'll want to get Jules Gounon, Maro Engel, Danny Hunkerdale, because Verstappen comparatively will be better in the day. I think he'll still be fast in the night. He won't be like suddenly 10 seconds a lap slower. I think if you put, I think about 4 hours would be about right. Like, if you put Verstappen in when it's nighttime, he'll still be fast. Like, he won't be slow, but you'll get the best out of him in the daytime, when it's the most like a Formula 1 race. In the dark, his performance will be not as good as you'd expect, just because he hasn't done it before. I mean, he's done it in sim racing, but night racing is one thing that's going to be quite different between the simulator and the real world. I mean, the only real racing I've done is with go-karts, but between and you know, the only night racing in a go-kart I've done is floodlit, so I can't really talk from experience of actual racing. But what I can say from what I understand is the way that your eyes adjust to the nighttime light is quite different to how it works in sim racing, because in a simulator, the way your screen gives light is just quite different. So just the way your eyes adjust in the night is different to the simulator. But looks like I stole the rain. I'll check the forecast. I'll check the radar again. Let's see what we have here. Looks like another rain shower. So yeah, that was the first band of rain. Second band of rain is coming still. It's still to their west, and it won't be missed. Like that second band of rain is going to arrive quite soon, actually. Yeah, it's looking quite clear, but I think heavy cloud cover will roll in rather soon. And I'm just going to have a quick look. I'm just trying to find where on this map. Okay. So yes, I've found properly on the radar. I'm just going to put the radar screen onto this again, just so you can get a quick look at the radar. So, look at that, 17 seconds now down is the car 911. Very interesting stuff. So, we've got the radar screen up here, and the Nürburgring is about here. And you see, this was that big rain shower before where a bunch of cars went off. And then here, this. They're going to be going on to wet tyres for this one. That was the first little rain shower. That was the... And then here's the false sense of security, and then big rain. So, rain is still imminent. 34 Aston is in, yes. I do like that there's a guy called Laser. That is pretty funny. And look at this. Just a Cayman in the middle of a bunch of GT3s. I don't like that they call the top class SP9 in this. It's like, we know it's not called SP9. You don't have to call it something different. Just call it GT3. Little fun fact is that the fastest car since the first lap, this is showing gap to the leader. This was like 2.5 minutes. It's now down to 2 minutes. So in the opening few hours, this number 84, which had a puncture on lap 1, had to cut the Grand Prix track back to the pit lane, which means a lap will not be counted, will not be validated. It's just about to drop that gap under 2 minutes, and it's in P19. That was in like P50 or something. The 84, don't count these guys out yet. Niederhauser is in the car. That thing is going quickly. Can see it on the horizon already. I can't see it on the horizon, but I think it's because the cars are facing the other way. Oh, that could be it. I think that's the last rain shower, and on the other side of the track, we'll probably see the next one on the horizon. I think you can probably see them both on the horizon. I think what they're looking at, I think based on the orientation of the track, I think they're going east at the moment. So they're kind of looking at the rain they've just been in, and yeah, on the Döttinger Höhe is when they're going to be looking into the rain that's coming next. But yeah, car number 84. Don't count them out. So we have just quite an impressive stint from Verstappen, although Guven's taken a couple seconds back, but overall that 911 is losing time to the number 3. But it's a bit of a zigzag kind of thing where the car number 3 will get away a big amount, and then the 911 pulls a little bit of time back, but then again the number 3 just pulls away massively. And that's how that goes. So, look back at this. Car number 80 is in this battle with car number 1, last year's winners, and that is Maxime Martin. Now, it does seem the Mercedes is quite fast. I know they got the extra 35 kilos, but it doesn't seem to slow them down much. Because, I mean, Max Verstappen, he's been very quick. But look at Maxime Martin. Very quick as well. And this number 80 car, don't count this car out either. This car is absolutely going. It does seem that we're in a very Mercedes-Benz phase of the race, although car 911 has just taken another second out of Max Verstappen. Guven maybe he's reversing that pace, but also Verstappen might just be getting unlucky with the traffic at the moment, and then Guven's going to hit that traffic later on. It's hard to tell, really. I'd need a live map for that. And so what we've got here is battle. It'll be interesting to see what the 80 can do for the number 1, because that will tell us a lot about the Mercedes pace. Is it a Verstappen thing, or is it a Mercedes thing, or is it both? And this has been the debate in motorsport for 100 years, and it'll go on for another 500 years at least. Is it the car or is it the driver? And the answer is both. It's always been both. So that's already answered. It's a Verstappen thing and a Mercedes thing. And everyone says, it's the car, it's the driver. No, it's both. So cars that are out, 16 is out. The other Audi that crashed at Schwedenkreuz is out. I don't know about the BMW M2 production car that crashed. That might be out, it might not be. The 330i or 325 or 380, whatever 3 series it hit, might be out, but I don't know. It depends if they can get another headlight on. That car might be circulating, it might be stopped, who knows. I'll have to check the official timing screen, which I can't show you because it's aggressively copyright protected, the timing screen itself. But luckily I can look it up off stream and tell you what's on there instead. So I'll look that up. Nürburgring live timing. So what we have here is the timing screen. Let's see who's out. Let's just see, let's just read laps. Lap 13. Okay, so it looks like we have 145 cars still running at the moment, and 145 minus 144 cars running. I'm just looking for cars that have retired. 143, 142, 141. Actually, I'll just see where is car 16 in this standings now that it is out of the race, because it's hard to tell on this timing screen, the official timing screen. I don't know why they so aggressively copyright protect it, because it sucks. But I think there is around 140 cars running, is what I can tell from this official timing screen. But honestly, this one is easier to use, but it has a little bit less information. But again, I've got to say, nring.info, they've done a better job than the official timing screen, which sucks. The official timing screen sucks. The nring.info, a car tracker, is quite nice. I think, yeah, okay, actually it says on this timing screen, it's in P127. So the other timing screen was much harder to search. So, above 127th, there won't be any more retirements. So let's see. Okay, right. So the gaps, right. It doesn't say who is out, basically. But I would say that there's approximately 20 cars have retired from the race so far. Most of them would be. Some of them are probably being repaired, but I'm just looking at the laps that they have completed, and some have like got only 10 laps on the board, so it could be a very long repair. So yeah, there's 140 cars still going. Some might be being repaired. In terms of official retirements, I can confirm the 16 looks to be an official retirement, because they had a look at the car and then they went, yeah, that's broken, and they just kind of walked off, and that's so 16 is out. I can't really. Oh, the other Audi that crashed at Schwedenkreuz, that is out, and I might have forgotten about some of the other retirements as well, but those are the ones I can confirm are out. Is a pair of Audi R8s. So here's Maxi Martin now on the back of the Ford. So he has got that position from the number one, and now the Ford defends the inside, as you should. If you create a gap where you don't, you're no longer a racing driver. I like that quote from chat, from MGC719. And this is very racy stuff from car number 80, which is the Winwood Racing Mercedes-Benz, which is currently driven by Maxi Martin. So Maxi Martin, fantastic stuff. Arjun Maini, fantastic stuff. This is great driving from both of them. And just behind them is car number 130. That's Nicky Katzberg in the Lamborghini. So Lamborghini, don't write them off. You can't really write off anybody who's, I'd say the top 10, the whole top 10 can win this race, because things can change quite quickly. Strategies can change, especially wet weather timing. Now, Verstappen might be leading by a huge amount, but let's say he just passes the pit lane as the big heavy rain shower comes. Well, he's going to lose like 5 minutes. not 5 minutes, like 3 minutes. Slicks in the rain, you can lose minutes, literally whole minutes. And the best example of slicks in the wet versus wets in the wet is the Russian Grand Prix that year, where Lando Norris stayed out on the slicks. And Verstappen did very well in that race as well. And yeah, that's, you know, Lando Norris stayed out. He gained 20 seconds because Hamilton and all the others all came into the pits. And it's like, oh, he's leading by 20 seconds, and then he lost the lead in a single lap because it was 20 seconds a lap slower around Sochi Autodrome. Now, Sochi Autodrome is a much shorter track in a much worse country. Compared 2021, yes. Sochi Autodrome, much shorter track in a much worse country, which means that the second part doesn't affect this, but the first part does result in you losing a lot less time per lap, because, well, it's much, much shorter. So if you miss the pit lane as it starts raining, you can lose whole minutes. Definitely, you would lose minutes. So that's the effect that rain has. Now, because this is an open tyre formula, or an open tyre series, there are some very interesting tyre options they have. There, in particular, there is a type of tyre option you would have had in rallying in the 2000s. You're probably like, what the hell is that? Willing to bet dollars to donuts they have a pro weather oh yeah, they definitely would. But there's also just timing, because, you know, just like that's true, but yeah, what was I gonna say? Reading chat, I've confused myself and forgotten what I was gonna say. Something about rain. You lose me. Oh yes, tire options. So there is a tire option that you had in rallying in the 2000s. You probably want. What do you mean? What do you mean they've got a rally tire? They don't have a rally tire, no. But what they can do is they can cut the tires themselves in the pit lane, as in they can cut a tread into a tire. So they can make their own intermediate tires trackside for the exact weather conditions they're getting. So if there's light rain forecast, they can actually create. That M2 just saved that half spin. Good driving M2 to save that, but it would have been even better driving not to lose it, but everybody makes a mistake here and there. So, good catch, Mr. M2 man. So, as I was saying, you can make your own intermediate tyre for the conditions by cutting a slick. And a cut slick will perform better in the dry because it is a dry weather compound rather than a wet weather compound, which is super soft, but it would perform quite badly in the wet. So they have cut slicks as an option where they can cut the tyre tread themselves. And that's something that's also super cool and unique about this race, is the option of a cut slick. And where they can just bring whatever tyre, so they can also just bring an intermediate, but I don't think GT racing has intermediate tyres even available. I don't think they're manufactured at all, so your best option is a cut slick, I think, anyway. Which is what an intermediate basically is. But I do like that the teams can run their own, make their own tread patterns. And that'll be interesting to see. Cup 2, Porsche 911 non-turbo. Cool. I mean, they do. There's too many classes, I think, because some of these classes are duplicates. So Jimmy Broadbent's class is AT2. That's for alternative fuels, but it's a Carrera Cup car. It should just be a subclass of a Carrera Cup class. And why is it called Cup 2? There's no Cup 1. So why is it Cup 2? What's the other cup? It should just be called Carrera Cup class. And the AT2 should be a subclass. It should be Carrera Cup AT as a class. Because technically, Broadbent and Misha Sharudin and Super GT and the other guy have pole position in their class, and they're technically leading their class, but they're not ahead of the Cup 2 cars. They're not ahead of the Carrera Cup cars, so they're not the fastest Carrera Cup car on track. But they get to call it a class win because they're in some weird subclass with only 3 cars or 2 cars. And that, I don't think, if you give every single car its own class, well, everybody gets to be a class winner. But I don't think we should be declaring every car the winner. So I think some of these classes need to be merged into subclasses. Now you can say that I think the alternative fuel, it's possible that they have less performance with the alternative fuel. That's entirely possible, that they're running less power than the conventionally fueled Carrera Cup cars. But I think it should just be a subclass of Carrera Cup alternative. Call it something like that. And look at all that dirt on the track. That, I believe, is from cleaning up fluids. But there was already heaps of dirt on the track before the race even started. So it's hard to tell how much of this is just off. I mean, the dirt is everywhere. That can't just be from cleaning up fluids. That's just... The track is super, super dirty. Which, that's very interesting to see. Dusty track. You don't want to get offline because you'll find the barrier very quickly, is what that tells me. Yes, indeed. So, what have we here? On board with a Hyundai, and that's... I like TCR cars. I think TCR really needs more coverage. I think touring car racing in general really needs more coverage, because touring cars are so cool and they race super hard, and in that case, BOP, the more powerful cars could work. Yes, we'll have, for the alternative fuel class, you could say, right, if you're not running the alternative fuel, you've got to run a restrictor so they will run the same power. Yes, BOPing the more powerful cars could work to merge the classes. That's a good point. And I think that's probably should be the way things are done. And that would stop the problem we have of declaring, every second car as a winner. Because it is a bit like, we can all win. But, racing's got to be racing, and there's got to be winners and losers, because that's how racing works. And racing is harsh, and racing is brutal, and sometimes somebody will finish before you, and that's just how it goes. So we've got the number 64 Mustang in. This is one of the top cars of the race, and I do really like that paint scheme. They rotate the car around, and they're taking their time because of the minimum pit stop time rule, and going for a leisurely stroll around the car as they get the drivers in and out in no particular hurry because of how much time they're given to do these pit stops. So we've got the M3 Touring really pushing. Whoa, what a slide through that corner. Four-wheel slide, and then into the slow zone here. The code 60, maybe? Is that a code 60, or was it just a single local yellow? Lot of local yellow flags in a row, but I'm not seeing any code 60. There's the double yellow. What's this code 64? It's much further up the track than I remember. There was one further back. Is it just a car on a truck up ahead? That could be the case. But we're watching the number 81 BMW, and we're back to green flag, so it's not a code 60, it's just double yellow flags with nothing in particular at the end. Could be for oil on track, could be also a marshal on track clearing some debris, but that was quite a long double yellow. I mean, it could just be that the track surface is really bad there, like there's just so much dust and dirt and debris off the racing line. It's just like they just put yellows out, but that'd be quite strange. I mean, you would put red and yellow for the because red and yellow doesn't mean necessarily oil, it just means slippery surface. So if you've got a bunch of dust and dirt on the track, you can just put a red and yellow, and usually you wouldn't put a double yellow out unless the surface is particularly horribly slippery, which it does look pretty bad there. But I mean, I don't know, that looks more like red and yellow flag conditions than just yellow flags, because there's dirt everywhere on this track. Wow, I don't think I've seen this much dirt across a racetrack. That, like, it was on the formation lap, there was already this dirt all across the entire track. And I know they use that to clean up oil spills, but usually they sweep that away between sessions so that the track is cleared. But they started the race with the track absolutely filthy. And yeah, I'm not sure where that's all come from. There must have been some overnight rain. And it does kind of remind me of the Bathurst 1000 in, I think it was 2022. The Bathurst 1000 in 2022, when there was a bunch of super heavy overnight rain and the track was just like covered in mud by the morning, and there was more rain in the morning of the race and in the support races, and then it started dry, it got wet again, but there was all this like just dirt across the track from the rain that had been washed onto the track. Yes, that's a car stopped off the track there. One old Golf GTI TCR with the bonnet up, but the other one slowing down for the double yellows is what that was. I don't know what's up with this Golf 8 TCR, because they don't actually race it in TCR. Why did they develop an entire TCR car just for the Nürburgring 24 hour? where there's only like 4 TCR cars. And then, oh, is my stream delayed? My stream is delayed. There's a puncture for that. Because that would be one of the old Golf, the Golf 7 TCR, which is weird calling the Golf 7 old, but it was released in 2013. It doesn't look like a 13-year-old car. The Golf 7 looks like you could release it today, or it looks a bit too good looking for a car of the 2020s. In the 2020s, every car has to have a light that goes across the full width, and it needs to have headlights which are on top of the bonnet for some reason, and needs to be unnecessarily tall for no reason. That's how you make a 2020s car. And then have a sloping roofline to make sure that the rear passengers have no headroom. So that design proposal has just got me 72 jobs designing cars, because they're like, oh, that sounds great. Headlights really high up and a roofline that's weirdly shaped and like gives you no headroom but also is weirdly tall at the front. Yes. You're the best designer ever. Georg Griesemann. And ooh, some rather nice meat being cooked there. That's something that's cool to see at the Nürburgring 24. You see, you don't see that in Formula 1, is seeing the spectators cooking their lunch at the track on the barbecue. It's definitely not Formula 1. I think if Liberty Media saw that, they'd have a heart attack and they'd go, oh my god, there's regular normal people at the track. We can't have that. Heavier than a whale and inefficient as possible. Must also be a hybrid. Yeah. And have... You see, I've been... The weight of modern cars doesn't even make sense, because I was adding up the weight of the battery and the electric motors to what is to like a normal car, and I was thinking, hang on a minute. This doesn't even add up. Like, I was looking at the Audi RS5 and I thought, right, so it's got this many kilos of batteries, and this is how much an electric motor weighs, and this is how much the old car weighs, so let's add the battery, let's add the electric motors, and then the car is like another 200 kilos of, I don't know, because there's like an extra 200 kilos of whatever in the car, as well as the hybrid system, and I don't know what else they're adding to the car, because I added everything I could. I thought, extra wiring, yes, Max gets out of the car, and who gets in? It'll be like Gunon, maybe. Let's have a look at who's the other guy in that car. Lucas Auer, Jules Gunon. Okay, yeah, I think it's Gunon. Has he got a yellow helmet? And why are these mechanics telling the camera to go back? Like, come on, you're in a race. Cameraman will film your car. And I think that's Matt Campbell getting in. On the entry list and on the... Yeah, Esther... Okay, it now has Matt Campbell's name on that car, on the TV coverage as well. Or not TV, because it's on YouTube, but, you know, on the official coverage. Before, it didn't show Campbell on the list, but it shows it on the coverage now. So, the entry list was correct. So that's good. And we have... This is the 80 car also in the 2 Winward Racing Mercedes-Benz. And cleaning the windscreen and... God, these leisurely pit stops are just so crap. Like, what is with this? Minimum pit stop time has got to be the worst thing ever. Like, okay, it's not the worst thing ever. I think, like, hantavirus is probably worse. But it's a close second. so we've got the 7 in as well. I mean, that 7 has been going around and around rather reliably and without issue, and you can't count that car out either. The 7 is still well and truly in this, even if it is a few seconds back. So Verstappen is out of the car and drinking a drink. He's quite happy with his position at the moment. But let's see what the 911 can do, and we will see on the timing screen who gets into what car. And I can remove the 16 because that car is out, so I can take that off my tracker. What's this replay here? This is a replay of Verstappen's entire stint, which is, yes, he did drive the car, but it'll be good if you could actually show what's happening right now, because this is what's happened in the past. We know that he has in fact driven, yes. But let's just look at the gaps. Let's do a quick reload of this, and what do we have? We have Verstappen, of course. That's Gunon in the car now. We have an answer to that question. Car 911 is being driven by Jan Guven still apparently, but that's not really the case. We know that because there was a driver swap and it was Guven driving before. Gap 23 seconds there is what it says, and we should hopefully get the driver change confirmation. I believe it's Matt Campbell. No, it's Estra. Kevin Estra gets back in the car. So now 911 has its best driver in the car, Kevin Estra. He's the guy you want to actually be driving that car. So star driver of 3 gets out. The other star driver, Gunon, gets in because Gunon is an amazing driver. And that number 3 is probably going to maintain its pace. It's probably going to maintain its pace. Because Gunon is very good. Kevin Estra is also very good, though. So we'll get to see, is it a Verstappen thing, is it a Mercedes thing? Maybe the Mercedes is just rather good, but then Estra is also rather good. It's so hard to answer that question all the time. And what the hell are they lapping? What is that thing? That thing looks quite big, but it looks like a production car based on its pace. Is it a M4 GT4? So they put... Oh, rain is coming. Rain is coming. Windscreen wiper on right after they pit. It is an M4 GT4. And this is a proper rainstorm. So that they've all come in. All these top cars have come in. They've come out on fresh slicks right as the rain is coming. And now the big question is, how long is it going to take before the rain gets heavy? Because if the rain gets heavy right now, it's going to be... Well, first of all, the 911 will pass the 3, because in heavy rain, the 911 is just going to be much quicker. I think it will lose... That gap will come down if it rains. If it stays dry, I think Gunon will stay in front. If it starts to rain, I think Estra will possibly even take the lead off the number 3. But then there's some of these cars which are on a different strategy, such as the 81, the M3 Touring. That car is in the running. There is the 80, all the cars that are on the alternative strategy that pitted earlier. Some of those who are out of sync might get that time back. That's exactly right. Being out of sync is a good thing right now. If it starts to rain, they'll be able to come in for wets, and it'll be on schedule. They'll be on a scheduled pit stop, basically, and they'll just be able to go for wets in a manner which is, without actually losing any time from the pit stop itself. Whereas the 3, the 911, 67, 67, huh? Did they pit yet? Or has there been... 67 has pitted. So that's net position. interesting. And oh, looks like there's some people in HRT who are looking a little bit concerned. What's going on down at HRT? We've got some sort of kerfuffle occurring. They are going, oh, we need to do something. But what are they? There's a bit of back and forth. They're getting ready for a pit stop, but they're also a bit like, oh, should we do something? What should we do? They're running around. They're looking a bit disorganized over at HRT. And I'm wondering what exactly is this cause for disorganization at Haupt Racing Team. The Mercedes-Benz 190e Evo 2 HWA version, the HWA Evo, brilliant car, absolute favourite on the grid, I have to say. HWA Evo is in the pits, and it's just fantastic. It's just amazing, this car. It's like just brilliant. That's the kind of stuff I really like to see, is just something so ridiculous as the HWA Evo. And yes, I just quite like it quite a bit. And new Hankook tyres going on that car, and that's the other thing I like. Is the other thing that makes this such a pure race is you can bring whatever tyres you want. Mercedes-Benz HWA has decided to bring Hankook tyres, but you can bring anything. You can bring Michelin, which is what Manthey Racing are running, and I'm pretty sure also Winwood Racing are running Michelin tyres. You can bring, Falcon tyres. They're the sponsor that has to be on every car, but they're not the mandatory tyre manufacturer. And are they running? Oh, they don't have centre locking wheel nuts. Oh wow, they're using their rattle gun on all five, all five wheel nuts. That's quite something. And what's this? Oh, Lambo Mapelli. What is that? That's a bit of a squeeze. Very odd stuff. What happened there? But yes, these HWA Evos are brilliant cars, and slicks. Maybe the rain won't be too bad. Well, the rain is yet the main part of the rain. Let's have a quick reload of this. Let's see what we're getting. So the Nürburgring is about here, and this is the radar picture. It's like, no, it's like here, I think. I need to look at the map because it's hard to actually find the Nürburgring itself. Adenau. Okay. I'm gonna quickly look. Adenau is close to the Nürburgring. I know that. Okay. So we look at the picture here. You can see the Nürburgring is just kind of north. Oh wait, I've got them on the wrong window. Right, so the Nürburgring is just kind of south of Adenau. The rain is all here, and does this have the Nürburgring Nordschleife as outline? It does not, unfortunately, have that. Oh, hang on. Look, here's the track. Flugplatz, Quillbacher Höhe, Hochheichen, Hatzenbach. Yeah. So the rain is arriving immediately, and heavier band of rain. So there'll be light rain followed by heavy rain. So I think the rain's going to get worse. Yes, Dacia screen time. Let's go. With Manthey coming. Grello and Dacia. Two of the most iconic cars of the Nürburgring Nordschleife for very, very different reasons. And through goes Dennis Olsen as well. And Dennis Olsen, he's a very solid driver that you can't write off either. So, Kevin Estra. 11 points. Oh, wow. How's Kevin Estre taking 11 seconds out of Jules Gounon? He's taken another 2. Is there a problem for the car number 3 because that car is losing huge amounts of time? He's taken 10 seconds out of him. What the hell happened to the 3? Gounon is a legendary driver. I think I know what's happened to the 3. It's raining. What the hell is that? That's an E36 BMW in the back of shots, but that was a bit clumsy from the TCR car and the HWA Evo. Yes. 12 seconds. It's now down to 9 seconds. Yeah, that was very odd. I'll have to see a bit of a replay of that because I was looking at the timing screen, so it's kind of half in, half out when I concentrate. I'd say the HW. There's no need to turn down on that. Yeah, 13 seconds. What was the gap before? I know what the gap is now. Let me just press the reload button on this because I've just got to make sure that it is reloading properly. Gap is 9. So I think he has, taken 13 seconds out of him. How do you lose 13? Oh, yes, that's this brilliant car in the old Benetton livery without actually being sponsored by Benetton. But it's got Bitburger, which I think is not pronounced like that. Is it German word? I'm not sure. I think it'd be Bitburger. But whatever it may be. Amazing livery. I really, really like that McLaren livery. Yeah, so it's 22 before, so that's, it's taken 13 out. I still have no idea what the double yellow is for. Because this double yellow's been here for like an hour or something. But the rain should be coming any moment now. Like looking at that radar picture, unless this radar is wrong. Yo, hello, Farod the Capacitor, one of my most common viewers. You appear in the comment section of basically everything, which is super cool, having a loyal audience. Even when I post a video that only gets like 5 views. So that's really cool, and it's quite nice doing a live-streamed race discussion on the 2026 Nürburgring 24-hour. And welcome to the stream, all of the... Sounds like you're a bit behind the stream. It has got a little bit behind. Let's just press the live button. See what we can have. Okay, so it's 9.4 seconds is the gap for car 911. And has that updated on here? Just press the reload button. This does automatically update, but pressing the reload button gives me the absolute latest. Yeah, so we have... Rain is there, just not everywhere. Ooh, Klaus Bachler. Down the... Ooh, that is some very hard but fair racing. And let's have a look at a replay. So that's between the KTM GT2 car and the number 62 GT4. So you've got GT3, GT2, GT4. And this is the situation I was talking about before, where you've got a car lapping a car lapping a car in 3 different classes. And that's always a tricky situation. And that's where it gets a little bit dodgy and maybe a little bit of a slight touch of the bodywork between the 2 cars, but they both got out without any damage, and that's about as close as you can get to having a big crash without having a big crash. So Klaus Bachler, very bold stuff, but you've got to make up time somehow. Dennis Olsen can see the back of Kevin Estre's car, And is it Dennis Olsen in that car? I should actually check who is driving the 67. It is still Olsen. And Manti Racing, it's now 6.7 seconds is the gap to 6.5 now is the gap to Jules Gounon. So Jules Gounon is losing time at quite the high rate. And I mean, here's the thing. Gounon is a top driver and he's pretty comparable to Estre on pace. So why is he losing so much time? I think it's just the track conditions are getting slippery. And on a slippery track, the Mercedes is just not as good. It just doesn't have that weight distribution advantage. The weight distribution advantage that the Porsche 911 has. But that gap is stabilising a little bit at the moment. And you can see Gounon going around the traffic at the moment through there with I think that's a TCR car. You can see the radiator ducting, very cool stuff. Quite literally cool stuff, because it's keeping that engine cool. But radiator paths are quite an interesting thing in that the radiators make downforce on these cars. A lot of people don't know this about GT3 cars and just race cars in general, is you don't get a lot in Formula 1. We do get a little bit since 2022, where they've... Oh! Why is Grello going that way? Well, how did that happen? He's done an Estre... Okay. Okay, I see another car is facing the wrong way, and... Kevin Estre has done it again. What happened there? And also, why did that happen? And that's more damage. Luckily, the 911 is very serviceable, and that car's going to lose downforce and have drag. So what? What happened? So, he's just lost it on his own. And into the wall. Yeah, so Kevin Estre. Kevin Estre is a two-sided equation. It goes very well until it doesn't. And that's the other side of the Estre equation, is he has a bit of a tendency to do that. And that's certainly not the fastest way through the corner. And should he go on wets or should he stay on the slicks? Because they're going to have to repair the rear of that car. They're going to lose a lot of time. If they go on wets, they can still win. If they go on slicks, they're kind of not. That car might be stopping. That car might be out rear-engined. That might be more damage than it looks. I think he's undoing the belts, and Kevin Estre is out. So that car, that is the end of the day for Grello. Engine damage to the rear. And, yeah, that car is out. And no other Porsches in the top 10, so... Oh. Well, that's certainly not ideal either. Adrian Miney has had a massive crash in the same corner. So it's really slippery there, really tricky there. And I think there needs to be a red and yellow flag out at the previous Marshall post, because that's the second time we've seen a huge crash there. Well, not it's the first time we've seen a huge crash, but there was a big crash before that. There was another car which seems to have spun at Brunchen on its own. And now the 64 is in the wall. And also, Jules Gounon has lost the lead to car number 67. The Mustang has taken the lead in all of this. And that hasn't been on because there's so much going on with these cars. The 911 is off. The 64 has crashed out. Huge crash for that car. That is massive. And what has happened to that? Well, I can I'm pretty sure I can guess. Definitely behind on the stream. I have the red dot on the live. You might want to check that your stream is also live. Yeah, so Manti Racing, are they trying to give... Yeah, no, that car is definitely out. I don't have the footage in front of me. Who leads? Okay, so the current car that's leading is the number 67 Ford Mustang. Verstappen's car is in second. It's just lost the lead to the 67 Mustang. I'm not sure why the 67 Mustang is in the lead, because it was well behind the number 3. So I'm assuming the 3 has made a mistake somewhere with Jules Gounon at the wheel, and it's lost that position. Third place is the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport, Aston Martin. Still weird to say those two together. 64 has just gone off with a massive crash in Brunchen. That's front end damage. So something tells me that this is understeered into the wall in the wet. And luckily for all the other cars, there is going to be a code 60 at Brunchen, which seems to be the most treacherous of all the corners on the track. So that is Christian Cronje is in third, Maxime Martin in fourth. I also want Maxime Martin to win. I agree. Yes, I mean Maxime. There is a few Maxes who can win this race, because there's Max somebody else as well. Who is it in the number 7? Maxi Paul, and there's Maxime Martin, and there's Max Verstappen. So Max is quite easily the most likely name to win this race, because there's 3 different Maxes in the top 10. Maxi Paul's car is in 6th place, and Maxime Martin in 4th. So, well, I'll see you later, Farod the Capacitor, and hopefully you like the Subaru video. And yeah, so when are we going to see a replay of what the hell happened to the number 64 Mustang? Because that car, that's huge amounts of damage has been done to the front of that car. Max van der Snel. Yes, we've got a lot of Max. The Maxes are to the max, which funnily enough means of the fast. Does it mean that in Dutch? Because it does seem... Is Snell the Dutch word for fast? Because I was mentioning earlier, that sounds like the German word Schnell. I'm going to have to check Google Translate. Is that really the case? English to Dutch. Wait. Oh, it is. It does mean that. And I have... Oh, wow. Yeah, that was quite the audacious move from the 67, which I have on the tracker here. I'm gonna have to. Do I even have the 67 on the tracker? Oh yes, I do. P1. That's Dennis Olsen. Yes. So Grello is out of the race, and oh, hang on, it's being towed. That car could be towed back to the pits. I think they can do that. But Grello is no longer a factor, so off the timing screen it goes. And also 64, that is no longer a factor in this race, so we can remove that as well. So now the timing screen has less useless information. So Kevin Estra is being towed, and was that an Estra moment, or was that a case of just slippery corner and not being not knowing that it was going to be slippery with the rain and the changing conditions, and you can just get caught out and get an unlucky time. I wonder what the damage is to that car, because if the car stopped after that, it's got to be engine or radiator or something. I would like to know what has caused... Why is the tow car stopping? Marshall gets back in. What's all this then? Well, what's all this then? Very interesting stuff. Number 3 having a problem. It lost 6 seconds. Yeah, that's what I wonder. What's the deal with the 3? I don't think this is a driver thing with Gunon. It shouldn't be losing that much time, especially to the front-engine Mustang. It shouldn't be 6.4 seconds down. There's something very strange with that car. It's not because of Gunon. I mean, Gunon is one of the best GT drivers in the world. He shouldn't be 6 seconds slower. And he lost 13 seconds very quickly to the 911. Now he's losing time to Dennis Olsen. And who's in P3? That's 25 seconds. Falkenhorst Motorsport Kronya. I haven't heard of this Kronya guy. I'll have to look up. Who is this Kronya guy? Christian Kronya. He's a gold-rated drivers. What's he done? Okay, so he just does Nürburgring stuff, which is why I haven't seen him around that much, because he's just doing Nürburgring. And he's like the Falkenhorst Motorsport driver for a long time. So he was when they were with BMW, and then he's followed them over to Aston Martin. There is a Verstappen interview on the live coverage that I'm curious what's on there, but under orders to take it. That could be it. That could be it. That's very strange. I wish I could turn the sound on for this Verstappen interview so I can work out, because he might be explaining what's going on. But he's not looking particularly happy. But it's a bit puzzling. I'm gonna have to drink some more water. Coming hour will be really challenging. Yeah, that seems like a fairly accurate assessment of the situation. Later, alligators, cheers OP, no worries, and maybe see you tomorrow morning. Which would support my theory if that's the vibe within the team. Yes, that probably would support the theory. And we have... Now they're going to show the highlights, but luckily I have the live timing here, and that's always good to have. So, at the moment, he hasn't lost any more time, so he could have made a mistake somewhere. He could have, understeered wide at a corner, had a little half spin, or had to, did the Max Verstappen 360... lots of things may have happened, sort of, because it was a big time loss, but then he isn't losing any more time. He's not slowing it down any further. So Dennis Olsen, and I mean, Dennis Olsen's the last guy I was expecting to take the lead at the moment, but yeah, so we've got Lamborghini, followed by Kadea on that highlights. But anyway, so what are some other battles we can see going on? I'm pretty sure that I can remove the 45. The 45 crashed out ages ago. Is that right? Lap 14, and then everyone else is on lap 25. So I can remove this car, and I can remove this car. Any others I can remove? I can remove this car, and I think this timing screen is still looking good. And I might add the car that everyone wants to know about, the Dacia, currently in 139th position, 5th in its class, and it's done 18 laps. So that's the Dacia. You can gun it on the wet stuff, half dry, half wet. Yeah, and he's lost 2 seconds since then. So I think he is. I was just looked over to my left where I have the screen with everything happening, and I just saw a car in the wall, but that's just the highlights from ages ago. That's a Ferrari going off. Yeah, I think that might be true, that he's backing off when it gets wet and is just flat out when it's dry. It's a half wet, half dry track, and I'll have to look at the weather radar. It should technically be raining throughout the entire track. That's what the weather radar says is happening. But it seems that reality disagrees with the weather radar, so that is quite odd. Why the weather radar is saying that it's like properly hit. I mean, there is rain, but it's like spitting. It's not wet tire stuff. Whereas the weather radar says they should be on wet tires, but the track condition says they should be on slicks. So very interesting. How accu is AccuWeather really? Because I thought it was quite accurate, but you never know. So Verstappen bounced over the curbs. Yes, so it's still at 8. Okay, so Gunon's just taken a second out of Olsen, down to 7.1 seconds. And then Grello in the wall. And then we have... So it's Verstappen 7.1 seconds. And... who else? Has just trying to think. Falkenhorst Motorsport, 22 seconds. Red Bull Team Apt, 3 minutes 38. Is that gap to the car ahead, or is it gap to... Okay, so this is not gap to leader, this is gap to the car ahead. So this is... The 84 might not be a factor. I thought this was showing gap to leader. It should have... Yeah, I think gap to leader would be a good thing for it to include. That's just changed to 7 seconds. Or maybe it's alternating, who knows what's up with that. But, yes, so Grello has been taken back to the pit lane, and that car is out of the race, and I think they're not going to repair it because that's been taken to the, not the real pit lane, but to the alternate Nordschleifer pit lane, which is not actually used as a pit lane in any series at all, and I don't think it ever has been used as a proper pit lane. Light green might dry out really quick, especially on the line. Yeah, but I think the real thing is this. This is following it. And it's just going to get heavier and heavier. According to AccuWeather, whether or not they are active remains to... Whether or not they are Accu or not remains to be seen. But yeah, the radar picture at the moment shows there is some darker green around Adana. I mean, so it's basically this side of the track. We just zoom in, we can get the track layout on here. Yeah, Arenberg, Fußröhr, Adenauer Forst, Kallenhardt, Breitscheid, Bergwerk, Kesselchen, Mutkurve, all that kind of stuff. But then down this side of the track, the rain is lighter. So this is probably just spitting. Down the Dörtinger Höhe. And then that down there. So definitely for the oil. Yeah, that could be it. What's... Oh. Klaus Bachler. He's had a couple of little hits. Luckily the Porsche 911 has quite a strong sort of bodywork, but you can see he's bent the rear bodywork of that Lamborghini by a little bit. But the number 44 Porsche, that car's kind of been nowhere all race, but it has been slowly just cruising up those timing screens. And you just have a quick look at Jules Gounod. He is closing that gap back up on... Well, the live stream is telling me it's 6.5 seconds. This timing screen, which I just updated, I'll press reload again, is telling me 7.9. So I've got two gap numbers, and I'm not sure which one is correct. Because this does update. They usually show the same number, but now I'm getting a different number on the timing screen. That is very peculiar. Are we going to get... Okay, there we go. That's now updated to 6.5. Steve Brown, the Super GT, he calls himself. And he's currently probably leading his class because it's a class of 3, because they love to have a million different classes at this race. Heavier stuff is coming. Yeah, I would say so. And the car's windscreen wipers seem to agree with what you're saying there as well. Heavy rain is definitely on the way, and they are dragging a little bit of gravel onto the track. Did you see there? But it's going to get tricky, and who's going to be the first person to gamble on wet tyres? Or really, maybe wet tyres are the safe choice and the slicks are the ones gambling. That remains to be seen, but at the moment the cars are still setting sort of normal race pace. Although, look at these lap times. I mean, there's code 60s, I guess, is the problem of that. So, I mean, 11, 12, where are the code 60s? There'd be code 60 at Brünchen. There's code 60 in, I think, down the back of the circuit. And you can see red and yellow flags are now being displayed as well to let the drivers know that, yes, the track is indeed slippery. So you can see BMW M2, standard production car, just heading around the track there, and look at all this dirt on the track. And this was to clean up an oil spill yesterday, but you can still see residue from yesterday's oil spill is... that dirt hasn't been entirely cleaned up still after 4.25 hours of racing, which, that's crazy that we're only 4 hours into this and so much has already happened. But the number 3 car, that gap is looking quite beneficial in that it has come down a little bit, and whatever they were struggling with before seems to have cleared up, because it went up to 8 seconds. It's now down back again to 6.5. So for fans of Verstappen, that car, Jules Gounod, is driving quite well and he's getting some of that time back. He lost huge time at the beginning of his stint, but whatever the problem is, that's been fixed, and they are putting more dirt down. I'm assuming that car number 911 lost its oil, and Manthey Racing would have said on the radio, stop the car, you've lost your oil, switch the engine off, and if that's happened, I wonder why they've towed the car down the track leaking oil, because you can clearly see that they're putting the sand down where the car dropped a bunch of oil, or exactly where the 911 was being towed is where they're putting all that dirt down. Yeah, rule of thumb: no spray, no spray, slicks. Yes, and there is indeed no spray, but have a look at that. That is now the leading Manthey car, is the Carrera Cup car. The one reason you might go into wets before you see spray is you are basically assuming that by the time you come out of the pits, you will start to see spray, and you're going, well, it's not about the track condition now, it's about the track condition when you exit the pits, which will be a different track condition. So that's why you might go onto wets before it's time, because you can, I guess also because it's a 7-minute lap time, so if in 3 minutes you're going to get slick condition, or if 3 minutes you're going to get wet conditions, you would go to the wets, just because slicks in the wet is just completely terrible. So the Porsche car number 992. These drivers may possibly be stars of the future. You never know. Carrera Cup is where Porsche gets its drivers from. Yeah, if you can see it coming, anticipate. Exactly right. Why is car 3 now 14.8? What? Oh, this could just be related to a code 60, in that Dennis Olsen has just exited a code 60 while the 3 is still in it, and then Gunnar will get that time back when he gets out of the code 60 and the concertina effect fixes it up. I'm assuming, because he was 6 seconds and then it's suddenly 14. Something is really weird with that number 3 car. Something's really weird. Like, if that's not a code 60, I don't know what could cause that. So that time should come back. But it isn't coming back. That's very weird. We might still be in the code 60. Code 60s, they go a long time. This is so strange. Yeah. Have we got any new radar pictures? Okay, we do have a new picture. Let's just have a quick look at how this is looking. Okay, so the rain... Okay, so it's kind of heavy at Adenau. So the light green seems to just be basically spitting around... Okay, so the heavier rain has kind of just gone around the track. Light rain, but the track's here. Heavy rain band will go straight across, and then light rain. So this part of the heavy rain, which I don't know if my cursor is like visible. Can you see my cursor? Yeah, still betting on him, having been told he'll be shot if he crashes Max's car. Yes. Yeah, so this is what's coming for the track. 12 seconds. But he did get some of that time back. He got 2 seconds back. He might just be being super, super careful in the wet parts. That could be it. But no, he's lost more time again, 13.8. So it's not because of a code 60. He's just lost 6 seconds, like, out of nowhere. And hang on a minute. Also now, 1/10 behind is the Falkenhurst Motorsport. seconds. Okay, so this alternates between gap to leader and gap to car in front. 14 seconds. And that means it's what, 1.1, just under 1.8 seconds is the gap. But then the stream is telling me 1/10. And actually you can see, well, you don't need to look at the timing screens. You can look out the back of Jules Gournon's car, and there is car number 34, the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. He's all over the back of Jules Gournon. So something's surely got to be up with that car. Surely. Who is in the 34 at the moment? That's Cronje again. And Cronje might not be a fan of defending, but let's see how much he's a fan of attacking. Because maybe he's more of a fan of that. And Cronje, he's been looking quite fast this last 30 minutes or so. In his last stint, not super impressive, but now he's starting to come alive. And on the back of Jules Gournon, yes, this is certainly something. But I think there's got to be some sort of issue for the number 3, surely. Because Jules Gournon, he's one of the best GT drivers in the world. He's better than the guys around him, right? Like, he's just better than the guys around him. And that 80 is closing up as well. The 80 is seriously a solid factor. Maxime Martin, really look at that. So 11:02. Jules Gournon did an 11:20. So Maxime Martin was just 18 seconds faster on the last lap. 1:16.0 for Dennis Olsen. So Olsen was 4 seconds faster. And 10:53 for Niederhauser in that Lamborghini. So Niederhauser was 27 seconds faster last lap. Yes, number 34 Aston is indeed on the 3's tail. 27 seconds. What the? And where's the 67? Yeah, 4 seconds. 34 was 13 seconds per lap faster. Okay, wait, no. Niederhauser just completed a lap in 11:20, so they just got a whole lot slower. I don't know if there's a new slow zone on track, or if that's just the track conditions getting worse, though. So I feel like the timing screens, because of the amount of code 60s on track, and the amount of rain and the changeable conditions, the timing screens are just... like, lap times are not really readable, because, yeah, Niederhauser just went... He did a 10:50 something on the previous lap before this, and now he's just set an 11:20. So they are losing huge amounts of time. Possible crash. I'm not sure, but yeah. I mean, there could be some sort of like floor damage or something. Like, I mean, floor damage isn't an issue that much in GT cars because they're flat floor. So what happened with that 64? We're going to get finally a replay. And oil down. Oh. Okay, now that. So we can't blame Estra for that. There was... Someone has dropped oil. And in goes... So that's not driver error by Estra. Was there a red and yellow flag yet? And you can see the radiator's fallen out of that car. And that's why Estra is out, because the engine would have overheated. He's lost the radiator. So that wasn't Estra who dropped that oil. Estra just dropped the radiator, like the whole thing. And... Yes, that is... bad luck for 9/11 is basically what's happened there. And it's a real shame because 9/11 was the strongest contender for the race. And that looks like, yeah, look at the amount of oil that's being cleaned up there. That's huge amounts that's been dropped. And all of that dust, and it looks more like they're going through a roadwork zone than race marshalling thing. So that's certainly something. Well, that's what the front of an Aston Martin looks like, if you've ever wondered. Yes, so let's try to find out why Gunon is so slow. I don't think that Kronya is going to take the position here because he's too far back. Maybe on the next straight. He's going to get close, although, oh, he is closing up. But Gunon's just going to stay left. Yeah. And, oh, he's too far, he's ahead, and Gunon can't have that position. So Kronya takes second place, and now it's the 67 that Kronya is going to want to catch up to. And can Kronya oh, and he goes straight into the pits. Very interesting from Kronya. So that car was running. It could just be that the car was running less fuel, and the 67 is lighter because it's also got less fuel on board. But you'd think that the tyre wear would offset that. So that's an interesting thing from Kronya. Kelvin van der Linde is in the right behind the. Is that a cup car or what? There's a couple of BMWs together. This is the battle between the 1 and the 99, the two Rover Racing BMWs. And 34 is in forwards, and they're going to rotate that car around. So, check the dot. I have the dot still. Interesting. And I'll just check something else as well. So this live stream has a total views of 1.8k. That's not too bad. That's pretty cool. So the BMWs are in as well. If only this chair wasn't squeaky. That's so annoying. So Rover Racing car number 99. Again, very leisurely pit stops because of the minimum pit stop time rule, and they're going to just. Yep. Yeah, it's got a wheel arch. Yep. Yeah, Looks like you can put a tyre in that. Oh, yeah, really? Yeah, you could do that. Make sure you clean the windscreen. Oh, good idea. Okay, cleaning the windscreen, that is normal endurance pit stop stuff, but I do think that the mandatory pit stop time... I mean, other endurance series have mandatory pit stop times, that's true, but I mean, this is taking things a bit too far. Like, don't you reckon this is a bit much in terms of mandatory pit stop time? But whatever. One thing you'll notice is all the cars run by, like, the real top teams, all with Michelin tyres. And then the other teams that aren't quite as up the front, they'll use other types of tyres. But almost always it's Michelin tyres at the front of the field. Although, Pirelli tyres on the Volkenhorst Aston Martin, which is interesting. I wonder if the Pirelli tyres are performing in this conditions better or something. But at the same time, mixed conditions are where Michelin generally tends to make the most of their time. Like in perfect conditions, the gap between Michelin and other tyre manufacturers is generally less. But you can see Rover is effectively the BMW factory team, and they run the Michelins. And Manthey runs them, and Winward Racing runs the Michelins as well. And I like the idea of having an open tyre race rule set. In every single series should be... the tyres just run what you want. Because it just adds more interesting factors of different tyre manufacturers doing different things. And yes, there is the whole... well, then everybody would just pick Michelin. But having some competition between the different tyre manufacturers, coming up with new, interesting tyres, it's exciting stuff. You know, it adds new elements of factors of variables to the race. More variables is good. Misha in the 632. I wonder if it will have a passenger in there and a GoPro. I've heard that around the Nürburgring, there are some people who don't like Misha Sharudin, but for some stupid reasons, because he's crashed the car a few times. Which, like, obviously, if you're going to go around a racetrack every single day, which basically he does, you're going to eventually have some big crashes. And he has had some big crashes. And then people are like, he's so dangerous. It's like, no, he just goes around the Nürburgring all the time. The most dangerous cars at the Nürburgring is anything with yellow number plates. If it's got yellow number plates, they're the true danger. Misha Sharudin's cars generally don't. Although he does race under a Dutch license, and they also have yellow plates. But it's particularly dangerous when the yellow plates don't have a blue stripe down the left side. And if you know your European number plates, you'll know what I'm talking about. But anyway, the race leader still remains to be Dennis Olsen at the moment. And Max Verstappen's car, the teamverstappen.com car number 3 of Jules Gounon, 16.3 seconds behind the race leader, who is still Dennis Olsen, that Mustang. So we have the onboard with Klaus Bachler heading through, I forgot the name of that corner. It's got a cool name which like translates to like something to do with bravery or something, I don't know. But it is a very, very tricky corner, which is very easy to end up very hard in the wall there. So it deserves a cool name, but I can't remember what it's called. There is actually a bit of a fun fact about yellow number plates. So There are some 81 under investigation for double yellows. Oh, don't tell me the wagon's going to get a penalty. And usually that's a slam dunk. Like, you don't usually get under investigation for double yellows and get away with it. Like, it's usually pretty clear what happened. So that's going to, like, you can pretty much guarantee that's going to be a penalty. If you're investigated for yellows, you're already pretty much done. Like, anyone who's investigated for yellows is done. So, what we have here... Yeah, that is quite interesting. What was I saying just before? I was saying something interesting, and I've forgotten what I was going to say, and that's very annoying, because it was a good point. Oh, yes, about the number plates, yes. You can actually get a lot of different insurance providers do give insurance for the Nürburgring Nordschleife on tourist days, because there is some legal... The whole reason why the Nürburgring pretends it's a public road, even though it's obviously a purpose-built racetrack, is so they can say, "No, Mr. Insurance Guy, I was just driving on the Autobahn. It's just a one-way Autobahn that doesn't have lanes." And that's why there's some weird road rules, like you have to pass on the left on Touristenfahren. But on those Touristenfahren days, it's an open road. But the insurance... You cannot get insurance if you're British on the Nürburgring. And I think I know why that might be the case, based on some of the videos you see from Auto Addict, among others. There does seem to be quite a common factor there. So that's probably a reason why a British cannot get insurance on the Nürburgring. But yeah, that's a very... 99, 651 and 670. Wow, what is going on? 651, 99. That's a lot of cars. And another BMW as well. Let's have a look. Who's 651? That's BMW M2. It's another BMW and the 670. That's another BMW, so that's a whole lot of BMWs. That's a whole lot of BMWs who have just... Yeah. Number 3 did just get back a whole lot of time. What's happening there? Oh, maybe the 67 is in the pits. It says 4 pit stops. It says number 3 is leading. Yeah, okay. 67's in the pits. That's why number 3's gained a lot of time. Pitted, yeah, says it there. Okay. Yeah, there is the live timing site, but I can't show that on the stream because of copyright regulations. Basically, that site has some very aggressive copyright protection, whereas this one, I have permission to show this site. So I can also see the live timing screen, the official live timing, but I can't... Legally, I can't show you, which is just so ridiculous. It's like, why? But yeah, it is what it is. Very strange stuff. But yeah. So what we have is the 67 still in the pits. It's having its usual leisurely time in the pits, and hopefully the mechanics are enjoying their time as they change the tyres because they have their mandatory pit stop time to fulfill. And I'm probably going to complain about the mandatory pit stop time every single time it comes up on screen, because it is the most annoying thing to watch. I mean, look, let's just make sure we've talked the wheel nut there. Like, they're just coming up with jobs they can do in the meantime, which, I mean, it is good to get the absolute most out of your pit stops. And like, might as well talk the wheel nuts then. But you just, like, it's just random tasks they're just coming up with that you don't usually see in a pit stop. But at least those rear wheel nuts are going to be onto the correct torque spec, so they definitely won't get a loose wheel. But I have seen loose wheels at the Nürburgring 24, and there was a very dangerous thing where I can't remember what penalty they got. It would have been probably disqualification, but a Mercedes lost a wheel after coming out of the pits, and the mechanics ran out onto the live racetrack out of the pit lane with the jacks, with the air tank for the car's inbuilt air jacks, with a spare wheel, with a with a torque wrench, because I didn't have air for the air guns because I was using that for the jacks, and they put the wheel back on the track. 67 lollipop guy looks very yeah, they put the wheel on the track itself, which is one of the worst things I have ever seen in a race, in terms of like what a team has done. And that was certainly quite the thing to bear witness to. So we have Rover Racing also in the pit lane, and Jules Gernot leads, but he owes us a pit stop, and in the next few laps we will see Jules Gernot come into the pits to change those tyres and fill up the tank. So it's now Frederick Vervisch driving the car number 67, and just looking at some of these lap times now that the conditions so far seem to be stabilised. I mean, people are going on slicks, so I don't know what's up with this radar picture, because it doesn't seem to be, this heavy rain doesn't seem to be coming. People are just going on to more slicks. Just the rain seems to be... Okay, we've got a new radar picture. Let's have a quick look at what we have on the radar. And this is telling me, yeah, heavy rain. Okay, so this is still yet to come. And what kind of pace is that at? Okay, so it's moving quite slowly. So the proper heavy rain, there was a band of heavy rain. Now it's just going to be spitting, like it's going to be spitting in this little bit. And yeah, I'm just trying to think. Let me just go into my things. Capture cursor. Okay, so my cursor is captured. Yeah, so that's kind of... That was 7:05 p.m. and you can see that heavy band has just moved over. There's going to be another little heavy band in a little bit. That'll pass. There'll be a tiny bit of light rain, like just spitting for a bit, and then this will come. And then possibly even this, because it is moving in a northeasterly direction. So this, definitely it will be at least as strong as the dark green. Possibly you can get the yellow or orange stuff happening as well. And that's going to turn things right on their head. So Jules Gernot last lap 10:45, and that's a number to watch. Okay, so some people... I'm seeing a 9:46 and a 10:45, so a code 60 must have just closed. There must have been a closed code 60, and they're getting back up to speed at part of the track, because you look at, there is a quite the discrepancy in lap times. Obviously, Michael Grenier was not a minute per lap faster than Jules Gernot or Marco Marpelli, Patrick Niederhauser also with a 9:53. So the track is getting greener in terms of the level of code 60-inch around, and the cars are going faster and faster and faster indeed. So the fastest lap for car number 3 is 8:13, and 67's is 8:16. 8:11. See, this car here, 84, it's surely the fastest car on track. That is the time. That is the car's pole position time, and it's done that in race conditions. 8:11.1. You really can't discount this 84. 19 hours from now, it could get that gap down. It could possibly get that gap down. It's just come into the pits. It's done 4 pit stops. Gounod's done 3. So it's... Well, no, the first pit stop was on lap 1. So that... Is it 4 minutes net, or is it... It's kind of hard to tell, because Gounod's about to come in to serve another pit stop. And when Gounod comes in, that gap should shrink. Now, P2, I've got to find P2 somewhere. That's car number 80, which is all the way down here. 16 seconds. 10:39. Let's just see what kind of lap time Gounod will do. So, 6 seconds per lap faster for Maxime Martin at the moment. And Jules Gounod will go faster this lap. He'll probably go a minute faster this lap than he was last lap, because we've got code 60 zones clearing. Number 1 not getting fuel in. Interesting. Number 1. Yeah, very much out of the running by the looks of things at them. Well, you can't count them out because that's a BMW factory car, effectively. So, Jules Gounod's about to cross the line, and let's see what sort of lap time he does, and then about 20 seconds later, we'll be able to see what sort of lap time. So that's an 8:59, so he's just gone a minute and 45 seconds faster. Roughly a minute and 45 faster. So that's a code 60's been cleared up. 8:51. 8:59. And this guy, Maxime Martin. Oh, it is only 8 seconds now. So Maxime Martin just went 8 seconds faster on the last lap. That is something very, very odd. Okay, there's got to be a problem with this car number 3. This car can... I mean, Gounod is one of the best in the world. I know I keep saying this, but... the track is drying out for a little bit. 8:51. What's everyone else doing? Is Maxime Martin just driving absurdly fast, or what? Because we've got the 67... Well, it's done an 11:06, which would have been with the code 60s. So we won't find out about the 67 for quite some time. And, oh yeah, that car just looks fantastic. The HWA Evo. This is the stuff we need more of. And this SPX standings. 81 is the leader of SPX by 2 minutes and 40 seconds, but 81 is just a GT3 car with a boot. But I really like the HWA Evo, and I hope they can bring it back next year, but make it like even faster, like maybe put a V8 in or something, give it, because it's going to be aerodynamically compromised because it's so boxy, so they can get back some of that performance with a V8. Because I looked at the B Sport video explaining this car, and they said that a V6 gives a better weight distribution and it gives enough power for what they were targeting, but they need to set a higher target, because he was talking about how how they were planning to make it GT3 paced. Well, that's not GT3 pace, but it is brilliant. It's the most amazing thing ever. And I think a V8 would just sound better, because V6 turbos just don't sound very good. It just... That's the one thing it's missing, is a cool soundtrack. It just doesn't sound very good. Maybe a flat plane, naturally aspirated, high revving V8. Like the old... Like the DTM engine from... like 2014 or so, but they had restrictor plates that kept it to like 450 horsepower. Take out the restrictor plates, put the DTM engine in the front. That would just be an amazing car, and it'd sound good. Number 4, overtake you under yellow, time penalty 32 seconds. Who is number 4? Gorian RT by Car Collection. And what position? What position are they? They are in P27. Not a good look. And have we got anything from the 67? Still telling me it's an 1106, so that would have been with the code 60s still. So we're going to have to wait longer. But it says gap 22. That'd be the car ahead that's not showing gap to leader. So car number 7 is also in the pits. And car number 7, Franz Conrad, is the team. It's Stalitzane is in the car, the Latvian. And I have not heard of this person, Stalitzane. So I'm going to have to look up this person's racing career and try to work out if they're any good. Cheers all. Cheers to you, MGC7199. What's her racing background? Silver rated driver. Interesting. Clio Cup, GT4 Germany, NLS, NXT Gen Cup. No idea what that is. Electric Junior Touring Car Cup. And she was 5th and then 4th. Okay, so this is in a Mini. Oh, wow. So they've gone from a GT4 to a GT3. So she's making quite the step up. Patricia Stalitzane. I think this is the first time she's driven GT3 car. It'd be interesting to see how she goes in that number 7. That number 7 car was challenging at the front of the field, but some of the other drivers already have not been super fast, and that car's been dropping down the order. I'm not seeing a particularly promising early career from Stalitzane, but she does seem to be quite inexperienced in general. So, being inexperienced and with that unproven is better than being proven to be bad. So, she's not bad, but she is unproven. But there's worse things you can be than unproven. That's certainly for sure. So Gunnar leads the race in car number 3. Car 67, 12:31. The hell happened then? What's What's up with the 67? Okay. That's very strange. Is there like a new code 60? Is anybody else doing 12-minute lap times? No. It's only 6 seconds faster than the Dacia. That's got to be a timing screen error. It's not going to be 3 minutes per lap slower, because that's not a pit out lap or anything. Dacia has alarm lights on. What's up with the Dacia? Showing up as green. That could just mean that's the car that the coverage is following, maybe? I don't know why it's showing up in green. Oh, the hazard lights. Do I have the red dot? I do have the red dot. It's going on the Döttinger Hohe down the end. Makes sense to have them on. Yeah, but it doesn't usually have them on. I mean, it could just be for that, but there is, in the previous year, even when it was only capable of 160k an hour, it didn't use the hazard lights, so it could have some sort of problem, but I don't think it does. It seems to be going at its usual pace, but it's quite hard to tell its usual pace apart from its pace when it's got a problem. So I don't know what's up with it. I could have a problem. We'll find out if it comes into the pits. But Jules Gounod is in the pits. Is there a driver change? It doesn't look like there's a driver change. Oh no, left door is open. But I don't see another driver getting in. And the 80 is also coming to the pits. And you look at the 80, it just did an 8:53. Last lap for Gounod, 8:59. So again, 6 seconds per lap faster for the 80. And in comes also car number 300. The hazard lights have been switched off. And that's Ollie Krise, who runs this team. That's the team Ollie's Garage. And that's Ollie himself in the car. And they are rotating that Dacia, putting it up, jacking it up with the those jacks. You don't often see that in motorsport. And look at the way the front bumper is held on with that quick release type thing that will make the car more repairable. That's not a temporary repair, that is the front bumper fastener, because fasteners on race cars tend to be made more accessible for quick release. They'd lift the bonnet, put it back down. Yep, the engine's still there, that's good. That's what the mechanic is saying. And the 569 BMW's getting wheeled back for its pit lane release. And what? Come on, that's... Why don't they have go jacks so they can just rotate the car? That's, like... That's pretty, pretty inefficient. But I guess because they've got that pit stop minimum time, they're just kind of being a bit leisurely with that BMW production car. I mean, there's 2 GT3 cars in the picture, and I'm watching a BMW 3 Series getting pushed around by a pit crew for my amusement. Weird vibration. Could be. So, Gounod is now coming out of the pits, and he is behind the 34. But the 67 is still well behind. So those lap times that I was talking about before, where I was saying, what's up with that? Well, what is up with that? Because it hasn't come into the pits or anything. Why is it 3 minutes? How do you lose 3 minutes? It can't be 3 minutes. That's impossible. I mean, he's in P7. That'd mean P8 would have to be like Well, I mean, P15 is 4 minutes down the road. Well, we'll see in a second how... Okay, it's now 3 minutes down the road. What the... This lap just makes no sense. Dacia did a 12:37 on the same lap. Can we get a real lap time from car number 67? There's the rain. Yes. But at the moment, it's Misha Sharudin on the screen. I should get orange juice when the shops open in 2 hours' time. So, at the moment, yes, there we go. What I might do is I might just spam the right arrow key. Is that really as live as I can get it? Because the shot of the radar just came up like 30 seconds ago. Yeah, they're looking at the radar. And again, the front runners have just come in as a big rain shower is looking imminent. And I mean, if a big rain shower comes now, that's kind of going to reorganize the race completely. That's going to turn everything on its head. I mean, a big rain shower, the 81 could take the lead, but it's under investigation for double yellows, and you never get away with double yellows. Like, if you have to investigate it, something's happened, and it's such a clear-cut offence that it's very rare there'll be an opportunity that someone's investigated for double yellows and they haven't actually done anything wrong. Last lap for 67. There we go, 9 minutes 20. That's still really slow. And Frederick Vervisch knows what he's doing. So something's wrong with a 67 now. Because why is that car still 20 seconds a lap slower than Jules Gounon? It's 14 down on Farfus. Hang on, what the hell is this with Bortolotti? Is there a new code 60 now? But see, this wouldn't be affected by the new code 60 if there is one. I mean, this is a pit stop lap time, but this hasn't done any new pit stops. That's so weird. They're racing pit stops for... But then Schubert's Motorsport, 12:15. Some of these lap times are very weird numbers. How's the 34 going? 8:57. So 34 has just taken another 2 seconds and extended its lead. The 80. So at the end of this lap, we'll be able to see Gounon versus Schiller. Fabian Schiller. Is it still Gounon in the car? It is indeed, isn't it? I should just do a quick reload, see what we have. We've got Gounon and Schiller indeed. So 81 is kind of all over the back of the 80. Well, the 80 is all over the back of the 3. So the 80 can get the 3-4 position. They're on the same strategy, on the same piece of the track. That car has been faster than the 3. 670, non-respect of code 60, time penalty 4.5. Wow. That's a big penalty, but it's not as big as I I've seen 4 minutes for Code 60 stuff, but oh, sparks from the 80, very cool. That's completely normal, by the way, over the bumps, but they look cool. And we have definitely the battle for position here. Through into the carousel, you see the traffic very nicely keeps off the concrete panels there. They actually don't even have to do that. They can just hold up the leaders if they want to. Some sort of... It sounds like a fire truck again going past. That may have come up on stream, I don't know. But we have definitely quite the battle now between the 80 and the number 3. So it's 1/10 between them. It's completely nose to tail. And let's see, what can Fabian Schiller do? I do wonder if that car has some sort of degraded performance in some way or another. Let's see. Down the inside. Okay, this has got to be the Code 60. Because he's looking down the inside, but he didn't go for it when it was... Yeah, so into the yellow flag zone. And all of these cars will have a Code 60 button available to them. And the Cayman would have pressed the Code 60 button, and that's not a problem. You're probably wondering what I mean by that. And a lot of these race cars that are the amateur entered ones, they don't have a Code 60 button, so when they get to a Code 60, they have to manually keep it at that speed limit. And the trouble with manually staying at 60 is you don't want to go over, because you go over by 1k an hour and you could get a 4-minute penalty. So you don't want to go 1k over, so you go 55 instead in the Code 60. And if you are in a GT3 car with the Code 60 button, and you're caught behind one of these cars that's being quite careful, you're not allowed to overtake them, so you lose time. But with a GT4 car, that's a homologated race car, so it's going to have all the bells and whistles that you need in a race car, and it's going to have the Code 60 button and all of that. Whereas if you're stuck behind the Dacia Logan, you're going to lose 5k an hour through the whole zone. Now, has the 81 been penalised? Because I know it was under investigation. And if it's been penalised, has it served it? Because this 81 is going so well. It's the best placed BMW. And that's just so hilarious. Because it's theoretically supposed to be the worst, besides the Z4s. Because it's heavier, it's aerodynamically worse. More drag, less downforce. But look at it go. And then we may see a change of position here. 80 is on the left side, so he's going to go ahead. Gernot has to back out. And Connor De Filippi is now really all over the back end. So that is a change of position. So that number 80 car, the Winwood Racing entry as well. There's 2 Winwood Racing Mercedes. And, well, that is a lead change, possibly, depending on how quickly Fabian Schiller will now chase down the race-leading Aston Martin of Mattia Trudi. So Schiller down the inside of the HWA Evo, and the HWA gets in the way of the other Mercedes for a little bit, but he's going to get out of the way because that is the same manufacturer. And it is very weird that HWA had a Formula 2 team when you think of it. Because why did Mercedes have a Formula 2 team that wasn't Mercedes branded? Like, what was all that about? Can anyone explain that? Because I do want to make a video on that, but I don't generally cover F1 or its associated junior categories, just because they're ultra aggressive with copyright enforcement, even when they don't actually have a legal claim. Like, they've gone as far as copyright claiming Super Formula content on Super Formula's official channel. and I just don't like dealing with Formula One management, so I tend to avoid the topic. But HWA F2 team is such a strange peculiarity that I might have to make a video about the HWA Formula 2 team, because it's like, what? Why? But yeah, what we have here is we've got the Mercedes battle, because I mean, Gunnar lost all that time, but he's now sticking with Fabian Schiller. And it's like, well, hang on, why has he lost all this time? How has he lost all this time? Is he just like... It's like in a racing movie where the main character realizes he's falling behind, so he just decides to go faster. Why didn't he do that before? That's very, very bizarre. But you can see that Fabian Schiller getting held up by a whole bunch of traffic here, and now Jules Gunnar wants that place back, as does the car number 81 really wants to get involved in this. And you can't overtake coming up here. Don't try that, Jules. Don't try that. That's just very silly. Well, Jules Gunnar has just been activated. And another penalty, 919, non-respect of code 60, time penalty 45 seconds, 99, double yellow, time penalty 45 seconds. So these penalties, they are now coming in thick and fast. So they're processing all these, and yes, 81 is, I believe, still under investigation. So these, unfortunately, even though it's challenging for what could be the win of the race, if we just have a look at car number... Do I even have 81 on here? 858. What's 34 done? That's a 58. Okay, so the timing screens are wrong, because Jules Gunnar did not just do a 12-minute 9. That lap time is not correct. So if we see this like 12-minute lap times, we can just ignore that. Car 80, 12. Oh, hang on. Was this a pit out lap? It might have been a pit out lap. Maybe these lap times do make sense. Okay. I'll wait till they complete this lap to see what the actual lap times are. But 34, 858, 81, 858, 9. So these are running at roughly the same... Ooh! Okay, Cayman. Very interesting place to put. And we've got a couple of cars running slowly. I wonder if that slow Porsche Carrera Cup car with its hazard lights on had something to do with the BMW M2 that was also looking like it was carrying some damage. Was there a bit of a coming together between those two? Oh, Connor De Filippi. This BMW M3 is fast. That's proper fast. Like, it's really keeping up with these Mercs. So what we have here is we've got the 80 hasn't pulled away, and that is just so peculiar, because it closed up at such a huge rate of closure. There was such a huge rate of closure. But even on the wet parts of the track, the number 3 is keeping up with the 80 now. There we go. So 81 does have a penalty, which is pretty unfortunate because that car is going so well and it's everybody's favourite. It's a crowd favourite, and I thought, okay, it's going to be off the pace because it's, that. But it's up there. It's going well, and this is probably one of my favourite comedy cars to enter a race. It is a comedy car because it's been entered just because it's a funny concept, right? It is a comedy car by all means, but it's a comedy car that's fast. Like, that's one of my favourite things to see in a race car is a high-speed comedy car is absolutely brilliant idea. Good to see the barbecue still well and truly going nicely for them. Now it is 4 o'clock in the morning, and if you can't have cake at 4 o'clock in the morning, the only alternative is anyway. So Klaus Bachler. These Falcon Tires Porsches, they're still on the move. Just cruising up the timing screens, but very slightly and without drawing too much attention to themselves. And it'll be interesting to see what's going to happen on the Dirtinger Hohe as the car number 80 and car number 3 find themselves in a battle, and it looks like car number 81 is reeling in. Connor De Filippi is reeling in Jules Gounod. Gounod trying to stay in the slipstream of car number 80, the car of Fabian Schiller, and staying in that slipstream, but there's just nothing he can do. Fabian Schiller stays ahead of Gounod. But this is super impressive run from the racing wagon. So, let's just see if I can find... I want to eat all of that. Alright. I'm hungry now. Curse you, Adak. I think it would be nice if you could just, use your computer like a vending machine and just spawn in whatever food appears on the screen. If you could just take that out of the screen and eat that, that'd be quite convenient, I think. But we have the car number 80 is still not dropping Gounod. He gained huge amounts of time. What I wonder is, was there a problem with the tyres that Gounod was on the last stint? Because he's not slow now at all on any part of the track. Was there a slow puncture or something, like a very slow puncture, like just one of them has gone soft or something? something really weird with the tyres on that car, because they've changed tyres and now he's back up to pace, or something that they've done in the pit stop that's rectified whatever was wrong with that car, because Jules Gernot is driving absolutely fine. He's got absolutely fine pace, and you look at the lap time, 9:07, Falkenhorst 9 minutes. So they're 7 seconds a lap down from Falkenhorst Racing, though. And now the 81's looking to go around the outside of Schwerenkreuz. What are you doing? You can't do that. I think this is just trying to put him on edge. Why is Gernot defending in Schwerenkreuz? He cannot pass at Schwerenkreuz. I don't think even Verstappen would try that one. But the 81, they can't shake the 81. They really cannot shake the 81. Look at those flashing. That is a very high visibility BMW M3 behind them. And just look at the pace of that car. It's really, really going flat out. And just... it does look to be performing better than these Mercs. It's rotating better. It's looking more racy. It just looks like the front end of this car number 81 is just so strong. It turns in so well. It's lost a bit of time there, but then the number 3's been held up in traffic. Number 80 also with traffic. And then going through a nice little narrow corridor between traffic and grass. And I think there's going to be a Cayman in between them. Oh no, he might just be able to pass the Cayman, but he's going to have to lift and coast because he's have to miss the apex because of the Cayman on his inside. And he's now, he's lost ground to that number 3 car. He's going to get it back here. I mean, there's the concertina effect, so he's going to look close, of course, because it's a braking zone. How is it going to be on the exit? Is he further away than he was on the last straight? Maybe a little bit. But it'll be interesting to see. And nope, let's look at a tower. So the live coverage has decided to show something else. So time to look at just the timing screens, because looks like the TV director found the battle was a little bit too interesting. So they've decided to show other things. Back to showing coverage. All right, Connor De Filippi has fallen back just a little bit. And, is he losing touch with 80? He is a little bit. 80 finally dropping the 3, but only just. And okay, look at that. That rain is visibly coming in. It is arriving and approaching the track. And now I'm getting buffering, which means I'm just going to quickly reload this page so that my stream actually lines up. Because you definitely want, when you're doing something like this, not to be delayed. So I'll fix that little delay of my view of this. And what do we have here? So, yes, the 80 finally pulling away from that car number 3. After such a long time of them being together. And I wonder how much of this was down to the fact that on the Dirtinger Hohe, the slipstream was just pulling that number 3 back closer. I mean, there is the dirty air effect, but apparently what they're finding this year is that there is a way you can drive that Verstappen was doing, but a lot of the others are now copying, where you can kind of avoid the dirty air. And obviously, Verstappen's going to be a driver who's going to be very experienced at dealing with dirty air, because he is a Formula 1 driver, and Formula 1 is most famous for its dirty air. And he's obviously found a little trick that's probably something that Formula 1... offsetting the line. You never see GT3 drivers offsetting their racing lines, so it could just be that. And Verstappen, when you see him driving behind the car ahead, he does often offset his lines, I've noticed. So it could just be that he's simply started offsetting his line, and the other GT3 drivers have gone, why don't we do that? That could be it. But Yes, what I am wondering though is could there be. I mean, the reason why the 3 has caught back up to the number 80 is because there was traffic in a yellow flag zone and you can't overtake that traffic. So he hasn't caught up to it on pace, and he looks like, just looking at the timing screen, it does look like the 3 has lost some of that time again. So, what's this car on the screen? I'm watching this Aston Martin still. No, that's a Porsche, I think. So there goes the Aston, 36 seconds ahead of the number 80. And yeah, you can see the 3 is closing up from the splits, and this is going to be worrying for Fabian Schiller, because yes, stay on the left, because Jules Gounod might appear on your right, but it looks like he won't. He's not close enough. And would you look at this, Connor De Filippi? He's going to get held up. He's going to get held up by the BMW M4 GT4. Left indicator on the GT4, and that's held him up just a little bit. And really, at the moment though, Mattia Drudi is looking very, very secure in that first place. So Drudi just did a 9-minute, and the car number 80, which is at the head of this battle, that just did a lap of 9 minutes 8. And they are just lapping the Dacia Logan right now. So through goes the number 80, and you can see the slipstream definitely closes him back up. There's definitely an element of the slipstream pulling the 3 back into contention. But I think there was also the element of traffic in that yellow zone, and the works in that yellow zone definitely look like they're getting close to complete. So it's only a matter of time before we see what happens with that. But can the 80 now properly drop that 3? Because he got away for a little bit. He needs to get away by more. So if it's still with him but Hutzenbach, then you've got a problem for the 80. But if he gets away by Hutzenbach, then you've got a problem for the 3. In terms of their race position, 130 overtook 67 for P6. Yeah, 67 seems to be pretty slow at the moment. 925 is 20 seconds a lap slower. Something very weird with that 67 car, because it was going fine in its last stint, and now it's just going crap with Vervish at the wheel. But Vervish is a very solid driver, very, very experienced, and there's no reason why Vervish should be going around 20 seconds a lap slower than their competition in their SP9 class. So Gounod sticks with him. But again, that's because of traffic, is that the 80 is being held up by traffic, and then Gounod can just follow through the empty gap that Fabian Schiller leaves. Schiller a little bit more conservative on the way into Flugplatz, but that's... Gounod has compromised his exit by being a little bit too fast on the way in, and now look at this, the 81 goes through, and Gounod's had to lift off because there was traffic in the way, and now Luca De Filippi has that position So that's a position gained for De Filippi, and the 80. And oh, look at the pace that this BMW suddenly has as it gets a bit wetter. I wonder if that could it be set up? Could the 3 just be super unstable in terms of its car setup to the point where it's just undrivable in the wet? Because Verstappen likes a pointy car, and in the dry these guys are fine with it. But what the hell? The 81. What's was denn das für ein Kombi? What? It's just past both of them. That's some proper speed. That's some real proper speed for the car number 81. That's crazy. What the hell? How is it so quick? And look at the gap it's pulled. Like, these Mercs are nowhere. The wagon's going to go fastest. That's P2. And now I want to know what kind of pace Luca De Filippi can have in the M3 Touring. Can he start going after car number 34, the Falkenhorst car? Because if he goes after the Falkenhorst car, this M3 Touring could win. The M3 Touring, I kind of wrote it off. I thought it's not going to be in the running, right? It's got drivers in their lineup who aren't as strong as some of the other BMW cars. They haven't gone for their best of the best. It's just not quite, it's not going to be as quick as the M4 because the M4 is just aerodynamically so much better. But just lap after lap, this 81 has been so incredibly fast. And it's so surprising. It's got to be the biggest surprise of this race is that, the gap, 81, plus 37, 904, and the leader did an 8:58, but that was 9:04 stuck in traffic. He's quite clearly a lot faster than these Mercs. I think this lap is going to be slower because he had to do overtakes for position. And 130 runs wide there, and that's not the optimal line through that corner. He's had to overtake for position. 925 is off, so the track's getting wetter. People are going off all over the place again. This is going to be... Yeah. Okay, the Grand Prix track is looking properly wet now. And, ooh. Oh, and he goes into the wall. Now, Porsche 911 is luckily a very strong car, as long as the radiators don't break. The radiator is the... Oh, whoa. Now, that's certainly some aggression. Nico Menzel down the inside of a GT4 car and just a little bit of damage to the bodywork. Exciting stuff. So, Connor De Filippi gets through the yellow zone, and that should be going green any moment now. And he will pull away from car number 80 as the track goes green. And just looking behind him, he's pulled out a huge gap. There is a slow car in that 60 zone. Somebody who doesn't have a code 60 button in their car has massively held up the number 3 and the number 80, and they've pulled away hugely. The 81 has made a huge gap. Now, we don't have an update to the timing yet. It hasn't crossed any timing sector, so we won't get a timing update just yet. But we should see car number 81 was 36.6, so he's just taken a second out of car 34, the race leader. And can we get a timing split, please? We're currently watching the leader go down the main straight, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is what's up with car 81. 32 seconds, that says now. That's quite a lot of time. Well, this timing screen says 36. The live stream says 32.3, so I'm getting two different numbers. 34 leads the race. Let's just check that my live stream is indeed live. It is indeed live. And car 80 is still apparently just 4/10 behind it. Oh, very, very deep. Well, that's where the 4 seconds may have been lost, because he's gone off the track there, and yeah, rain at all places, very slippery surface. It's official, 32, and they're going to be making spray, so maybe they might want to consider wet tyres, because it's going to get wetter than this. Well, making a bit of spray off track. Still no spray, actually. Why did I say they're making spray? But I can see surface is shiny. And there's wipers on, and you can see the camera's got the headlight flares are quite bloomy looking. And off goes... Oh, that's making spray. But it's only a very small amount, and then the spray becomes a gravelly spray instead. But, yes, there is... Okay, they are into the pits. Is this a scheduled pit stop or not? 80 tyres come off, and what goes on? That's what I want to know. Wets. I saw a tread pattern on the 80s tyre. It's on wets. So that may be a strategic masterstroke, and that's the 632. That was it Misha Sharudin? It is Misha Sharudin. He gets on the throttle, spins the car back round. He's going for wets. He's clever decision. He's cutting the Grand Prix track. He's going to go, right, I'm going to lose 2 minutes, but I'll be on wets. He's done that spin, and, was there contact there? I don't think there was. I think the RS3 just got into the brakes in time, gets on the power, absolutely lights up the rears, and then he realises, actually, I want wet tyres. So this is some clever stuff from Misha Sharudin, straight into the pits, as you should. And you might go, well, you've just lost 2 minutes. By cutting the Grand Prix track, you don't put a valid lap in, and you have to go back around the Grand Prix track again. But think about the time gain from being on wets on a wet track versus slicks. Those slicks are going to have zero grip. It's going to be completely like driving on ice. So the 81... did the 81 cut the Grand Prix track to get to the pits? Because did I just see the 80 and the 3 come out? Yes. Why is the 81 still in the pits? I think it may have cut the Grand Prix track to get there. So I think it went past the pit lane, came back round. Yeah. So it's better to cut the Grand Prix track than it is to do a lap on slicks, that's true. But he had an opportunity to come in for wets without having to cut the track. That's so weird. And it's wet tyres for the two Mercedes. So, and I don't think the 34's come in. The 34 has not come in. And that means that this lap, these Mercs, I think the 80 might be taking the lead. So 81, sort of out of the question for the lead. That's lost about a minute and a half compared to the Mercs, which went for the wet tyres right as it was optimal. And they made the perfect strategic decision at Winwood Racing. Hopefully they have used the correct number of tyres, but that's, very unfortunate. I was hoping that the Touring would win, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So, looks like the battle continues between the number 80 and the number 3, which is number 3 at the moment. We have Lucas Auer is now in the number 3, and the 80 still Fabian Schiller. So that is Lucas Auer. He's quite good in the wet. And we've got another car. Is that the 130 doing it again? Or is this just a replay? I think it is just a replay because it had those same TCR cars behind it too. Well, the TT's not a TCR car, but it's TCR adjacent, basically. We've got an M4 GT3, M Snore, one of the more boring GT3 cars there is, and something very similar is very exciting. Lucas Auer. And now we have BMW M4 on the track. So the gap for the car number 80, 2 minutes 30 from the lead. But that gap's just going to get smaller and smaller in these weather conditions. And what are they doing? What the hell are they doing? Did the fuel hose end up getting stuck in the car? What? What the hell was that? They're having fueling issues again with the number 1. This is some very weird stuff with the BMW. Well, there was a bit of fuel hose that was like inside of the fuel filler. I don't think I've ever seen that. What was going on there? That's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Car number 1, P9, is well and truly out of the picture. I believe the race net leader is car 80. It's too wet for the 34 to be competitive. And off goes another car at Arenberg. And he manages to keep it just out of the barrier. And you can see here the race leader. Is one of his headlights broken? I'm only seeing one headlight shining in front. We'll have to get a front-on view to see what's going on with that car's headlights. No, there seems to be both working from this angle. I think one of the auxiliary lights on the front could be out, but the main headlights are not. There's a few cars which are running just a single auxiliary light that actually works. You don't necessarily need them, they're just much nicer to have the auxiliary lights on a GT car, although that seems more symmetrical. Bit of a rallying for 320. Yeah, everyone on the wet's struggling visibly. Is this a yellow sector, or is that just how slow they are? I mean, I'm not seeing... Oh, there's... Oh, okay. Hazard lights are on, which tells me code 60, yeah. Well, he's going to be so happy that there's a code 60 here, because a code 60 takes away some of that wet tyre advantage, because everyone's got to be on 60. He'll be wanting a code 60 on the whole track, so he can get that thing back to the pits without losing any time. But I think that car might have lost the lead just because of how much it's spent on the slick tyres, and yeah, the perfect time to go onto wets was about 5-10 minutes ago. So at the moment the gap has gone down to minute 59 or minute 58 between the Winwood Racing car number 80 Mercedes-Benz AMG and the car 34 Falkenhorst Motorsport. So I don't think they're going to be able to hold on to this race lead. So 9:09 was the last lap, and that's kind of an irrelevant number. So let's find out, well, when's this rain going to end? Because now the question is, well, can you stay out on slicks? And I think no. I think going on slicks would be a bad idea. So here comes Mattia Drudi, and let's see what kind of pace he's... I mean, he's not looking particularly quick. Gap is now down to 1 minute 51 second. It was, I think they've gained about, well, they were 30 seconds behind, and I think they've gained 30 seconds. It's about to get dark there. So let's see, what do we have with the... Surely, the Falkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin's going to come in this lap. It's quite possible, maybe they're going to think, oh, we'll stay out on the slicks. And you look at the weather, and you think, but it's going to keep, like... I'm just trying to find the right... spot. I mean, there's another heavy band of rain after this. So I don't think... I mean, you have to bring that thing in, and they have brought that thing in, and that... Yeah, 34 is in. That's the right decision. You've got to do it. There's no other choice, really. So I think that's going to be car number 80. He's going to take the lead of the race. And yeah, so that's going to be... it's still less than a second between the two race leaders. These Winwood Racing Mercedes seem to be quite good. So... is the BOP bad? Well, the Lamborghinis are now nowhere, and it's a Mercedes 1.2. So they gave the Mercedes an extra 35 kilos, yet they're still at 1.2. So there were some suggestions earlier that, the BOP is trying to rig a certain result, but at the moment Mercedes is looking very fast, and it's that number 80 car, the one which crashed out in qualifying, which has been very, very fast. But over the course of this race, that 80 car, in order to get into this position, and it's now in the lead of the race. So it's a Mercedes 1.2, and third place car has a Mercedes-Benz V8 as well. It's a Mercedes 1.2 with Winwood Racing, and those cars are both seeming to be very, very fast, no matter who's at the wheel. But the 80 has been faster on average than their number 3, because it's had to come from 25th on the grid and not 4th or 5th or wherever it was. Was that the Lambo or the drivers? It was the drivers mostly got it wrong. Well, there's the 130... Marco Mappelli and all that, they've been quite good. What was the problem the 130 had? I think the 130 had a problem, though. I can't remember what that problem was. And then 811. And this Lambo seems to be very, very fast. The fastest lap time for that is 2 seconds slower. The fastest lap time for that, seconds slower. But, yeah, I mean, the Lamborghinis... It's a bit of both, I think. I think the drivers just messed up with the Lamborghini, but the number three touched 84 in the opening part. That was Hunkadea, just a small racing incident, really. Um, so that's really where things went wrong for 84, because 84 has been absurdly fast. Perhaps you could call that like kinetic BOP. Uh, to rein in that particular car, because that was absurdly fast in qualifying. So at the moment, we've got 80 ahead of the 3. But I think the 80 is finally pulling ahead, because you look at the time difference and it's now finally over 1 second. The live stream is telling me it's 1.9. The live timing site here is telling me that's now been updated to 1.9. So now the 80 is finally pulling ahead. So Lucas Auer is now losing time to Fabian Schiller. So I don't know what's up with this 80 car, but the 80 car seems absurdly fast. Yeah, 130 went off a few times. That's... Yeah. What do we have here? We've got... What's that? Hang on. Oh, hang on. They've reversed their position. How did the number 3 get ahead? I was looking away for half a second and now the number 3 is leading. What? What happened? Oh, on the... After Flugplatz. So Lucas Auer takes the lead after... Okay, so that's Fabian Schiller held up by traffic, and straight through goes Lucas Auer. Very good. Yes. Very good opportunity to capture for Lucas Auer right there, and you can definitely see how heavy this rain really is. But can Fabian Schiller get that spot back? Maro Engel is taking a little selfie video there. That number 80 does seem to actually have more front end grip at the moment than the 3. And I was saying that, Verstappen set up lots of front end grip and being oversteery, but it does seem like the 80 actually has more front end grip. Just looking at the way it took that corner, the 80 does appear to have a front end that's under more control than the 3. So I'm not sure who's got what for a setup, but you can see that Fabian Schiller is not particularly happy being in second place, and he's giving a lot of flashes, and he is really pushing that car quite some amount. You can see the Subaru gets out of the way, and I think Fabian Schiller is saying, I'd quite like that place back, thank you very much. Nicholas Yellerly goes into the pits, and why are they only just now going onto the wets? Like, what? Oh no, they're going into the garage. Okay, this is something bigger. This is something bigger for Nicholas Yellerly. What has happened to that car? Let's see what they're doing. Are they just going to do the brakes? Or, because sometimes they put it into the garage to do the brakes. But it's too early for brakes. They're only 6 hours in. And they're taking the bonnet off by the looks of things. They're undoing the bonnet latches. And, oh! Well, that answers that question. There is It says apt on the ground on the exit of Flugplatz, and it usually doesn't say that on the ground there. So that answers that question. Best chance of winning. I suspect Max didn't set it up to his liking because he trusts he'll be fast and whatever. Best chance of winning if the majority can drive it. That's true, but you'd think it'd be at least as front end responsive as the number 80 car. And I mean, these are pros, and they quite like to have a pointy car as well. Oh, 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 I think 80's going in the wall. No, that was a very wide moment. I thought he touched the grass there, but the camera decided to not show what happened there. That is a BMW E36 looking to be in trouble. Michael Harris. What's up with the car, Mr. Michael? Let's find out. So, looking normal so far, and then, oh no, now that has gone very BMW shaped. Engine failure for the BMW E36. That looks like a very old-fashioned engine failure in what is quite an old-fashioned car. And I think there should be a rule in wide for... There's a few cars going off at Brunchen again, at YouTube Corner, as they call it. Might want to check to make sure there's no oil down there again, like there was last time, because last time there was all that going on. There was quite a good reason for it. Yeah, Cayman gets out of the way for the GT3s. Dacia Logan gets out of the way for them to come through here as they now head on to the Döttinger Hohe. Now this is where Fabian Schiller is going to be trying his luck, but I think he's too far back. 8/10. I don't think he can do it this lap. I think that Lucas Auer has pulled out too much in the last few corners, but let's find out what can Fabian Schiller do with 18 hours on the clock, and it's a Mercedes 1-2 battle for the lead, and it's now half a second. He's too far back. That's the answer. What about the next straight? That's the question. Camera's pointing somewhere. It'd be nice if it would point at the cars more clearly, but it would appear that the next straight is not where Fabian Schiller has decided to make any move, so Lucas Auer remains in the lead of the race. Got more cars going off at Brunchen. Is there oil down or what? Because that's a lot of cars going off at Brunchen. 34 Aston Martin also goes off. They really need to put red and yellow flags out there right now because Klaus Bachler goes off. And also we have... now that's Klaus Bachler again. I mean, come on. There's got to be red and yellow flags for this at this point. That's just getting silly. That is just getting silly, the lack of red and yellows. And backwards goes the Audi as well. So that's... Oh, this situation's always dangerous. Did he get it beached on that curb?
He might be beached on that curb, but I think he's just waiting for traffic to be clear. He'll be getting instructions from the marshals. Oh! Did he stall? I think he's just stalled. But hang on, no, the Audi's got a hand clutch. And I think it has anti-stall, so that shouldn't really be happening. And that's quite some heavy rain now there at Schwedenkreuz. Mark Bussing going off to avoid the stranded Audi. And somebody's brought the dish soap out so they can film a crash compilation at Brunchen, which is the traditional place for filming crash compilations, which is quite strange corner for everyone to crash at. I'm not sure why everyone crashes at Brunchen, because it's not right. It's not like it's the Nürburgring's hardest corner. You've got Flugplatz, you've got Schwedenkreuz, you've got Arnberg, Fuskra, Adenauer Forst. All of these are much more difficult corners. There's the one after Tiergarten, whatever that's called. Pflanzgarten 2 can be not particularly difficult, but if you do get it wrong, you tend to get it very wrong. Also, Pflanzgarten itself, very easy to get that one wrong. So there's quite a lot of more difficult corners than Brunchen, but Brunchen seems to be where everybody likes to go off. I guess it is actually a really easy looking corner, and that could possibly actually be the reason why, because they get to that and like, oh, here's this, this corner's kind of easy, and then they just go off. This lighting's very cool looking though. So the 80's now 2.2 seconds behind the 3. So Lucas Auer is really pulling out a gap ahead of Fabian Schiller at the moment. That could just be a car that's got in between them. But Lucas Auer is pulling on a gap. Alright, just gonna check something, because I'm probably gonna go and have some breakfast and some more coffee in a little bit. And because my voice is being eaten alive from this, and there is a bakery nearby which opens at 5 a.m, so I might go and get something there, and I'll keep the stream of this timing screen active, but I'll be back in about maybe 5-10 minutes. I'll just pin a message in chat if that's possible. Alright, so I'll be back. In a bit. I should check the weather outside before I go. 15.1 heavy rain. I should wear a jacket.
That was rude, Klaus. Yeah, I am back. Sort of. I got a pie because I figured that some warm food would be making my voice less sore. But I've got to eat it first. But I can talk. But not a huge amount yet. But looks like the race is pretty much how it was when I left. So didn't miss anything important. Other than the giant meteor that hit the track. And that, of course, changed everything. But apart from that, didn't miss anything by the looks of things. That's quite strange. It shows the cursor even when I'm not in that window. That's so weird. Anyway, I will go into that window now and have a look. Car 81, Connor De Filippi P5. It looks like the 80 is closing back in. What do we have here? Fabian Schiller. Oh! Oh, wow. Well, that'll be where Lucas Auer gained time on Fabian. Connor De Filippi coming into the pit lane now, and just by the looks of the track, I've been away, so I can't say for sure what the track condition is like, but it looks like slick tyres to me. Is that what seems to be the consensus? Is that there's a slick tyre, or... Does look like there's possibly slicks going on. Let's have a close look at what goes on to Connor De Filippi's car. Because the wets go off, and that looks like a slick. Is it a slick? I think it might be a cut slick. I think I can see a single groove. So they're going for the cut slick. Maybe. But I need a closer look to see what the tyre actually is. Left rear is definitely a full slick. So that thing that looked like a groove might be some sort of manufacturer mark rather than an actual groove in the tyre. That's what it looks like. Yeah, slick's back on. So this is going to dry weather, basically. Also, the show cursor thing is just wrong. My mouse cursor isn't even there. Alright. So we've got Mirko Bortolotti. I'm just trying to get my bearings as I sit back down. But the good news is, because I've got a pie and I have a iced coffee as well, it's making my throat not at all sore, so I can actually talk normally again, and that is fantastic. So having a quick look though at the standings, it's all rather as it was. They're showing a lot of these kinds of transition to night shots, which always look fantastic. But you can see this gravel trap at Arenberg. They're really, really using that gravel trap. That's you're going to have to consider that part of track limits at this point. But look at the amount of gravel they've chucked on the track there. Wow, that's it's one line through there. When you've got all that gravel that's going to build up, it's going to be a rally car type thing where there's going to be road sweeping with cars. The amount of cars that are going off like that. The racing line will be clean, but offline it's going to be just completely slippery off the racing line. And that's one of the things that they do at Le Mans is towards the end of the race, they'll usually have a full safety car, which they deploy even if there hasn't been an incident, just so the marshals can start sweeping some of the gravel off the track when towards the end of the race, the track just gets absolutely covered in gravel. At the Nürburgring, that's less of a problem because there's just not as many gravel traps, and the dirt from the side of the road is not quite as doesn't spread quite as far. But they've had a lot of fluid spills that they've had to clean up with the dust, and that has been quite the factor in this race, is fluid spills on the track, and that's something that's really caught out a few drivers. And it looks like a lot of the dust through that sector has been cleared up, whereas earlier on it was really a single line thing, and they were just adding more and more of that to clean up the oil and the water and just everything that got spilled there. It's more of a garbage bin than a racetrack, that particular section with the amount of stuff getting dumped there. But that's looking much, much cleaner, which is good to see. And you can see Fabian Schiller is behind. I thought that was a TCR car. That might just be the number 3. At night time, it starts to get a little bit harder to recognize what car is what. And you can see that high intensity rain light really does just dominate the whole picture. And you don't really get an idea in the footage just how bright that rain light is. But just compare it to the lights next to it and you'll see what I mean by that. Rain's not gone yet, but it seems very light. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, the wipers aren't going. So I'd say, I mean, the rain looks like it might be gone, and look at this. So that number 3 has been held up just a little bit there, but the 80 also just a little bit by the traffic. Now, this is quite the opportunity that the 80 has. Can he get down the inside here? I think he's a little bit too far back. He's going to look for it. He's going to look, but he hasn't taken it. But he has made it so that the 3 has to break off the racing line, and he's taken a wider line into the next part, goes for the better exit, but it just doesn't materialize, and he has to stay behind for yet another lap behind that number 3 car. So it stays number 3 ahead of the 80, ahead of the 34. And that's a very, very hard car to pass at the moment by the looks of things. But have a look at this. Schiller looks to the inside, just trying to put him on edge a little bit. But I think you're just losing slipstream doing that. He's doing that. That's too much, I think. But it definitely looks like Schiller is faster than Auer. But there's just no way through for the German on the Austrian. So we've got traffic here, and this traffic might split them, so Schiller's not going to like this. Yeah, and that's exactly what I thought would happen. The Supra just holding up Schiller a little bit more than it did Auer, and for Schiller that probably seems like an hour that he was stuck there. And again, is that car overheating, or why did he offset the car on the straight like that? That's some very strange driving from Schiller there. Got the flares going off from one of the spectators. And that would get quite annoying at night, the flares dropping the smoke down into the driver's view. But rally drivers have to deal with that as well. How can I watch in the US, says Zachary Partridge? So you can't watch the stream on YouTube, but there is some streaming service. Somebody mentioned it in the chat a little while ago. I can't remember what it's called. It's called something like Racer or something like that, but it's a paid stream in the US. So I've got the YouTube stream going on my device, but yeah, if you're in America, unfortunately you're a little bit out of luck there, just because yeah, you can pay for the stream with the service, but it sucks. It'd be good if it was on free to air everywhere on YouTube, and everybody can watch it. That yeah, VPN. Yes, that is the correct answer. Unfortunately, a lot of VPNs are getting blocked by streaming services. They can detect you're on a VPN, but find a VPN that doesn't get detected. Then look for Service TV. Yes, Service TV. That's a good one. That's good advice if they're not blocking VPNs. But there is... Look, every time they try to block VPNs and get, try to force you to do stupid stuff. Yeah, Austrian... Every time they try to block VPNs, people find new ways around it. And now there is private VPNs, which is quite funny. Quite a funny concept, because it's virtual private network. So private twice. Service TV online or a channel. It's a website. I think you can get it as a website. I don't know that much about Service TV because I'm just watching the YouTube stream. But also, you might just be able, if you set your VPN just to anywhere outside the US, see if you can get the YouTube stream as well, because it might not be blocking VPNs on YouTube, but I don't know if they do or don't block the VPNs on YouTube. But you have to... Yeah, there is ways you can watch it for free. So, ways around it. Yeah, it sucks, but the good news is we have ways of getting around the barriers people put up in different ways. I remember when I made my videos about the Bathurst 12 hour, to download the race footage, I needed to use VPN. Ooh. They put the sign back down. But yeah, I probably shouldn't talk too much about VPNs, just because YouTube likes to reduce the reach of videos that use that particular acronym too much. Because they're assholes. But you can talk about it as much as you want in the live stream chat, because I don't care if commenters talk about VPNs, but if I use the word too much, I will get not demonetized, just like the reach of the video gets reduced, because I don't know. I've just heard that one. I don't know if that's true or not, though, so could be fake. Fake news. They're fake news. They're so fake.
Number 10, non-respect of speed limit in pit lane, 30 sec. Oh, this is so weird. I'm just looking at my own stream on YouTube, and the cursor, if I move it like 1 pixel, it goes like, it fires across the entire screen. That's so weird. Like if I just do a tiny little circle, like the cursor's going, wow. Like that thing is traveling. That's so weird. Okay, I'll put the way I had it before. But yeah, in the live chat, you can talk as much as you want about VPNs, because I don't care about what happens in chat. So only I've got to avoid talking about them too much. But I think it is only a matter of time before the 80 gets a 3. Just because the gap is so small, and I might just see if there's anyone else I can strike out as irrelevant. I think the number 7 Lamborghini, we can pretty much say that car is out of the running for the race win. That car's not going to be particularly relevant in the rest of the race, I don't think. It's many minutes behind. I don't think that's going to catch all that up, unless there's a red flag, so we can cut that one off the screen of a race. I mean, looks like all the way down to P6 is kind of out of the running for the race win. I'd say for the race win, you're looking at the top 6. Could probably say no to Schubert Motorsport. The 77 is not a factor in this race. Schnitzer Arm Racing, I would say they're probably not a factor. Dynamic GT SRL, that car's been slow. Alright. I need to get rid of one more so that I can have Winwood Racing actually on the screen. Who should I get rid of? I don't think the 67's going to do anything, because that car's been slow ever since Vervish got it, which I think is a car problem and not a driver problem, because Vervish is very good. So now we have the 80 actually on screen, so that's much better. Yes, so let's see how how long it'll take. And we've got on the live coverage, they're showing the spectators, which cool, but it would be nice if they could show the cars. 73rd place is that Mercedes, and now it's getting dark enough that the car's decorative lights become visible.
And I do quite like the sight of all the lights and like the parties and stuff that go on around the track when it gets dark, because it really is an atmosphere like nothing else in racing when this is in the dark. And we've got a couple of GT4 cars off. I have a feeling that these two were probably battling for position, and I think one of them has made an inside move at Arenberg, and the result has been quite predictable. So let's have a look. Yeah, the Mercedes. I thought it would be the Mercedes that did it, and that's a rather predictable result. When you try to overtake at Arenberg, that's usually how it goes. That's why you don't bother at that corner. It's just not a good overtaking spot. Yeah, incident between two cars. And they're both going to need to be towed out of there. I mean, the Porsche Cayman literally was all the way on the left side of the track. Like, he gave literally the entire track in terms of room. But that Mercedes, it was never going to make that move. It was never going to pull it off. That was just so stupid. That was always going to happen. And here you can see the Valkenhorst Aston Martin. It qualified badly, but it was very quick in the earlier quali sessions and the practice. So I'm not at all surprised that it's been so competitive in this race. And you still can't write off that 34. Because, I mean, well, the gap's pretty big now, but that's just because it has come into the pits and the cars in front have not. So who is P3? That's Rover Racing. 2 minutes 33. This is definitely looking very much like a Mercedes race. So, where on track is the 80 and the 1? Because that's less than 4/10 between them. If they've just pulled onto the Döttinger Rohe, then the 80 would pretty much have the lead from that, because you get more than 3/10 from the slipstream. But if they are somewhere else, then that's kind of meaningless. And, okay, so that's why I thought it was a cut slick. It looks like the Hankook tyre has some sort of manufacturer's marking that goes down the middle of the tyre on the tyre's surface. So the Hankook can look a little bit like a cut slick from a distance when it's just a regular slick. So here we are on board with somebody, the 81. This is a car which was running very well until it had to cut back to the pits. And, I mean, if that didn't happen, this car could have been leading. The BMW M3 Touring was very briefly challenging. Well, it was in second place. It was ahead of these two Mercs, behind the Aston Martin that was leading the race. Then it was Mattia Drudi at the wheel. And it was really, really going. And still, it is just absolutely incredible stuff for the 81. Incredible stuff. I really couldn't have expected that the car would go this well, when essentially it is just a worse M4 when it comes to being a race car. You know, you don't need the boot space when you have a GT3, but it's just really, really impressive. That's the most impressive car, I would say, in the field, is that 81. Just because, I mean, the BOP also doesn't factor it in. It's essentially given the M4's BOP rating, I'm pretty sure. But, like, it's just, like, not as good, pretty much, is how it goes. 63 and 10 on respective pit speed limit. 658, code 60. Carlo Van Dam in the Subaru WRX seems to have an indicator on. That's because he's letting through the Lamborghini. So they let the Porsche out first, because the Mercedes was the one who did it. Very good. And lucky it's a code 60 because he's backed into the path of the GR Yaris there. And don't go onto the racing line at that angle. That's horrible. But there we go. That Mercedes is now back into the race, and that code 60 can be cleared. And they can get full speed. A lot of GR Yaris's on track. That's right. I mean, it is a very good track car. Like, it's, you know, the modern version of a Subaru WRX or, you know, an Evo or something like that. Like, just the performance level of that Yaris for its price point is really good. But not just the performance level, but its ability to actually race and to compete in rallies, because it's got the strength as well, in that you can run that thing for hours at high speed without the engine failing and stuff like that. I mean, it does have a few engine issues, but it's not catastrophically bad. Whereas a lot of other things, you'd have to, like, you know, change all the radiators and this and that and the other and do a huge amount of preparation to turn it into a race car. Whereas the GR Yaris, you basically just have to put a roll cage in and put it on slicks, and you've got a race-ready car without changing anything else. You'd maybe do stiff suspension, because you're going circuit racing, you're not rallying, and it's sort of a bit of a tarmac rally kind of setup. But that's the thing with that car, is that you don't have to be quite as you don't have to change everything to turn it into a race car. It's kind of ready to go. Just put a cage and suspension and tires, and you're already done. And so, like, if you're trying to build your own race car, GR Yaris is really the way to go. If you're going for something, you know, using a new car as the basis of it. Now, here we've got the two Mercs in the pits together. They're running the same strategy, and they will coordinate the pit release so that the number 3 will be out just ahead of the number 80. Just the order they came in is the order they go out. And let's just see how precise are Winward Racing when it comes to releasing their cars on time. That's very precise indeed. So, they've gone into the pits, they've gone out of the pits, and they're still in the order that they came in, and it looks like it's Auer and Lucas Stoltz in car number 80. Lucas Stoltz is pretty good. Just trying to think of... Yeah, so he's usually in car 75 at the Bathurst 12 hour. The 12 hours, the endurance race I'm probably most familiar with because I go there every year. But yeah, at the moment, Lucas Stoltz, very good driver, and it's still Lucas Auer in that number 3 car. It's going to be a fatigue as a bit of a factor, maybe, and that might help the 80, who knows. Let's see what Lucas Stoltz can do. Fabian Schiller couldn't get that position back. Lucas Stoltz seems to be just a slightly more senior Mercedes-Benz factory driver, so we'll see. But Fabian Schiller is also incredibly fantastic as well. But I've noticed Lucas Stoltz seems to be around the place a lot more often. Fabian Schiller. Yeah, Fabian Schiller is a gold-rated driver, and Stoltz has a platinum rating. So that's what I was suspecting. I didn't want to
say something wrong, but my suspicion is indeed right that Schiller is sort of the weakest driver of that lineup, and now they've got Stolz, who's one of the best. That both of the Mercedes, both of the Winward Mercedes have very good driver lineups. So. Just checking something quickly, and I might just change. Just doing a bit of reconfiguring of things. Yeah, next dangerous moment would be dawn. Another possible dangerous moment could be that Verstappen was on the track, or either of the Van der Linde brothers. What I might do is I might try this. Alright, now I can read the chat better and not destroy my back. Just bring the microphone. You're probably wondering what I'm talking about. I am just... Oh shit, have I cancelled my alarm? My morning alarms are going off. Oh, this is great. I'm not doing a very good job of doing live streaming at the moment, but I will explain all of this in a second. I just need to cancel these alarms. Okay, So, alright. See you, Sniper 76, and we'll see how the race goes by the time you've woken up. 17 hours remain, so when you wake up, there will be probably 8 hours left. So still quite some distance. So, Manuel Metzger, he's the other guy in this Black Falcon Porsche Carrera Cup car that Misha Sharudin and Steve Alvarez Brown, Super GT, and Jimmy Broadbent are in. A YouTuber car, which is in a class of 2, which again, as I was talking about the subclasses, it's just such a silly thing to have a class of 2. There shouldn't be a class of 2. So you've just got to beat one car and you win. Like, that's just so... It's so stupid that there's classes... Like, they've got to combine them into each other. But Manuel Metzger, I do wonder who exactly Manuel Metzger is. Now, he has a BMW with a completely taped over headlight. So I was talking about the headlights at night, and it seems like their solution is, oh, we'll just drive with one. What I do wonder is how much the driver can see down the road, because it doesn't look like there's a lot of lighting coming out of the front of that car. So that certainly looks a little bit problematic for the drivers. And look at all this. Got all this damage for the 130. It's got all this tape on the side. That is a car that's had a few offs here and there. A car which has been back into the garage. A car which has... yes, Beamer only has one light. Back into the garage a few times, and it's just been... It's been a struggle for this car. It certainly has. That's got to be exciting in the dark, I guess. Yeah, I would like to see an onboard from that car. Or more to the point, not see an onboard from that car, because I think it'd just be a black screen if we could get an onboard camera on that. But the Z4 comes out of the pits, and I have a feeling that this particular Z4 is a car that we're going to be seeing at the Nürburgring for a very long time, just because it has gained a lot of popularity with the fans here, and I think the thing with that is that, you know, they're going to want to bring it again because sponsor space on that car is going to be more valuable because it has that popularity with the fans. People are like, oh yes, the old Z4. And the older it gets, the more out of place it'll get. But the more out of place it gets, the more funny, the more people will like it. So, I do believe that the Z4 is a car that's going to be, you know, it's going to come back every single year like that, because it is such a cool thing to have the Z4 in this race. I mean, it really is. It's got character. It was never competitive. Like, that car was never a competitive race car, ever. You know, even when it was brand new, because it was just not powerful enough. And now it's completely out of place, and that's my favourite part about it. And KTM Crossbow GTX with the engine cover off. Now that's the least surprising thing I've ever seen. Oh, a KTM Crossbow GT2 has an engine issue. Never seen that before. Yeah, I think 600 horsepower is a little bit much for a 2.5 litre engine. They're kind of taking things a bit far with that engine, you know? There's a reason that Audi gave it 400 horsepower and not 600 horsepower out of the factory, and trying to get 600 horsepower from a 400 horsepower engine will usually result in this sort of situation. The only time, really, where you see engines making a lot more power than they do as standard is in drag racing, where they only have to go for 10 seconds before the engine blows up. But when you're doing some proper racing, what you'll find is generally you don't want to have much more power than the car originally had when it left the factory, because that's usually about as much power as it can reliably make. And that is a 400 horsepower engine, not 600. So it's always going to be just falling apart, because it's the basic architecture of the Audi 5-cylinder engine is not made to be increased in power to 600 and then driven for 24 hours straight. So that's just KTM Crossbow GTX. Oh, it's off. Engine failed. And the thing is, the 5-cylinder Audi engine, it's very strong. It's very well built. But there's always, you can take things too far, and that's what KTM has done. And why is there a code 60 down here? Because they've cleared up. This was all cleared up. That was cleared up like 10 minutes ago. So is this just like for fun or what? And then you see finally the green flag up there, where it's not a flag but a board. The reflector board is being shown. And I do quite like having the reflector boards. I think that's a good thing for night racing, because flags are basically invisible at night. You look at Le Mans and they're waving the flag. It's like, what flag even is that? And it's just like, there's a grey flag in Sector 3. Oh, really? There's a grey flag in Sector 5 as well. So reflector boards are much better solution for night racing, and I'm sure there'll be some extremely German procedure for when to display reflector boards instead of flags. And I think I've even heard a story about that. But this is properly dark now. It's pitch black outside, and yes, wet tyres going off the Dacia, slicks going on. That's on a set of Goodyears, and you can see that this car here, well, if you can see, that is, this car here has its wheel nuts in a standard 5-star pattern. Did that mechanic just not do this? Oh no, he did the star pattern. He did like half a star pattern. The first and the second wheel nuts he did was next to each other, but then he did a star pattern from there. Interesting. It's definitely a car which is a true fan favourite. There's definitely an increase over the last few years in cars which have been brought to this race for the purpose of being popular more so than being fast. The Dacia Logan is one. But there's also the there's the M3 Touring, there's the HWA Evos, there's the BMW Z4s as well. and they're all kind of brought for the purpose of being fan favorites. And what I do wonder is, are we going to reach an oversaturation point where everyone's trying to bring the wackiest car they can think of? And once it gets to that sort of level of oversaturation, there will be a point where it starts to become uncool again. Because the reason why these sorts of cars are so cool is because they're kind of out of place with all the serious race cars. But I think if half the grid becomes like silly cars, then it won't be cool anymore, just because they won't look out of place anymore. It's like, oh, you've brought a silly car to the silly car event. How creative is that? Whereas if you bring a silly car to the serious car event, that's way funnier, which is what they're doing at the moment. But I do wonder, like, it's just going to be, will the joke be oversaturated? But, I mean, look at this. The 81 behind the 99, the M3 Touring is really hassling that M4 for position. And it is just such a funny thing to see, because it's a worse car as a race car. It's worse. It's just really, really impressive stuff. Cayman gets out of the way. What is that? That's an M4 GT4. And, oh, hang on. There's a 300th. That's a change for the lead. The 80 takes the lead. I just looked at the timing between those two and I noticed, hang on a minute, there's only 300ths between them. And yes, the 80 has taken the lead of the race. And I wonder if that's on the Dirtinger Hoe. Can the number 3 get that position back? And how much time will Lucas Stolz get on Lucas Auer for the rest of this stint? And so we're now on board with Lucas Stolz, who is... But is this a replay? The timing screen says he's ahead. The footage says he's behind. I think this is a replay, because the footage and the timing screens disagree with each other, but it doesn't say replay on screen. 80 takes 3, yes. And somebody has spilt fluids in the pit lane. Yep, and they are cleaning that up. Yes, I would recommend that next time you use the toilets rather than the pit lane, if you plan on doing that, because it will make the cars slip otherwise. So, camera pans across the pit lane, and look at the gap that Lucas Auer has has made already. 1.4 seconds. 1.4 seconds over Lucas Stolz over Lucas Auer. So it's the battle of the Lucas. Luca has taken that, so the number 80 has retaken the lead. I thought that would be the case, and yes. Look at how far down the road Lucas Stolz already is. And it looks like Lucas Auer is going to get held up even more here by the BMW M235i Racing. And we'll see at the next timing sector that there is definitely more than a second. Let's just count the gap. So it's about 3 seconds, 2 or 3 seconds. It'll be like 2.8 or something like that. And we'll check the timing sectors. So it is the 80 back in front, and that car has been very fast all weekend. Maro Engel made that mistake in qualifying, but yes, 2.4 seconds is the gap now. So Maro Engel, or Lucas Stolz, has been helped out a little bit by traffic, but yeah, 2.4 seconds gap. And what is this ahead? Is that code 60? What's this? Yeah, the blue flashing light. I also hate that they put the camera right below it, because it kind of makes it look like we're watching an onboard of a police car. Yeah. We haven't seen any footage of that crash, just the cars just kind of sideways there. Um, how did it get there? That looks like a traffic incident, and Lucas Hour is getting so unlucky with all this traffic. That came and slowed him down, but the 80 got through unhindered. Lucas Hour is going to be hating the traffic right now, but at any one of these moments, the number 80 can get held up by a single car, and Lucas Hour is going to be right onto the back of him again. So Lucas Stoltz knows that, and he's going to try to build up as much of a gap as possible so he can get away with being held up by traffic without bringing Lucas Hour back into slipstream range. Because, yes, have a look at this. This is exactly what I was thinking. And that's going to bring... You can see that how much closer Lucas Hour is now with that Carrera Cup car held up Lucas Stoltz. And when we get to the next timing sector, Lucas Hour is going to be much, much closer once again. So that was exactly what I was talking about, is the traffic. Traffic giveth, the traffic taketh away. And, that's tight little gap. But through goes Lucas Hour. When are we going to get a timing sector in? Refueling the Supra. That car's got 2 refueling points. Yeah, so 1.4 seconds gained by the number 2 just from that traffic. And that was not the number 2, the number 3. That's second place, not number 2. That's the kind of thing you get with traffic. But again, it can then go back the other way, and Lucas Stoltz can put one in between them. And then the timing sectors will be reflecting that. So, okay, Lucas Hour's just closed up massively. So I'm assuming traffic or slow zone or something. So the Black Falcon Porsche in the pits, and we have quite a close battle for the lead of the race, though. That's the important thing. Lucas Hour is looking to be in touching distance of the race leading car number 80, but this is the problem. Why are we looking at the Z4's on board? The Z4 isn't doing anything. Like, okay, cool. Yeah, I like the car as well, but can we watch their battle for the lead, which is also the only on-track battle that I think... also 99 on the 81. The 81's got the 99, so the BMW battle has gone the way of the M3, and the Mercedes battle has gone the way of 80 so far, but the 80's just 4 tenths ahead, or 5 tenths ahead, really, if you're rounding correctly. 5 tenths ahead of the car number 3. And, well, what's going on with that car? Because are we going to see a change for the lead? Well, we don't know, because the TV director says, let's look at this BMW Z4 on board for no reason. And there does need to be better TV directing to show the battles that are happening. Because when you've got battles, you should show them. Especially when it's a battle for the lead. I mean, we've got a battle between Z4s. Was that for position, or was that the other Z4? I mean, this guy is slow. Look at how much quicker the other Z4 is. I wonder if that car has a problem. Yeah, anyway, that's odd. But number 3 hasn't gained any time on the number 80. I need to disable this alarm as well.
looks like on this lap, Lucas Auer hasn't managed to regain that position off the number 80, and it's going the way of the 80 now for Lucas Stoltz rather than Lucas Auer. Well, look at how bright the high intensity rain light is on that car. It just went past, but that Z4 just got passed by a GT4 car. That car's gotta have a problem, surely. Yes, hello. Trouble with the front of this Porsche. What could they possibly be working on? It looks like front left suspension. Usually when a Porsche is worked on, you don't put the bonnet up, because that's not where the engine is, but this time it looks like they've been having suspension issues, so that might be a reason to put the bonnet up. Miki Koyama. And the Toyota tires in the Supra. So Lucas Stoltz is really starting to pull a gap on Lucas Auer, and as long as he can keep the traffic away, then I think he's going to hold on to this position and start to extend that gap. Still 16 hours to go, so that's not to say the race is settled in favour of that number 80 or even that number 3, because you never know what might happen. Maybe the two Mercs will run into each other and the number 34 takes the win, or the 81. And you can't write off the 81 or the 34. Anyone in the top 6, I would say, has a chance of winning. So the 44 is the lowest placed car with any real chance of winning the race. Raffaele Marciello on board here, and that's some very nice traffic management, just slicing through the pack there. Great speed from Raffaele Marciello, but that car has been delayed by problems throughout the race and is consequently not in the running for the race win. Look at the rate of closure to that Carrera Cup car, and he will very quickly dispatch of that, I'm sure. Klein Carousel and
takes a bit of slipstream. And now the Dirtinger Ho. And the Carrera Cup car is actually faster here than a GT3 car, because the Carrera Cup car, of course, has a lot less downforce. Takes another bit of slipstream from the BMW 3 Series. So the Carrera Cup car's probably actually just backed out of the throttle a little bit, just to make it easier for the GT3 car to come through, because you don't want to just be holding them up for no reason. Golf GTI also being passed on the straight. And what is this? I think it's the back of a Supra. No, it's the back of a Carrera, not Carrera, Cayman, 718 Cayman. I thought it was GT4, but yes, you can see there is an engine in the back, which you wouldn't usually find that one in there in a Supra. Image breaking up. That's quite some work they're doing on this car. This car's obviously had some rather serious issue for them to be working that deep into the car. I don't think this car's going to be out on the road for quite some time. Can't find US broadcast. Yeah, I've had a few people saying this. The answer is VPN, and try it on YouTube, and if it doesn't work on YouTube because there's VPN blocking, try Service TV in Austria. So set your location to Austria, and that should give you a broadcast. But yeah, it is pretty annoying. I've heard, but I think that also in the US is a streaming service called like Racer or something like that. I don't really know. So Lucas Hour, we can see the onboard here, 3.5 seconds behind car number 80. And yes, that car is definitely starting to fall off the back of the number 80. So the number 3 losing time, which is what I expected. And I would say that the number 80 is now out of traffic range. So if he catches traffic, he'll clear it before the 3 catches up, and he won't get the 3 back into his slipstream. So the 80 has effectively now dispatched the 3 deep into its rear vision mirror, and we will see that this gap is going to get bigger and bigger, because over this stint it does look like Lucas Stolz has been the quicker of the Mercedes pair. And no worries, Mr. Epically Slow Cars. So, car number 3 goes to lap. Misha Sharudin, I think, might be driving. I'm not sure who's in the 632 at this point. And there is a Scirocco. Scirocco, that's another cool car. I hate the fact that the Scirocco only had, the reincarnated Scirocco only had one generation. I know there was earlier Sciroccos in the 70s and 80s, but the reincarnation of the Scirocco only had a single generation, because people just bought the Golf. because, well, I mean, it makes sense. The Golf is more practical than that, but the Scirocco is cooler. And I think a Mark 7 platform, like an MQB Scirocco, would have been pretty cool. But we didn't get an MQB Scirocco, which is a bit of a shame. But like with the Mark 7 internals, there's 310 horsepower and all that. A Mark 8 internals kind of Scirocco as well. That'd be so cool. But yeah, what would you say, chat? What would you say is the most iconic of the? Is they going on another set of wet tires? Did I just see that correctly? They just put another set of wets on. I have. I was. Oh no, that looks like a slick. What did they just put on that thing? Well, they've taken wets off. But again, why are they only just taking wets off? Okay, that's a slick. Okay, good. So, question to chat. What would you say is the most iconic of the modern day hot hatches? Because I would say Mark 7 Golf R has to be pretty iconic in terms of modern hot hatches, in that it was so like everywhere, and when it came out and all that, and it was like just really like solid benchmark. Focus RS definitely has to be there, the third generation of it. The all-wheel drive Focus RS, that was crazily fast. Probably I'd also say that Civic Type R that had a billion wings and just like terribly terribly over-designed Civic Type R. It looks ridiculous, but it's kind of definitely iconic. I think that generation of hot hatches, where it was Mark 7.5 Golf R, Focus RS, Civic Type R, of that generation, was such a good time for hot hatches. I think that because the Golf R had the straight line speed because of the DSG, which meant that it accelerated better, but it didn't have the cornering because it was set up a bit softer to be a bit more of a comfortable kind of cruiser. The Civic Type R, ultra stiff and front wheel drive only, but just was really quick just because it was super like set up like a race car from the factory. And then the Focus RS, which wasn't quite as race car in its suspension and that, and the way that it's set up, but it had a lot of power to kind of make up for that, and had an all-wheel drive system which was a bit more rear biased. It was a Haldex type system as well, but they used a little bit of trickery with the differential ratios to make it behave more like a rear biased system, even though it was actually a front biased system. So the Focus RS's all-wheel drive system was quite interesting, and they all kind of had their own unique character and their own unique sort of purpose, and they were all very interesting cars, those three. And then you had the Megane RS and the Peugeot 308, the French cars. They just weren't as quick, but they were still there. Megane RS was more of a GTI kind of rival, which it was quicker than a GTI. And the Peugeot 308 was GTI, was not as good as most of the other things. But I mean, there was just so many options for like, a practical high performance car for not huge amount of money. And then pretty much everyone stopped making hot hatches as when the year went from 2019 to 2020, and now your options are you can get a Hyundai N car, or you can get a Golf or some sort of other Volkswagen Group product. There's no Renault Sport, there's no Peugeot Sport, there's no Ford Performance hot hatches. There's none of that. Well, there's a Puma ST, but that's a crossover. That's horrible. And that's really sad that so many hot hatches have disappeared. But it's like, well, now you've got your choice. You can have a Golf GTI, a Golf R, or an Audi RS3 or an Audi S3. And it's like these are all the same car. Or you can get the Civic Type R, that's still available. And the Hyundai i30N and i20N. And I think those are the only hot hatches you can get now. And that's pretty sad. But looking at the gap at the front, 3.2 seconds. So the 80 hasn't pulled away too much since I last looked at that gap. 9 kilometers of curb was repainted before the event. Interesting. Yeah, so the 80, 3.2 seconds it's pulled on the number 3. But it hasn't got any more. Let's just see a lap from now where that's going to be. Because that's going to be interesting. But the car number 81, the BMW M3 Touring, still going quite well as well. But Manuel Metzger down the inside of the Cayman. Scary roller coaster corner. So that's Mirko Bortolotti in the pit lane, P11. So this 84 car has really come up through the field. It's really going quite fast. This car is incredibly quick. It lost so much time at the start, but I think a top 10 is, well, it's P11, so a top 10 is pretty much inevitable. It's going to dispatch of those Fords. And why is this guy sticking a tin can in the exhaust? Whatever, but I'll need to have a look. Bring the camera back there. I wanted to know what that guy was doing with the exhaust pipe. It's got a tin can with like a string into it. Is he trying to give do a phone call to the exhaust pipe? What is in the exhaust? What am I looking at? And they pull those out. That's very weird. I don't think I've seen that before. If anyone knows what those pit crew members were doing with those tin cans over the exhaust, I would love to know what on earth that was. Is that standard for the Lamborghini? I haven't seen it with the Lamborghini. I haven't seen it with the Audi, which is the same engine. But if anyone knows what that was, please write in chat what the hell they were doing with the exhaust pipe. Look at the state of that car. Been touched on the side a couple of times. You can see some scrape marks along there. Someone's tyre has been up against the door number. Looks like the 81's in the pit. This Subaru, it's in the, I think it's called VT4 class, or is it SP8T? It's in the same class as the TCR cars, but I'm fairly sure it runs all-wheel drive. I wonder what the actual technical rules of that class are, because I think it's the only all-wheel drive car in the entire field. And it does seem to have similar pace to the TCR cars, but it is all-wheel drive, so I'm assuming it has... I mean, all-wheel drive is an advantage. It must be heavier or something. It's interesting to see. The 81 tyres go on. Great stream. Thank you very much. Yes, that's great to hear that you're enjoying the stream, and I'm doing my best to make it as enjoyable as I can for the viewers. My voice is starting to fall apart, but yes, it's nice to stream, and also because the audience isn't too big, and that means I've been back for quite a while. Yeah, I've been back since, well, probably about an hour or so. So now on board with Lucas Hour, 8 tenths behind the leading number 80 car, and there's, yeah, traffic in between them, and he's Coach Gregory been watching all day at work. That's pretty cool. Yes, I'm glad I've got people who've been watching the whole stream. That's very cool stuff, and you can see these Mercs have really closed up to each other because of the traffic. There is a Porsche in between them, and now that has slowed down Lucas Hour quite a bit, and that's going to bring the gap back out to where it was. Looks like the traffic closed them together in the first place, and now it's spread them apart. And we've got 2 cars on boards. We've got the 80 and we've got the 3. The 80's well up the road, and we'll see at the next timing sector where that is. Watching in the pool. That is indeed sounds like a great way of watching Nürburgring, and would be quite rather relaxing. But you can see huge time gain there for the number 80. If you've got this on your screen, the number 80 has just made huge time on the number 3, because of the amount of traffic the 3's had to deal with. The 3 was at 3.5 seconds before, it dropped to 0.8, and now it's back up to 3.5 seconds. So it gained a bunch of time because of the traffic, and then, well, lost a bunch of time because of the traffic, and now it's back to exactly how it was. And that's the thing about traffic in GT racing, but it does have a slipstream, a very good slipstream from the Porsche. It goes to the right side, and the Porsche's going to back out because it's a lap down, and now the 80 goes past a bit of traffic with a bit of a scary closing speed, and so does the number 3. He's had to tighten up that line there. Nico Menzel were on board with Menzel in the car number 17. 17 well down the order. What position is Menzel in? It's now 3 seconds between the 80 and the 3 after the 3 was given a big slipstream down the Döttinger High through there. And he's got some of that time back that he lost with the traffic because of that slipstream, but now they're in a little bit of clear air for the next half a minute or so by the looks of things, so we'll be able to get a little bit of a comparison of the pace between these two, and that's going to be very interesting to watch. So you can see more traffic again. That looks like well, we're going to cut to Winwood Racing their pit lane, and it would appear that people are sitting down. That's very cool, but it'd be nice if we could watch the race. Mr. TV Director, alright, you've made your point. Yes, there are mechanics in the pit lane. That's generally where you do find them. It'd be weird if they were on the track. And Lucas Auer, again, caught by the traffic. He's just catching the traffic at the wrong spots, and it's costing him quite a lot of time. Yeah. 3 seconds over more than 7 hours is negligible. Drivers are going to make the difference. That's exactly right. I do think that the 80 is the faster of the two cars on average, just because it came from 25th to be, even just to being level with a 3 means that it has, it's had to go a lot faster to get there. So, it's had to overtake a lot of cars to get there. It's had to do, have the pace advantage. So if it's had this pace, I think it's going to pull further ahead, just on my theory of just the average speed of the car has to be higher because of that worse starting position, starting all the way down in 25th position. But there is the Verstappen factor. Well, how quick is Verstappen? Apparently he has been struggling. He was actually very fast in the NLS stuff, as you'd expect, and he was quite quick in the wet, as you'd also expect, but they didn't put him in the car for TQ3 because apparently he was having a few struggles this weekend. But he was very fast in his second stint. Not so much his first stint, but his second stint he had some incredible pace. But we'll see how that goes as the race progresses. But at the moment that gap is now out to 5.5 seconds. It was 3.5 at the start of the lap. And I think just that number 3 is just catching the traffic at the worst possible moments. And you can see now we're on board with the 632 Manuel Metzger, crowd favourite car. Not because it's a silly car, but because the driver lineup is all YouTube and sim racer types. And as a YouTuber and sim racer, I'm quite happy with that. I'm not quite sure who Manuel Metzger is. I think he is just a racing driver. Which is interesting part of the driver lineup to have. But they are leading the AT2 class of 2 cars by 40 seconds. And that's a very stupid class because it only has 2 cars in it. And anyway, closing up to this traffic here with its high intensity rain light on. That's a GT4 car. Goodbye GT4 car, he says. There's a Porsche 911 in the pit lane, but it's not a GT3, it's just a Carrera. Just a standard Carrera, and you don't often see those racing. $997. So what are we seeing here? Is this a live onboard or is it a replay? I think this is just the No? What was all that then? Interesting. 6.4 seconds is now the gap from the 80 to the 3. So the 80 is making big ground on the 3 now. It's really pulling away quite quickly. Duct tape for the win. Yes, indeed. And this is that Benetton liveried McLaren. Very, very cool. Can see the leaf blower on the radiator, keeping the car nice and cool. These cars, they don't have radiator fans, and it's definitely something worth doing. So out onto the track goes that Durr Motorsport McLaren, and he's not going to think of a move there because that would be ridiculous on the Cayman. And also we have into the pit lane is another 911. That appears to be the 44, maybe coming out of the pits is my guess. There we go. Out of the pit lane goes 44. Back on the throttle and go, go, go. And another car approaching. I wonder if that is for position. Whatever it is, he gets out in front. Always want to be out in front. And look at that, tyre warmers. What a great sight. So many series I love to ban tyre warmers. Stupid idea. Don't do it. Don't ban tyre warmers. Tyre warmers are cool. Yeah, good point. Now we're on board with Chris Mees, so look out for kangaroos. They better not. Yes, yes, yes. Good point. But I guess in Germany there could be deer. That would be the Chris Mees moment. Yes, I think I probably saw the exact kangaroo that was involved in that particular incident up close. Because the day before the Bathurst 12 hour this year, I may have accidentally got stranded at the top of the track and I had to walk back down to the pit lane to leave the circuit. I had to walk all the way down Conrod Straight at Bathurst, and I saw all these kangaroos chilling in the field next to Conrod Straight, and the following day find out that this guy may have retired after hitting a kangaroo which had jumped onto the track from Conrod Straight, and that was I was thinking, I wonder if it was one of the kangaroos I saw the previous day when I was walking down Conrod Straight. But there was some people walking quite slowly on the straight, and I walked past them, so I can technically say that in the real world I have overtaken somebody on Conrod Straight, even if it was on foot. But we see Chris Mees getting a little bit of traffic here. That is a GT3 Porsche, and now Raffaele Marciello is the Z4. Okay, image cuts out in the middle of that little touch. Z4 hit the curb a little bit too hard there, and that's got him out sideways into the path of Raffaele Marciello, and a little bit of a touch there. I don't think either car's taken any damage though, just a bit of a bump. And this is car 17 sitting in the pit lane. Nico Menzel in the Dunlop Motorsport Porsche 911, and that is Julian Andlauer and some other people. Nico Menzel is in the car though. Julian Andlauer, Nico Menzel, and whoever else. I don't know. They're not really in the running for the lead of the race. But speaking of the lead of the race, some of that gap has come back down. Car number 3 is now 3.2 seconds behind car number 80. So traffic has been going against car number 3 for quite some time, in that he's been getting unlucky and losing time, but it looks like he's got some of that time back with the traffic, and it's now down to 3.2 seconds. And that's if you're a fan of Max Verstappen, you will probably like to hear that news, because of course car number 3 is the car that Verstappen will be driving a little bit later, and that car should be coming into the pits anytime soon, because both the Mercs have been going for quite some time. They're on the same strategy, so they'll come into the pits together, and probably in the next few minutes we'll see them in the pit lane. Marciello makes an overtake. And now that number 3's just lost a second and a half, so never mind. Traffic has not gone the number 3's way in this particular occasion by the looks of things. But anyway, that is how it goes. The traffic goes both ways. And you get lucky, you get unlucky. It all balances out over 24 hours. It's Klingman and Raffaele Marciello battling. So the BMWs are moving forwards. 38 BMW, and then below that it says, in 9 classes. What do you mean it's in 9 classes? How do you enter 9 classes? Oh, the number of BMWs is 38, not number 38 BMW. Okay, that makes sense. There's 38 BMWs registered in 9 different classes. Still too many classes. Really, it should just be GT2, GT3, or GT2 is below GT3, but you get my point. GT3, GT2, GT4, TCR, and production cars. That should be the classes. And then SPX, which is, experimental cars like the BMW Touring for things that don't quite fit, or just call that the invitational class. And why do the classes start at like there's SP7, 8, and 9? Where's SP1? So see this battle between the 81 and the number 1. The McLaren has giving the 81 a very nice slipstream, but then gets out of the way. So the 81's going to be very, very happy with that McLaren driver that's really helped him out quite a bit. And he's onto the back of this Audi R8, which is a lap down as well. Audi R8 gives a slipstream, he gives a flash. Audi R8, is he going to lift or what? Let's see, he's doing some pretty Pretty intense headlight flashing, and he looks to the inside. Audi R8 gets a little bit early on the brakes to help Jens Klingmann get through. He's a lap ahead, so he should do that. But looks like, yeah, car number 1 has now come into the pits, so that battle between the 81 and the 1 is effectively over in the short term. Lucas Auer back to 3 seconds from Stolz. And that's Raffaele Marciello in the pit lane. I would be talking more, but my voice is definitely going. So here we have the onboard with Lucas Auer. He's now 2.6 seconds behind Lucas Stolz at the last timing sector, so he is closing up at the moment. We'll see how things go with traffic in that. Looks like Lucas Stolz is definitely getting held up here. That's not Lucas Stolz though, that is a Porsche 911. And Lucas Auer and Lucas Stolz both pull into the pit lane. So this is the race leader and second place in the pit lane, and let's see what happens here. It looks like Max Verstappen's probably going to get into the number 3. I think that Lucas Stolz will stay in the car. Let's see what happens, and you can see that they are... the order of their boxes is being reversed, so they have the flexibility to do that. And now they are rotating the cars. Yeah, that looks like Verstappen is getting in the car, and the number 80 will be out of the pits first because they coordinate the pit release, so whoever came in first goes out first. And now Max Verstappen, although I don't see Red Bull on the helmet. It looks like not Jules Gounon, it could be Danny Hunkadea. Yeah, so it's not Verstappen in the car, it's Danny Hunkadea getting into the Mercedes. The other car will be continued to driven by Lucas Stolz. Doesn't look like there's any driver change going on for the 80. So the 80 remains with Lucas Stolz at the wheel. We've also got an Audi being pulled into the garage behind these guys. So it'd be interesting to see what's happening with that Audi. Why is that Audi going back to the garage? You never want to see that. But that's happening right behind the race leaders here, and car number 80 will be released from the pit box very soon. They will coordinate this pit release so that they have their minimum pit stop times perfectly sorted out, and they're going to just stand around and do nothing because they've still got a minute and 30 seconds. So now we get to watch pit crews stand around and do nothing. I think they're still refueling, but they've all got tyres on. They've got the drivers in place, and they're just basically going to clean the cars a bit. And let's see what happens. So about 50 seconds to go on the timer. Stolz will be the first car out, and you can see they just wait and wait and wait. Timer still counting down, 25 seconds for Stolz. And now they are into the pit lane and ready to drive off again. And you can see just how big their lead is. They're coming out of the pit lane and they're still leading the race. So this race is really going the way of Mercedes at the moment. And certainly not the way of Porsche, that's for sure. Their best car is in 6th, well off the lead. Certainly not going the way of Lamborghini, despite the amazing qualifying. They have not gone well in this race. A lot of driver errors, a lot of just bad luck has got in the way of Lamborghini, but that car, number 84, has been the fastest car on track for some time, and it has been closing up, but it's so far behind, it's not really a factor. I don't think it's going to close up in time to challenge the Mercedes duo out in front, but if it does close up, then that car would become a factor, but it'd have to close up by quite some amount. So at the moment, the next car for the 84 to catch is the Porsche 911, car number 86. I think I saw that car in Bathurst. I can't remember the team name of the 86, but that's... we just watch that gap, watch the way that it comes down, and if that gap is coming down super fast, well, maybe Lamborghini is one to watch. But 32.5 seconds is the gap between the 84 and the 86, and then between the 84 and the 86 to the 24.46, that's just another couple of seconds. So if it gets the 86, it'll get up to 7th place pretty easily. But it's got like 4 minutes basically to close up to the cars ahead. Car 99 is still in the pit lane at the moment, still not back on the track. But you can see how much time cutting the Grand Prix circuit to get those wet tyres has cost the number 34, just not going into the pit lane when they should have done, and having to cut back, it was the right decision at the time, because they'd already lost that time the minute they went past the pit lane. But yeah, that's surely something they'll regret, is not coming in, putting those wets on, and then they might have still been leading their Falkenhorst Aston Martin. And now we've got the Rover BMW, which is in the garage, and it looks like it's ready to go out. So 99 getting ready to go. Yeah, 130 getting that penalty for the jump start definitely changed the trajectory of their race, that's for sure. Certainly did not help them out a great deal. And this battle continues to go on between Max Verstappen and... Oh, not between Max Verstappen, between what is now Danny Hunkadea and Lucas Stolz. And Lucas Stolz continues to remain ahead. What I should just do is I have another device. I have two devices. One of them has the live stream on it so that I can't accidentally broadcast the live stream and then get pulled for copyright. And I might just put the full live timing on this other device so that I can read that. The full live timing, which I also can't show because of copyright, but luckily I can show what I do show. So at the moment, Lucas Stoltz. It says the gap is what? It says the gap is 9.2. Why is the gap 9.2? So that's very bizarre. Lucas Stoltz, 9.2 seconds in the lead of the race now. And, well, that's quite the enormous gap. But it's really hard, even at this early stage of the race, it is really hard to see a scenario where Mercedes does not win this race. Because they're just so many minutes out in front. 2 minutes on everyone else and another 2 minutes on most of the rest of the people as well. There's just not a lot of cars in the race that actually can really compete in terms of pace, in terms of driver lineup, just in terms of their position as well. But I would like to know how Danny Hunkadea has lost that much time to Lucas Stoltz in such a short time. Was there a mistake, or was there just some really terrible traffic? Did he get stuck behind the Dacia Logan in the Hudson-Bach or something? Like, how do you lose that much time so quickly? I mean, Danny Hunkadea is a great driver, so he shouldn't be losing that much time that quickly. There's been some weird things with that car number 3 where it's just kind of had some unexplainable time losses, but it's still got the pace. But sometimes it seems to just lose the pace out of nowhere. Not over till it's over, and still a very long way to go. That's true, but this Mercedes, it's very reliable, it's very fast, it's got good driver lineups in both cars. It's very hard to see scenarios where Mercedes doesn't win, but 80 versus 3 is the big question. But if they run into each other, if they have engine problems, if something like that happens, that's where someone else can end up taking the lead. So it's not guaranteed that Mercedes will win, and things can change in the blink of an eye in motorsport. Yeah, it certainly wouldn't be the first time. I'll check the radar if there's any more rain coming. Let's have a look. Just reload this. Looks like there's another band of rain which could come in like 5 or so hours. I'm not sure if this will actually end up going to the Nürburgring, but
It extends from Paris all the way to Glasgow, so it's a very big band of rain on the move. But not very high intensity, it's just big. But if I look at the hourly weather forecast, can't really see any rain in this. So that's interesting, but that is quite a big band of rain. It's actually not to Glasgow or Inverness, really, is how big that is. It goes out all the way into Reykjavik, really. So that's huge, low intensity rain band. So I'd be very surprised if that doesn't reach the Nürburgring. So I think there might be just one more rain event on the way. That side window's fogging up. That'd be really annoying, I think. Although you don't really use the side windows as a racing driver, but like, yeah. GT tyres. You only see them on the Nürburgring. You don't see GT tyres on. I'm really far away from the microphone. I just realised. Let's just bring that over here. That's much better. Need to get the chat back up onto there. Yeah, three's losing time. 9.3 seconds is the gap. I don't know how that happened. It's got to be traffic. It's got to be like caught a production car in like Hudson Bach or something like this. It's so strange because it was 3 seconds to 9, but it's stable at 9. So at the moment, I'd say the pace is similar. It's just there was this big spike in the gap. Which is just super, super strange.
Alright, so it looks like the three's got a bit of that time back. And that's the thing with it. I mean, it's always traffic. When the gap moves by entire seconds, and like nothing has changed for like the 80 or for the 3, you just know that that was just traffic. And now this is interesting. BMW experimenting with driverless cars. The number one there. Very interesting stuff. Now, what is this? Is this the Golf? I think this is the Golf. It is the Golf. You can see the auxiliary lights on that are a little bit less nicely implemented than they are on GT3 cars, but it is what it is. Maxton Design. Why am I reading out the sponsors' names? I don't want to give them free advertising. They already get enough by, like, just being on the car. I mean, that's not free advertising. It's only free advertising because I haven't been paid to read that. But it's paid advertising when they put it on the car, because they pay to put it on the car. Yay, I've explained sponsorship to people who already know what sponsorship is. Anyway, but it's good to see these TCR cars. I like TCR cars. They look cool. They do look cool. GT4 cars are cool as well, and that's the coolest car here, the HWA Evo. And I'm just wondering, are there multiple specs of HWA Evo? Because that one's got open wheel vents. I'm pretty sure the other car's wheel vents are not open. So are they experimenting with the car's specification? So that's... They've got the door shut. Those are definitely open. It'd be nice if the camera showed the other car, because it's got a paint job that shows as if they're open, but it's just a white outline. This is their... What are they refilling in the back of the car? Is that oil? I think they're putting oil in that case. What is... Okay, this is some sort of sparklers. For a second I thought that's the worst technical malfunction I've seen on a car, but no. Oh no, those are actually open. Those louvers on the front wheels, they are actually open. But yes, this is the coolest car there is. And finally fitting that tyre. That mechanic was a bit like, wonder how the tyre goes on, but yeah. The mechanics know what they're doing. It's just this minimum pit stop time means that there's no reason to go fast. So you get mechanics that kind of look like they're not trying, and I mean, they're not trying to be fast because there's literally no point being fast. So it is correct to say that the mechanics are... How did Hunkadea gain like 7 seconds? Because there was 7 seconds between them, and now he's all over the back of Lucas Stoltz. So 7 seconds was lost and then gained back. So there must have been... Again, it's got to be traffic. Like, how did the 3 gain all that time and then lose it again? Very strange stuff. And let's see what Stoltz can do with this traffic. Is he going to put a car in between the two? He is going to put a car in between the two. And that Supra is going to be a factor of delay for Danny Hunkadea. And that's made the gap go from 7/10 to 1 second, just like that. And that's the thing that you get with the traffic, is the gap just it is like a trampoline. It goes up and down and up and down. Max Verstappen should maybe call it yo-yo racing, because that's you get that, but traffic instead. Now, what on earth is wrong with this car number 1? It's been in the garage for quite some time. What could this be? Also got the 145 driver sitting in the car waiting, ready to go. And away goes the BMW M4 GT4 car. Is that the class leader? It's a solid driver lineup in the GT4 class, whatever that is. And that was one of the cars that I spotted and thought, yes, that's going to go well in GT4. And okay, they're pushing this car back. The BMW car number 1 looks like it's out of the race because they are taking this car out the back, and I think we all know what that means is that car is being withdrawn from the race, unless they have some sort of secret extra garage to work on it, but I highly doubt that is what's happening. So BMW Rover Racing, and oh no, what is this? That is an HWA Evo. We just saw that car coming out of the pits, and well, it looks like it's back with a problem. Now, what could possibly be going wrong with the HWA Evo? Well, they're not doing a lot of work on it, and that makes you wonder, is this issue looking terminal or what? Because that's not a good look. The fact that they're not really in a rush to get around that car and fix the problem tells me that's looking quite bad, and that's exactly what I don't want to see, is the HWA with problems. So here is, yeah, looks terminal to me. Kim Gyu-min in the pit lane. But I would like to know what's going on with the HWA. Is that car being retired as well? Rover Racing, they are at the pit wall looking at all the data. They are looking at the weather. They have got the radar up, and that is an interesting thing. We've got another car in the garage. This is the Audi S3 in 133rd place. And we've also got another car going into the garage, the Hyundai TCR car. They look to be in a bit more of a hurry. So, or maybe not. Driver gets out. Seems to be a bit of a wave of technical issues going on. See, these guys are in a hurry. Their plan is to get this car back out and running. This car, it's not terminal. I don't know what's wrong with this car, but these are mechanics who are motivated to get this car on the move again. You can see that's on a cut slick. Why is that not on a full slick or at this point of the race? I don't know. But it doesn't really matter because they are having a look at whatever that problem is, and they want to get that car out there because they're moving fast. They're trying to get the job done as fast as they possibly can. And I think TCR cars should have proper center locking wheel nuts like a real race car should. Why does that car have 2 fuel filler caps? Anyway, that wheel comes on. And driver helper is helping getting the new driver on board. Now it's looking very close for the lead of the race as well. It's only half a second between the 80 and the 3. So we might see a swap of position between these two again. It really depends on where on the track they are right now. We'll have to wait for the next timing sector to come up and see where those cars will be. But these cars are back together and they are running with very good pace out the front. And that gap's just slightly got bigger. That tells me they're not on the Döttinger Höhe. But half a second, is it enough? Who knows? Oh, 3's getting close, so this might be a change for the lead. We're going to focus on a long distance shot from the pit lane that doesn't really show us anything important, but there is a battle for the lead going on. TV director's, of course, going to miss that. For reasons I don't quite understand, but there is a Porsche 911 leaving the pits, which is great, but this is some pretty bad TV directing, I have to say. They might want to actually focus on the battle for the lead, which has 0.03 of a second, and that is a change of position for the lead, but we're watching a TCR car leave the pit lane instead for reasons I don't quite understand. So that's the number 3. Danny Hunkadea is now leading the race. Yeah, those tyres are not in good condition at all. But I'm sure they'll be glad to be seeing the end of those tyres. That's for sure. Seeing more pit stops. Really have no idea why the TV directing is like this. A very Swiss driver lineup on that car. And out goes the 977 back out. But yes, it is truly amazing that the lead changed probably a few minutes ago and we're only just seeing the leader now. And the last lead change they didn't show either. Ooh, bit of traffic. Oh, what's going on there? We've got a car off on the right. I think this is just a little bit of light fog, but maybe a bit of smoke and fog is what is my guess. From like barbecues and just like flares and stuff. Probably a bit of fog mixed in with that as well. But I wonder what was going on with that car that went off. If you go off there, usually in the wall, so we might have a code 60 there now. We'll probably only find out about the code 60 in like half an hour's time, because the TV director has been replaced with a brick, and it turns out bricks aren't very good at directing TV. And traffic indeed. And I wonder how well the 80 is getting through that, because they're showing the wrong onboard, because usually you show the onboard of the car which is chasing the leader, because then you can see the leader and the other cars on board. and you know how the battle is actually going. When you just show the leader, you can't actually see both sides of the battle unless you show the rear camera. Which, does the car have a rear camera? I don't think it does. AI took his job. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was done by AI, given the way that the camera selection does seem to be a little bit random. ChatGPT camera selection. You're absolutely right. You should show the pit lane when there's a battle for the lead. And honestly, that's so brave. So Hunkadei has definitely made better progress through the traffic here. 2.1 seconds is the gap now. Bit of understeer there for Hunkadei down the inside of that 3 Series BMW. And now Hunkadei is... I'm assuming that Stoltz got through there quite cleanly as well, based on... Oh, and this is going to close Stoltz right up to the back. Honkadea splits the traffic quite well, and he's doing quite a good job of just getting through this traffic cleanly without interruptions. I mean, he lost huge time at the start of the stint, so I'm assuming to traffic, but this particular traffic he's avoided a lot of the problems, and now we've got a yellow flag, so we're going to cut to... Oh. You can't park that there. Oh, he gets it pointed the right way. Good job, Morris. Very good. Car probably has a bit of damage after that one, I would assume, but Danny Hunkadei is on board now. And, oh, that's a lot of new sand they've had to put down. So much fluid spillage. Green flag. Those high intensity rain lights are pretty annoying. That Cayman had them off, but the car behind them didn't have them off. Just a little spin to keep the driver awake, yeah. And you can see this car's own shadow, so there's something quite close behind. We might have a lead change here. Half a second is enough. So Hunkadei is going to stay to the left, because you want to be on the left. No, he's going over to the right, so he's got some confidence. Where is Stoltz? So show Stoltz is on board, because that's the interesting side of this equation, right? Like, you can't tell the distance that Stoltz is at. Like, is he, like, alongside? Well, I'm assuming not, because Hunkadei used the full track width on the Dirtingerhohe. And I honestly think these two cars must have the same pace. Yeah, the police light. They just need a siren as well. finally they're showing Lucas Stoltz's onboard, which is the onboard they should have been showing. And then when Hunkadea was behind Stoltz, they should have been showing Hunkadea's onboard. These two can't get away from each other. When are they going to get married? I think you might be onto something with that one. All the top tier drivers who aren't in a Mercedes. And oh, this is getting close here. I think Toto Wolff is going to be hoping that they don't kiss, is all I can say. Because Toto Wolff is in charge of all of Mercedes Motorsports, so he's actually in charge of these as well. Oh, there was a touch there. Just as I said that, Lucas Stoltz did have a little touch with the traffic. You can see the car, there's a little bit of an impact, but there's no damage. But he's just turned in on that traffic there, and honestly, that was probably the fastest way of taking that corner, was just turn in on him and just take the hit. But maybe a bit over aggressive from Luca, but anyway. Yeah, interesting form of bump drafting on the Apex. What he's got to do is he's just got to stay with him for long enough at the moment. Just get close before the Dirtinger Hoa, and then you've got the position. But this is... I do wonder how Verstappen's going to perform at night, because, yeah, night in the simulator is actually quite different from proper night racing, just with the way your eyes adjust. So that'll be interesting to see how Verstappen does night racing, because I think Verstappen will be in this number 3 car in the next stint, and we'll just get to see how Verstappen performs nighttime stuff. Lucas Stoltz has fallen back a little bit. He's got just a little bit of the short end of the stick with some of this traffic. General Ford 67 is on a mission. Indeed, it has definitely clawed back some spots, but it's quite far back. Morris Schuring. Is this the damage from earlier? Does he have a puncture? I think this is probably related to that crash. It's not really the getting lost thing. It's more about just the reference points and the sense of speed and all of that stuff being different. Because he has never done an actual night race before, like in the real world, outside of the simulator. He knows the track well, but just the lighting is so different, and that can cause can cause you to just, like, your reference points are all just, everything just kind of feels wrong, sort of thing. But yeah, what's up with Morris Shuring? And Morris Shuring pulls off the track, so that car is out. .44 is out of the race. He's doing a 58-point turn. He should have had the car forwards and let the marshals pull the car backwards, but he wants to do it the hard way for reasons nobody can understand. Yeah, why didn't you drive in, like, just let the marshals pull the car back? But he's gonna finally clear this. Nope. Yeah, race cars don't have a very good turning circle, and if you're gonna turn the car around to go down the escape road, why would you turn in so early? What? Do a flick spin. And he's finally managed to pull that car off the racetrack. And that's it for car number 44. That race is over. Yeah. Yeah, it was oil on the track that took out Estra. I thought it was Estra just being Estra and being generally a bit crash prone, but no, it was oil that did the job, and that's why Grello is out of this race. And 44 is out, I'm assuming because of damage from that earlier hit with the wall when it spun. Didn't look like a particularly major incident, but maybe it did a radiator. We know the Porsche 911 is a little bit vulnerable to the radiator being pierced at the front of the car, because those radiators are quite far forwards because the engine's quite far back, so just to balance things out they put the radiators as far forward as they can get them. Number one in the Z4. Does Z4 go out with oil on track? Now, there's just 6/10 between second and first, and again, this should be on the broadcast, Number one rear-ended the Z4 GT3. Yes, that was Adenauer Forscht. Yeah, Lucas Stoltz with half a second. And he's looking very, very racy behind that car. And why is there a code 60 here? Well, someone's facing the wrong way. And it's going to be interesting, the end of this code 60, because that Cayman is kind of a little bit in the way. Oh, terrible start from the code 60. Lucas Stoltz has definitely lost time there. And that's going to help Danny Hunkadea get away for sure. It's now 9/10 of a second, so he's lost half a second. He just had to, there's like a double dipping going on there. General Ford is catching up. 67 is P7. It's certainly made its way up the field a little bit, but I think the car that's on a mission the most is the 84. But it's quite a few minutes behind after that lap 1 trouble with the puncture. But just in overall lap time, that car has been really on quite the mission indeed. Audi RS3. You see, this is the trouble with minimum pit stop time. You just end up with mechanics doing stupid tasks that don't actually help the performance of the car, like cleaning out the engine bay. It's just kind of silly. I mean, I guess with a clean engine bay, the car will technically weigh less, because the dirt weighs an amount, but they're really clutching at straws with that one. Not sure why they felt the need to clean out the engine bay while they were at it in the pits, other than just because we can. 81. So it's looking like the number 80 is definitely getting quite close. Stolz onto the back of Hunkadea, and it would be clever to show the onboard of Lucas Stolz, since that would actually show the performance delta between these two cars. But the TV director has decided to show the car that doesn't show what's actually going on, because you're looking forward when the battle is with the car behind. And it looks like the Falkenhorst Aston Martin has been a little bit of a hindrance to the number 3. Be interesting to see how that affects the gap here. And there is a car quite close behind the number 3. Number 80 gets a little bit further away. I think they're just going to let Daniel race and maintain stable position during the last stretch. So going to send Max out for driving, which will make dominance easy. Well, that's assuming that Max would be quicker than Hunkadea. And that's quite a big assumption, because Hunkadea is going quite quick at the moment. And in qualifying, they didn't have Verstappen driving in TQ3. They gave Verstappen... I think they're just alternating through the drivers. Like, they go 2 hours each, and Danny Hunkadea started 2 hours, Max Verstappen 2 hours, Lucas Auer 2 hours, Danny Hunkadea 2 hours, and then next up is Max Verstappen. So they're just alternating through the drivers, and both of the cars seem to be on the same strategy, in that they're offset by one pit stop. So one of them would have done 1 hour driver stint, but they're going to put Verstappen in the car next. General Ford leaves the pit lane. Yeah, it will be quite interesting to see how Verstappen will drive at night. And we're having an inspection of the front suspension of the Audi. I have a feeling they're just doing this to get... because they have their minimum pit stop time, so they're just going, oh, we'll inspect the front suspension just because we can. Recaps of rally events in America. No, I haven't really thought of doing recaps of rally events in America, just because there isn't really the audience for that, because it's kind of national level stuff, and it's not really... You can't really get much of an audience for, like, American rally, because rallying isn't very popular in America, and American rallying isn't very popular outside of America, so you just wouldn't get many views if you did recaps of, like, American rallies. is and you'd also have a lot of names that just people don't know who they are. Like the most famous American rally drivers are more famous for doing stunt driving than the actual rallying. Like Travis Pastrana and Ken Block, more famous for their um, are more famous for doing stunt driving than rally driving. So that's the scale of the problem you'd have if you made a video where you're doing a recap of an American rally. Is like um, unless you talk about Travis Pastrana or Ken Block, you're not gonna have any familiar names or anything like that, um, which is sort of the issue here. But this Audi, I thought they were just trying to get to the minimum pit stop time because I'm seeing all sorts of weird tasks that mechanics are doing, um, like with that Audi where they cleaned out the engine bay with a rag. But the looks like the number 8 is indeed back into the garage with a problem, and you can see it's not the only car in the garage. There's an M4 GT4 also back in there, and it looks like that car maybe hit something or something like that, and it's looking pretty bad for the number 8 because they're not looking that hurried. Oh, this guy's kind of in a bit of a hurry. Okay, so maybe there is some hope. If the mechanics start moving slowly, the car is done. That's kind of an international sign for this car is finished. If the minute the mechanics stop hurrying around, that's like, okay, they've given up. These kind of yeah, these mechanics do look like they want to get this car back out by the looks of things, and they are in a bit of a rush, and they've got the bonnet back down. They're going to put the wheel on, and this car looks like it will get back out. Is Kubica racing this? No, he isn't, weirdly enough, because Kubica shows up in every race, but not this one. He will be in the World Endurance Championship, though, this year, again in the Ferrari number 86, the yellow car. Which is so silly, because Ferrari contracted AF Corsa to run their factory program, and then there's something they call it a privateer because AF Corsa entered another car, but it's like that's the factory team's own car, and it's a privateer. But yeah, so Kubica's driving for the privately entered AF Corsa Ferrari. So you've got AF Corsa Ferrari and Ferrari AF Corsa, which is silly, but Kubica drives for AF Corsa Ferrari and yellow car. Just call it the yellow car to avoid confusion, but that's what it is. And yeah, I think this number 8 Audi will be back out on the road any moment now. Yes, they are indeed wheeling that car back out. So it hasn't spent that long in the garage, and they're now getting this thing ready to get moving. So a bit of a delay for the Audi, but it's not the worst thing in the world. What position even is that car? Alonso, Verstappen, and Kubica trio for Le Mans. Yeah, that'd be cool to watch. I want to see just more F1 drivers doing stuff outside of F1 in general as well. I think it would be good to see, like Ferrari has a sports car racing program. Why don't they have a Hamilton, Leclerc, and Ollie Behrman car? Why doesn't Mercedes put Russell and Antonelli into one of their GT cars at Le Mans or something like that? There's got to be more. McLaren putting Piastri and Norris. I mean, they're going to have a hypercar program next year. they should have a Piastri and Norris and some other guy drive the hypercar at Le Mans as like a one-off entry. There should be more stuff like that, and I do like to see Verstappen here because I like to see Formula One drivers do stuff that's not Formula One whilst they're still Formula One drivers, and that needs to be popularized again. And so that's the good thing about Verstappen. Here you can see the Scirocco is in the pits. There was once almost a Formula One race with IndyCar where they had them both on the same track. But IndyCar said they'd only do it if Formula One also did an oval race, and the ovals are not given FIA grading, and Formula One couldn't do that. That was in the 90s, so Bernie Ecclestone said no to IndyCar's offer. Leader change again, you're right. And in typical Nürburgring 24 style, we're watching a Scirocco drive out of the pits as the leaders did change. I have no idea why the TV director keeps not showing the change of leader, but at least we have the timing screen to tell us when the leader changes, because they're certainly not getting any footage of it. But Jens Klingmann in the number 81 BMW M3 Touring. Jos Verstappen in the rallying. He's doing alright in the Benelux Championship. Nothing huge to write home about. But he's got some pretty good results in the Benelux Championship. But when he's competed at the WRC2 level, he's definitely been quite far off the pace. But you'd expect that because he's quite old. But just in the National Championship, he's doing all right. Couple wins here and there. But I'd like to see how he goes on gravel, because that's all tarmac, which I guess a circuit racer will find quite adaptable to. But on tarmac, that's one thing. Gravel would be interesting to see Jos Verstappen try gravel. Or Max Verstappen should try a rally as well. On gravel. He should try Rally Finland. That'd be interesting. Or Kenya. I would like to see Max Verstappen do Safari Rally Kenya. Or just any circuit racer really doing Safari Rally Kenya. It was an overtake on track. The number 80 has overtaken the number 3 on track, so no pitting. So the both of the Winward Racing Mercedes running they're running the same strategy. So when they come into the pits, they come into the pits together. And yes, that's Jens Klingmann has dispatched a bunch of traffic, but we missed the battle. But yeah. On snow as well, yes. I quite like the snow rallies. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't want to co-drive for Jos Verstappen. Like, if you make a mistake, he'll leave you at the petrol station. So, and then he'd have no co-driver, so he will get disqualified. So I would want, I wouldn't want to co-drive for him either. I feel like co-driving would be like more difficult than driving in a way. Like, I could never imagine myself being like a co-driver because I feel like I'd get the notes wrong. after like 2 pages. I'd be like, which node are we up to? That's right 6. I mean 1. Oh, whoops. Whereas if you're the driver, you just got to drive the car, and like I know how to do that. Which car is this? It's a BMW, I can tell from the mirrors. It's a GT4 car. The GT4 cars really shouldn't be having reliability issues. But I think the problem, I've discovered what the problem is. It's BMW. But it looks like getting the front left wheel off and doing suspension stuff, so maybe that car's hit something along the way. Because they're getting all the suspension out of the front left, and that looks like not an engine problem, but suspension. But also the boot is open with... is the wing off, that boot? I think they've got the wing off. Why have they got the wing off to do the front left suspension? I reckon that car's had a few hits, and it's been hit on the back as well. In comes the Subaru. Lifting that car. And they're going to rotate it. Yeah, it is interesting. I would like to know what the rule set that Subaru is built to. It's got a rear wing a lot like the Audi R8 LMS Evo 2 as well, where it wraps around the back. It's got this kind of reversed swan neck sort of situation going on, and I do quite like that. That really keeps those things yeah, doing it since 2014, definitely interesting every time. Key is to get with someone with experience and build trust. Yeah, I mean, I do plan to start competing in some local rallies, and I'm like, yeah, I'd probably want to have an experienced co-driver at first, so that I can get some experience before I have an inexperienced co-driver, so then I can help the inexperienced co-driver as an experienced driver, and then after having first an experienced co-driver, so it's not a case where both the co-driver and the driver are inexperienced and you have the blind leading the blind kind of thing. So I would definitely go for, at least in the first few rallies, go for someone experienced and then inexperienced after that. Because what I've noticed is a lot of the best rally drivers have kept the same co-driver for a long time. Like Ogier and Ingrazia for something like 15 years. Loeb and Ellen are also even longer. So you'd want to get a co-driver that, like, early in your career, that you stay as a pairing. That seems to work quite well. I mean, Mäkinen changed his co-driver a lot, though. But generally, the top drivers tend to not change their co-drivers very much, is what I've found. God, that's all fogged up in there. They you have to like the person too. Tons of in-car time. Oh yeah, definitely. Like, you look at the way that Ogier and Grazier, for example, get along. They're very much. You can tell that they're also friends outside of the car. How's the Mercedes 190 Evo doing? Um, Two of them are running well. One of them was I saw being pushed back into the pit lane, back into the garage, and I'm not sure what's happened with that car. But two of them are running well. One of them unaccounted for because they didn't show what was actually going on with that car. Um, but the mechanics were not in a hurry, which is a bit of a concern of the third Mercedes. But power steering issue for the Hyundai TCR, yeah, that's not going to help your pace. Um, just ask Marcus Gronholm in Rally of Mexico 2004. I think Gronholm's had some of the funniest interviews of any rally driver. Yeah, and there we go again, another leader change, but of course, um, we're looking at Chris Mees on board. I would really like to know why they are doing it this way, but and now both of them straight into the pits. And I think Verstappen's going to get into the car this time. I haven't calculated the number of laps that it'll go, just because. So are they keeping Danny Hunkade in the car again? Yeah, the Nürburgring official chat is actually gives me brain damage every time I look at it. I mean, seriously, what the? It's got to be the most socially inept people I've ever seen in my life. It's the Nürburgring official chat. And they are just spamming Verstappen, even when he's not in the car. Um, they've got to be bots, but like, it is such brain dead. Like, they're just saying Max in the chat. Um, so triple stint for Hunkadea now, and Stoltz also stays in the car. God, how long Stoltz been in this car for? Yeah. Um, and the other thing they do is I go, oh look, the GT fans are being rage baited, but nobody's actually reacting in the chat. Like, they're just imagining the rage bait. It's imaginary rage bait. It's lame. Like, the whole thing is lame. The whole chat is lame. It's like, I don't know what's with with them. Nobody who uses the term, like, I've rage baited you. It's like just such, so cringe. Away goes the 26 as well. Oh, there's the Dacia. Fantastic. Indeed. Yeah, it does have the live pit lane view. But the TV director also wants the main race coverage to be that too. But I think that's the main thing I'm talking about is the crap directing of the footage. But it's true. Like, they're not showing the actual action. I mean, oh, this is interesting. That car is in quite a lot of pieces. What has happened to this Cayman? Whole front end off, and are they working on the radiators or are they working on their suspension? I think it's radiators that they're working on. Yeah, that's right. The Twingo was basically found to be too slow. And what is this? 86. It looks like it might be a Porsche 911 that I'm looking at. I think I see that 4 headlight light signature thing going on. But at night it can be a little bit harder to see what exactly you are looking at. It is indeed a Porsche. And I think that car's going to get a tow out of that gravel trap and it'll be back up and running very, very quickly. Danny Hunkadea, the race leader, by 6/10 of a second for the moment. And we have some slow traffic here. It's got to be a slow zone. What for? There's a car off on the right. It depends on which car. The AMG, I don't think they need to test the AMG GT at all, just because it's 11 years old. The HWA probably has done a full 86, probably a spin. The HWA car probably has done a full race simulation, not on the dyno, but yeah, on track. They would have done something like not a 24-hour test, but like a 30-hour test. They usually test actually for longer periods of time, just to make sure the car actually can make it. So they would have done a 30-hour test on their Daimler test track, probably. When they use their own test track, they can keep the spy cameras away because they control the facilities as well. So it's hard to tell what what sort of testing they actually do, but they would also have done a dyno tests as well, lots and lots of dyno tests to make sure that the engine would actually work for that long. I mean, that car is still in 10th place and it's been parked there for quite some time. They've got Maro Engel in the 80, and Maro Engel's definitely a guy you want to have in the car, and that gap looks way smaller than 1.2 seconds, so we might be seeing another lead change here, and for once we may actually see the lead change from the onboard camera. Let's see if they'll actually stay on board for the Dörtinger. And Maro Engel has caught up to, during the slow zone, or during this code 60, he has caught up to the back of the Mercedes in front of him, the number 3 car of Danny Hunkadea, because that number 3 is being held up by the Toyota GR Yaris, which the GR Yaris has, it doesn't have a slow button. And there's another slow zone by the looks of things. It's just more double waved yellows. But for what? Just for fun, I guess. Like, is there actually going to be an incident, or have they just got double waved yellows out? More double yellows. And there's a green. So, just because they felt like it, I guess. So track is clear. I think there's too much traffic to get this position done for Maro Engel this time. He's close enough, but just the traffic isn't going to help, because the Hunkadea is going to have so much slipstream that... Yeah, there's too much traffic to actually get the move to... Although, hang on a second, I think he is going to be ahead here. Yes, that is a change for the lead. And now he's going to put a car in between them as well. And that is Maro Engel into the lead of the race ahead of Hunkadea. So that's another change of the lead. And it's a Mercedes on Mercedes. And once again, that number 80 is back into the lead. Car number 3 now drops to 2nd place. That's Danny Hunkadea. And the 80 pushes on ahead, forging that path in the lead of the race. Look at the stage of that apt car. I mean, it's really, really, yeah, it really is yo-yo racing at this point. So much tape on that car, and they're going to put some more tape on to tape the tape to the tape, so that the tape is well taped down. But have they got enough tape? That's the real question. That car's still in the gravel trap. Why have they not, like... And there's just a marshal standing there. Like, how have they not got that car out yet? I think they're pushing the entire race. I mean, the modern race cars are very, very, very strong cars. And you're never not pushing with a modern race car. You just always flat out. There's no race for a modern car that isn't just a sprint. This is just a 24-hour sprint. There's no holding back in a 24-hour race. It's not going to be 4 or 5 hours. That's when they're going to push. They are pushing right now, and that's why there's constant changes for the lead. So now Hunkaday is quite close to the back of Maro Engel. So it's not a done deal for Maro yet. Engel's got to get through this traffic here, goes round the outside of Arenberg, and does Hunkadea follow him through? Why are we watching Engels on board? We should be watching Hunkadea's on board because he's the car behind, so he can see up the road to where Engel is. But anyway, so Hunkadea is somewhere. We don't know if he was held up by the traffic because the TV coverage is showing the wrong car. And there we have car 918 getting ready to leave the pits, and they're going to stand around and wait. Marshall's working hard to make this race smooth. Yes, indeed. So Volker Stritzek is driving a few different cars. He's also driving an Opel as well as the BMW. Ay, ay, ay. 14 hours remaining, so we're almost at the halfway point, not quite there. And I think in an hour we'll see Verstappen in that number 3 car, and that'll be interesting to see what happens there. Still a car off in the gravel there. That is that the same car, or is that a different car off in the gravel? So double yellows and then back to green. Indeed. And now we're back on board with Maro Engel, who leads this race, but it's only half a second. And you need more than half a second, so I think we're going to see a lead change in a second. Yeah, I'm fairly sure this will be a change for the lead of the race. And Maro Engel's going to try to pass this Porsche Cayman on the left side. Cayman stays right. There's traffic on the left, and Maro Engel's going to be happy that there's traffic on the left, because he's going to be able to force... Oh, hang on. Hunkadea is now 10.7 seconds behind. What? How did that... What? He's been caught with some very weird traffic, is my guess. What the hell? We need to see a replay of what Danny Hunkadea saw there, because how did he lose 10 seconds? What just happened? We have to get a replay of that. Like, they have to show a replay, because that's completely ridiculous. That's what? Maybe just Maro Engel is such a good driver that he pressed the accelerator pedal 10 times harder on the straight. Multi-class racing experience. I'm sure that what must have happened is Hunkadea must have got stuck behind a car which has no code 60 button, and without the code 60 button, somebody must have been judging their speed, and maybe that car's speedo was overreading or something, and yeah, that's crazy. Well, the gap's now 8.2, so Engels hit some traffic as well. But that's really taken that battle apart. So here's Engels on board, and there, this is the kind of stuff where that happens. So Engel would have lost a fair bit of time there. Exactly. But Engel's also out of slipstream range, which is going to make it much harder for Hunkadea to catch back up as well. So we're going to see pace more clearly here. Whether Engel or Hunkadea is quicker. I think Garage 66 should come in SPX. I mean, Garage 56 and the SPX category are basically the same thing. I think Garage 56 is what the SPX category is based on. Mauro Engel is losing time. He's lost a couple seconds this lap. So it looks like at this phase Danny Hunkadea is faster than Mauro Engel. But we'll have to see on the next sector. It might just be that Danny Hunkadea got good traffic. But Hunkadea has been very, very fast in that car, that number 3 car. Well, he's just lost a second, though, to Mauro Engel in that last sector. And here's a pit stop of a Cayman production car. It's not even a GT4, a production car. And that's cool to see that there are just standard cars you can drive to the shop, basically. Put them on slicks, put a cage in, and there's your race car. And that's what we're looking at here, and this is a different car. It's another Cayman, but that's a Cayman GT4. So this is a homologated race car, which is a little bit different.